they could give me a steward to hold me, but I could teach them. Yeah, I could teach them, and when I was resigning, I could leave them to head.
Can we say that your memories of being, or your dream of being a pastor, when you got into coffee, you forgot totally about being a pastor or becoming a pastor?
No, I didn't actually forget about, you know, I still have this dream in me, but coffee became part of me. It's like putting on a cloth in life that you'll never get rid of. So coffee became part of me. Of course, I'm still chasing my dream, but coffee is already part of me. Yeah.
How's the dream coming?
The dream will come. It is still on the way. Yeah?
It's still on the way.
It is still on the way, and I believe I will fulfill it. Yeah, but so, now coffee is part.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
So what was like the real motive of joining coffee? Was it preaching the coffee? You know, here on the show we call it the coffee gospel, or it was just because of getting money?
Actually, it was. At first, it was because just of getting money. I wanted to get money and do some other stuff, start up a small business and leave coffee. But as I went on doing baristering, you know, doing coffee, studying more about coffee, I got in love with coffee. So I do preach coffee. I hold people, you know, reach barista brew plus, because these days are no longer sent to barista house. Brew plus is much better, and it is helping out, you know, guys out there. So I send my friends there for more knowledge, and they are happy. They are working. You get the people I trained. You know, at the station you can't fully train someone. You train this person, and you know, forward this person to brew plus for more training.
How long have you been a barista, Sam?
I've now been a barista for 4.5 years. Because
training, 1.5 months, if I remember what you talked about in the first segment of the show, and now you're talking about training other students. How do you do all this as one person?
Actually, in my life, I've been longing so much to hold. I want to hold. I remember one day I was training a steward at a sleek place. It's a restaurant and a bar, and one of the workmates came and said, "Sam, aren't you afraid that you're training this guy? They are giving him less money than the one you're earning. Aren't you afraid that you'll be fired and this guy will be replaced?" You know, I was like, I don't fear to be fired. Actually, I've never been fired. This is what I've been doing since I started, and I have to keep on doing it. You get? There are people out there, they are suffering, and coffee is here. If you get to know coffee, you're good to go. Be it abroad, you know, coffee is a very high demand. When you get to know coffee, employment opportunities are higher compared to other short courses. Yeah.
Talking about coffee being here, today on the show, we said we're going to be dissecting the topic of how these coffee houses and baristas are going to cope up with full opening of the economy. And that's something you need to share with us on our social media platforms. That's at HTV1 Uganda, on Twitter, and on Facebook, that's at House of Talent Uganda. We're streaming live on Facebook, so go deep down there and put your comment and tell us how, if you're a barista, how are you going to cope up with extended hours of work? And if you're CEO or coffee or house owner, tell us, like, how are you prepared with these hours of work? Sam,
yes, please.
Baristas who are working in these coffee shops have been down like for 2 years. Some have been laid off, some have been working for some limited time. How are these baristas going to cope up with the added time that is going to come with the full opening of the economy?
To the other hand, it is going to be hard, most especially for the baristas in these small cafes, because these people, trust me, I've been in some of these cafes. They are not willing to give out shifts, and they overwork junior baristas to an extent of, you know, making them lose this morale, this coffee morale. Because Some time back, I had a friend. He was employed in. He was actually my neighbor. He was at Zarif. I was at the coffee cafe, and this guy could work from morning to midnight, or to midnight or to 2. You get, and you have to come back in the morning and prepare the mission plus and all that. So the guy actually, after leaving the place, he was like, I will never work again in Uganda.
The experience made him hate working in Uganda.
That experience made him hate Ugandans, you get.
Isn't that what we call exploitation of workers?
That is what most cafes, most especially these small cafes are doing. And they are making these young gentlemen hate our industry. You know, someone can't work from morning to closure, yet you're expecting him to come very early in the morning the other day. You get. And you'll find out that most of the baristas these days who join Brew Plus come to study to move abroad because of such incidences. And I don't blame them. Me, myself, it has ever happened to me. I used to work like from morning to midnight at times. You get. And the boss, when you come back a bit late the next day, the boss, you know, becomes so rude, as if you have committed a very big crime, you get it. So this will affect people.
Yeah.
And most, especially these people who are in these small cafes that are struggling to catch up, yet they are not willing to provide what is needed for a cafe to catch up, you get it.
How did you deal with that whole experience of like working for long hours and the boss would be bitter when you come in a little bit late?
It was actually a very hard experience. I worked for like 6 months. Then this time round, I did not even write a resignation letter.
Just
left. Then they called, you come back and we talk, come back and, you know, we sort it out, we get you a helper. You were good. You know me, I'm a very patient guy with bosses. But when it's too much, I leave. And I've done this to 3 different places, 3 different restaurants. I won't mention them.
Yeah. You've set up different places, different restaurants, different coffee shops.
Yeah.
If you would be in the shoes of these CEOs, these coffee house owners, how would you prepare for such an opening of the economy? Like, how would you prepare for this opening of the economy? Like, you've been working from 7 maybe to around 5 or 6, but now you're going to work from 7 up to around maybe midnight or 10 p.m.
I'll have to look for, most especially these people in production, the people in the barista section and the kitchen. I'll look forward to giving them shifts, because these guys do work and they are not like people in service who always work and get some tips. They don't get tips. So I would employ more people to come and help out to ease work, because since the government is opening, we are going to expect more customers. Back then, clients used to worry because of the curfew. You go, you sit, then someone comes in, say, we are closing because of the curfew. But this time round, people will come and sit comfortably. And we are expecting big numbers of clients, not like those days where people used to fear the old people could not move out because, you know, old guys were dying more than the young people because of the virus. So we didn't see much of these old aged people in our restaurants. They were in that fear. Instead, we could deliver to them. They could give a call, you deliver, you give us curry,
delivers.
So this time around, we are expecting big numbers of people, but to prepare for them, we need to work on the production side in order to provide and not to overwork people. Yeah.
Okay, don't leave this conversation for us, guys. We're having a conversation about the full opening of the economy and the fact that in the coffee industry, various people are opening up like to more working hours. So get to our Twitter platform, our Twitter handle, tweet us and let us know how would you deal with the full opening of the economy in whatever business you're in. Are you in a restaurant? Are you in a shop? You would be watching the show because it's nice for you, but you don't work in a coffee business. Maybe you have something like a wholesale business selling merchandise. How are you prepared to work for these long hours, and how have you prepared for your workers? Let's talk about an issue of human resource. You talked about employers employing more employees,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
But this guy will come out and tell you, hey, look, yes, I want to employ different people or more people, but hey, I don't have money. Like I've been working from 7 to maybe 5, but clients have been stopping to come in at around maybe 2 p.m. Where am I going to get this money that's going to pay more employees that you want me to employ? How do you advise such a person?
Okay, most of the people that have come up with most of the cafes around town, they always, when you reach these bosses, they're like, want to be like Cafe Javas, want to do as Javas does. Not knowing that at Javas, people work in shifts. And actually, I worked for a certain boss. He employed me as a senior barista and at the same time as a supervisor to train the team. Then he was giving me some good money. I was like, yes, you're giving me good money, but are you going to get someone else to hold me out? Because I'm a barista, yes, I have a steward, but at the same time, I'm a supervisor. This is overloading me. You get? I'll need an assistant. He was like, no, 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 no. Keep on pushing. Then with time,
I shall get someone.
I shall get someone to help you out. It became a song. You get? So the advice I'll give the CEOs about what is going, the country is opening, get some junior baristas. They are not so expensive since they have just joined the industry. Give them good money, not very good, but good money. Give them some allowances. Trust me, these people will work. As long as he's not working for long hours, this guy will work.
Okay, this guy will work, but also the point of quality. You know, we've been used to producing a certain quantity of a certain quality in terms of maybe like coffee. You've been producing maybe 50. Okay, 50 for, let me just consider the smaller shops. We've been using like maybe 10 kgs of coffee a week. That's like maybe 1.5 kilos of coffee every day. And now you're going to open up, you're going to have higher demand for coffee. How would you advise this person who wants to bring in much coffee to maintain the quality of coffee that's bringing in?
Bringing in more coffee.
Like for example, maybe I've been bringing in 10 kgs of coffee every week. But now due to the fact that we're opening up, I'm going to bring in maybe like 20 kgs of coffee. So, but I want to maintain this quality of coffee and also bring in much coffee in my coffee shop. How am I going to do that?
You want to maintain the quality of the coffee.
Yes.
You know, maintaining quality starts with people you employ. If these people are well equipped with coffee knowledge, don't worry much about quality.
Really? Because I might be well with the coffee knowledge, but my friend, the coffee you're bringing to me as a barista, it's terrible. How am I going to?
Of course, as a barista, you have to tell. You should be in position to tell whether the coffee you're being provided is good or bad. You get the boss should not be the one to tell. You know, this is your section. You're heading this section, so you should be in position to know which coffee is good and which coffee is bad. You know, this takes us back to where people teach baristas from. People have come up with different baristas lab and schools, and there are people who are actually giving them half information and knowledge, skills about becoming a real barista. You get me myself. I was affected sometimes. When I left barista house, I didn't know about, how to calibrate a grinder. I came to know a grinder when I'm in the field. I knew how to steam the other side and all that, but I didn't know more about the grinder. So I got to know the grinder in the field. So at times you leave a school, knowing that you're good to go, reaching there, someone brings in coffee, and you just grind and serve. You can't tell that this is good coffee or bad coffee. Then why are you heading a department? Okay.
Why are you heading a department? Because I'm paying you to head a department.
The boss trusts somebody to head a department, knowing that this person is having the knowledge, enough knowledge and skill to push the department forward. But now when you serve bad coffee, then...
Do you really think that CEOs or owners of different companies, especially in the coffee industry, should adopt this method of like taking back their workers in whatever department they're in, because they're serving coffee, whether in service, whether the cleaner, because this cleaner is helping me like clean the place where I'm taking coffee from. Do you think they should adopt that method of like taking back the students, taking back these people for more training, refreshing training?
Yeah, actually, it's the advice I will give, because we've ever done it. I was at Chili's and we were doing it. So is getting experienced people. Maybe you can go to Brew Plus, talk to the CEOs to get you someone experienced. Take this person to your restaurant and train these people. Yeah, that is actually what I would advise the CEOs to do.
Okay.
You get someone experienced, give him some money. It's not much money. You get? Take him to your restaurant. Let him train these people.
Okay, if you're a CEO and you're glued on this show, which is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV, let us know, how do you keep your employees up to date in everything they do? Like, the point you employ them is the same standard they're doing to the level that they are on in doing that specific time. Well, let us know how you do it. This is the Coffee Break Show, and my name is Amun Mukisa. We're going to go into a short commercial break, and up next is our brewing session that we shall be having with my colleague right here. Don't you go away. Would you say that also like the pay in Uganda in terms of salary is affecting the ladies' involvement in the coffee industry? You know, men as like, if you're not getting enough of a job, at least people in Uganda call it kuiriba. You know, they will do that. But ladies, when they ladies will be in a specific job full time, and what they get is what they get. Do you think that's also affecting like ladies getting involved in the coffee industry?
About payments in Uganda, I'm not so sure, but it could be. It could be. It could be. So maybe they should do something about it.
Who should do something about it?
UCDA.
UCDA.
They should put standards on baristas. Yeah. What I know that here in Uganda, baristas are being cheated. Honestly, are being cheated. So, Madam, she's called Madam.
Say her name.
Madam. I've even forgotten. But
she's which Madam are you trying to? In UCDA?
The lady in UCDA.
You're talking about Claire?
Claire, Madam Claire should do something. They should sit down. Yeah. They should put standards on baristas. One day, I have a friend. He's working in Mbale. He told me they pay him only 300.
300.
But he's a barista.
For man.
Yeah, it's not enough even to pay for the rent. So maybe they should do something.
This message is coming, please. This message is coming direct from Saddam to Madame Claire on UCDA, to UCDA.
Yeah, to the board.
To the board.
To the board. UCDA, please do something. Do something, yeah. Our baristas are being cheated. That's why most of the baristas are running outside.
Yeah.
They here in Dubai, they are paying at least good salary. I should go to Dubai.
Okay.
But if they pay us well, I think we should bring all this energy to our industry and we make it on the map.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, the brew ratio is I think the most important. Yeah. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of water. The coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, oh, everything is going to turn out a mess. Yeah. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio. Yeah.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. Yeah. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. Yeah. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. Yeah. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Brew Plus. Yeah. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV with me, Amun Mukisa, right here in our bigger studios. You know, these studios are fancy. They make you calm, make you want to take coffee, and especially with the fact that we have the coffee session that's, you know, the best part of the show for me is when we are brewing coffee, because I get to learn how to make this coffee. I don't know about you who's watching us from home, but me, this is the part that I always look out for. Sam today is going to help us like brew or make for us a French press. Yes, I know we've had many baristas, many coffee makers come here and make a French press, but there's someone who tweeted us and he was like, you know what guys, yes, I've watched all these episodes that you've done about the French press, but I really want you to do it one more time for me in one weekend. And here we are. We have the big guy right here ready to make for us the French press. Sam,
Yes, please.
are we ready to make the French press for our dear viewers?
Very much ready, sir.
Very much ready.
Yeah.
Here's the floor for you. Tell us what's it all about that people fancy French presses, what type of coffee it makes, and in what method, all that kind of information.
Okay, a French press is a manual brewing equipment, and every manual brewing equipment comes out with the result is black coffee. Depending on the way you make it, it may be strong or mild, depending on the client's order or what you want as a passion. So here, actually, we are going to make it in a way that favors people at home, because at home mostly people don't have scales and they do want to take coffee. But when you're making this in a restaurant, you're supposed to have a scale around you, and you're supposed to do some measurements. Yeah. So here, we open we get our lid, put it aside, you ensure that you put it in a clean place. Then we preheat our press.
It's a good thing that you talked about the way that we're going to make this French press. It's more of like a home-based way, whereby you don't need a scale, don't need a kettle, because now we have a flask just with hot water, and we're going to make our coffee.
What I'm doing helps to kill germs and also to preheat our press. Then when you're done preheating, in case you have a scale, maybe I will talk about the scale side when I'm done with this. Then you can get your coffee powder, grinded coffee powder. You can for me I'm going to use 2 spoons.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 spoons of coffee
Why
powder.
would you opt to use 2 spoons, not 1 spoon, not 4 spoons, not 5 spoons?
Because I want it a bit stronger, not so strong, not so mild, but a bit stronger. Okay, because the more coffee you put, the more stronger it will get. You get. When you put less, the more mild it will get.
For the benefit of our viewers who are watching, how big is that spoon in terms of measurements?
This spoon is, these are like 7 grams.
7 grams?
Yeah, 7 grams.
So if you're doing 2 spoons, we're doing around 14 grams.
14 grams of coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Does the grind size matter in a French press?
Yeah, it matters a lot because the grind size has to be slightly coarser compared to other manual brewing equipment.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is supposed to be slightly coarser. So after you're done with the powder, you get your water. Then you start mixing in. This is at home.
At home.
Don't try this at the restaurant.
If you try this at the restaurant, you're fired.
You're fired, you're gone.
But what happens if I just pour water randomly into a French press?
Actually, it's not advisable because as we are mixing, we are looking at the flavors and the aroma out of the coffee.
Okay.
That's what we base on. Coffee, it's not all about taking, you know. You have to, to get the flavors the aroma, at times the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee. You have to feel these things as you're taking the coffee. You get. So
I see you've covered the thing. What's the point of covering the coffee after pouring water?
Actually, when you're immediately after putting in the powder, you pour some little water to dampen the beds of ground. Then after some very few minutes, you continue with the pouring. In case you have some measurement around, you keep on continuing. After you're done dampening, you open your lid. Then the minutes, because I first poured, then I waited for some minutes. These minutes help us helps this coffee to go under dampening process and to bloom it. You get? We do this in order to achieve the flavors, the aroma, and the smoothness. Then we can continue with the pouring.
You know, here we're having a conversation and we're giving out this information to our viewer. If you're in the office, if you're at home, and you're following the steps that Sam is showing you, is it that the time you've taken, like, because you've taken some time talking to me, is it allowed for the person who's at home, who's in the office making this French press, to also take that time, or there's a specific time that you take while making this French press?
The person at home?
Yeah.
It is allowed if he's actually a coffee taker, because it's not all about taking coffee, as I said. You need to get these flavors. You know, there are people who take coffee just because they were being told to take coffee. You get, and after taking, they say, "Man, I'll never take that shit again." They call it shit at times. Sorry to use that word.
I know.
The thing is too
like
bitter.
Coffee drinkers don't like bitter coffee. You know, like bad tasting coffee.
Yeah,
they don't like it.
So after tasting, you know, it helps us, as I said, to gain the body, the flavors and the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee when you're tasting it.
So the more time the coffee sits in a French press, the more sweet it becomes, or the more bitter it becomes?
The more time it sits in a French press, like for example, you see I've not pressed it down immediately. I'm allowing these particles to settle at the bottom, you know, and I'm preventing a client, because this, if I'm to serve it to a client or someone at home, to take coffee while having some particles inside, then the more sweet, of course, it becomes. You'll feel the sweetness in coffee, and you feel this aroma and the flavors.
Okay. For the person who requested us to do a French press on the show, I hope now you've seen what you need to do step by step for you to get a French press at home. If you're doing it in a coffee shop, just theoretically, take us through the process you have to do to get a good cup of coffee using a French press.
If you're doing it in a restaurant or a cafe, you're supposed to have the following equipments before you come up with this. You have to ensure that you have a timer. You have to ensure that you have the French press, the guznik or the kettle, the freshly ground coffee with the recommended grind size.
Which is?
Coarse.
Coarse.
Coarse. Fine to coarse.
How do we measure coarse? Because me, I show if it's not fine, it's coarse. So which type of coarse? Is it like salt coarse? Is it like sea salty coarse? Is it like sugar coarse? So which grind size of coarseness that we need?
It's like actually, it is sea salt. Sea.
So if you know sea salt, the coarseness or the size of a sea salt, that's the grind size you need to have for a French press. So if you go to a coffee shop, look out for that grind size if you're buying a bag of coffee. And so we've gotten our coffee, we've gotten our scale, timer, the French press, the gooseneck kettle, and that's all.
The gooseneck kettle. Yeah, for a French place. That's
For French place, that's
yeah,
all.
you're good
Plus
to
my
go.
cup.
Yeah, plus your cup.
So we're done with our French press, right?
Yeah, we
I
are
should tell you
done.
about the French press. So guys, tell us what you think about this French press that Sam has made for us. You know, always whenever I'm on the show, I always be the first to tell you how the coffee is tasting. But today, I want you guys to tell me how you've seen or what you've known or understood during the making of this French press right here that we have. But anyway, I'm here and I'm the one going to taste the coffee. So that's the benefit of being on this show. And that's why I said this is my best part of the show. So Sam,
Yeah.
can I take on the coffee and taste it?
Yes, please.
Okay, that is mine. Guys, you don't know what you're missing here. One more sip. Wow. It's a very, very nice cup of coffee that is smooth. Balanced acidity, the body is not that harsh on my tongue. So I would say I would take this coffee in the morning, I would take it in the afternoon, but I wouldn't take it in the night. Yeah, so it would start my day because it's not that strong, it's not that bitter. So it would start my day, it would run my day, but wouldn't run my night.
Yeah, I get you, sir.
Sam, thank you for giving us this tutorial right here.
You're welcome.
And for those who are watching us on House of Talent TV, I have some guys that are watching us via Twitter. I see Bright, what's this name? Bright Sereka is watching live on Twitter, and I see Saddam Chivi, who wasted here, is also watching us via Twitter. And also, you could also follow us on our Twitter handle, that's at HTV1 Uganda, so that you get to watch this conversation that we're having with Sam. Sam showed us how to make a French press if you're at home. He showed you how to make that French press, but he also told us theoretically, if you're a good barista, what things you need to have when you in a coffee shop or restaurant, what you need to have to make a good French press for a client who has asked for it. Sam,
Yes, please.
as we are concluding with the session of making a French press, but also concluding the show, what is one thing, that one thing, as we're ending this month of January, the first month of 2022, what's that one message you have for the viewer who's watching?
Guys out there, I don't know, me, I'm a born again Christian. I will urge people to pray, to come back to God and, pray, because what we've been through wasn't easy. So get back to God and pray. Yeah.
Is that all? That get back to God and pray. God is everything, you know. If you don't have God in your life, you don't need, I think you don't deserve to live if you don't have God, because God is the maker. God has given us this coffee. God has given us this whole space of teaching people how to make coffee. And has let Sam come here to tell us more about coffee and his experience in the coffee industry, right, Sam?
Yeah.
Otherwise, how do people follow you, like on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook? Because they would need to know more about what you've been talking about here.
Yeah, actually, my phone got a problem, but I'm still working on it.
So Twitter is like Sam, something like that?
Yeah, Samuel, Apaga Samuel. Then, that's it.
Okay.
Then Facebook, still Apaga Samuel. WhatsApp, my number is 07562 43 905.
905. That's where you get Sam, but where you can get us is House of Talent Uganda on YouTube, but HTV1 Twitter and House of Talent Uganda on Facebook, and you can get me on every platform as Amon Mukisa, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, every platform. That's where you can follow me. Hit us up there and we'll continue the conversation about how CEOs or coffee houses are ready or prepared to open up with a full economy. And as the coffee break, we say, this has been a nice session. Big up to my man who's in a control room, big man Emma, who's not here today. No, whenever he's not here, he's always on those decks giving us those nice shots. And big up to a man called Diallo, who's always on camera to make us look good. And as a House of Talent Uganda, we say, have a nice weekend.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right? Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Coming up on the Heavy Hitter this week is the story of Andrew Sali Sentongo, a man who started as a driver and today is doing big things. A man who is a true definition of hard work pays. Andrew, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
You're good?
Yes, good to be here.
How have you been?
I've been fine, quite busy, but very good. It's a good time.
Who is Andrew?
Andrew Sentongo is a social engineer by default. I've always believed in starting and building my own initiatives. I guess that suits the description of an engineer, of an entrepreneur. I also have a background in bioengineering, focusing on commercial bioenergy value chains. Okay. Today I am implementing off-grid PV solar. I'm concentrated on the islands of Lake Victoria. So that is the current phase of my career. Okay,
let me take you back a little bit. You started as a driver straight out of university.
Yes.
What was this experience like, and what really inspired you to, go into driving when you just have a fresh degree from university?
Well, I graduated with a Bachelor of Business, and immediately I felt like formal employment was not my calling. So I sat down and I thought through what I want to do with myself, of course, and I thought of starting a transport service. And I like travel, I like interfacing with people, so I built something around my skills and my hobbies. So I started a transport service. That was in 2006, right after graduation. And yeah, I was, moving up and down, doing airport transfers for some of the prominent hotels in Kampala. I was also designing tour packages and taking holidaymakers on safaris or tour tourists on safaris. It was a challenging but fun time. I really enjoyed the 2 years which I did that, and it kind of helped to mold my future direction.
Okay, so how did you get the money to start the business?
It wasn't easy, of course. I had to sit down with family, I had to sit down with friends, I had to sell them my concept, I had to sell them my vision, my dream.
Straight out of campus?
Yes. But I have a unique position in my family. I'm the last boy out of an extended family of 12, but I'm taken very seriously. So people in my family and possibly elsewhere tend to take me seriously and tend to listen to whether it's an initiative or a suggestion. So I was serious about it. I showed commitment, I showed drive, and I was able to sell it across my family and some of my friends. I remember there's a friend called Gilbert who we pulled resources together, and we actually invested in the first van.
So you never wanted to get employment, or you just felt like, I want to get out, create employment, and just go into it, as opposed to seeking employment?
I think everyone has a calling, and I was fortunate enough to identify my calling way earlier. And my calling was entrepreneurship. And it was a voice inside of me that was saying, you are better off starting something. And I had all these ideas running in my mind. So I listened to that voice and I followed it. And I felt like this is what I'm supposed to do. This is my place. And that's how it feels.
What about this rhetoric of people laughing at you? Your friends, you're just fresh out of campus, guys are working for big organization, big corporation, and for you, a driver.
Yeah, well, I never really ran into that, or I never really took that in. I had friends who applied for banks in jobs. They were successful. But I think everybody believed in what they were doing, and everybody respected what the other person was doing. And I was also gifted to have a set of friends who really had a very deep understanding of who I am. So I never really ran into that. But should it come someone's way, I don't think it's something to pay attention to. I think what's more important is to pay attention to the inner voice. Whatever it is that somebody is called to do, they should pay attention to it, listen to it, and follow it.
How did you move from being a driver to becoming an engineer, and and to the life that you have today?
Well, it's a very interesting twist. 2 years into my work, I ran into a Canadian family that made me a good offer. It was a routine client, or they were a routine client. I remember it was a late airport transfer. And I remember I had possibly been working since 4 a.m. that day. I used to have a crazy schedule of 24 hours sometimes. I would sometimes get 1 or 2 hours of sleep in between, and I'm on call again. So I remember it was about 9 in the evening, and I had to go to the airport and pick up this family. So I picked them up, packed their bags in the car, drove them to the hotel, and we started conversation along the way. And they were inspired by the fact that I actually have a business degree and I'm driving, and it was difficult for them.
I mean, you can see my point. I mean, I have the same thing.
It was difficult for them to...
Why would you be having a business degree and you're driving?
It was difficult for them to make the connection, but later on they came to appreciate that this is my own business. And I think the more we engaged, the more they came to appreciate my dedication to service. And they got to have a good time in Uganda. I made sure that their trip was well executed in terms of time management, in terms of commitment, and in terms of also them maximizing their stay. So at the end of the 2 weeks they stayed in the country, we created a very good bond, and they made me an offer to go to any university of my choice, anywhere in the world, and pursue a master's degree, if that's what I wanted. And the answer was yes, I want to further my education, and boom, I got a university scholarship to go and study in Europe. So I made an application to go to Wageningen University and Research Center in the Netherlands and the Royal Agricultural College in England, and I did my MSc in agribusiness chains, and I focused on commercial bioenergy.
Wow. So would you say that the offer they gave you was a tip as a good driver to them?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think they identified with certain traits within the person. I think they identified with diligence. I think they identified with the level of service. I think they identified with the drive. And I think they identified with somebody who is passionate and somebody who wants to create value. That's what they identified with. I didn't ask for it. It was actually offered to me.
What was the feeling like when you were first told that you have this as an offer? And they must have said this to you when they're boarding and leaving the country, right?
Not really. It came on early in the trip, I guess. I remember one of the nights, I think that was a trigger, was I remember taking them late out for dinner around 10, 11. It was a late evening, and one of the questions that was asked to me was, when do you get off? And my response was, I don't get off. I am there when I'm needed. If I'm needed at 3, I'll show up at 3. If I'm needed at 5, I'll show up at 5. And I think that kind of attitude compelled them to really invest in the person, or compelled them to see that this person is worth investing in. So I guess it's more of those attributes that they bought into.
Okay, hold it right there. We're going into a break, and when we come back, Andrew will be sharing with us his story of what happened in Europe and what he's doing today. Welcome back. You are officially tuned to XXL Season 4, and this is the heavy hitter moment with Andrew Sali Sentongo, the engineer himself. Andrew, tell me something. So how was it like in Europe when you finally arrived? Was that your first plane to Europe?
Yes, it was my first time to fly to Europe, and I was nervous, naturally, but I was also excited that I'm going into a new world and I'm going into a new phase of my life. And I remember arriving at the airport, I had no friends, no family, no acquaintances, nobody to welcome me, and I had to move myself to get myself to school. And I started to build my network from scratch in terms of friends, in terms of acquaintances. And I had a good time. I had a very good 2 years. My life in Europe was very, very special. I wanted to be, the academic content was one part of it, but I also wanted to be exposed to another set of, environment and systems. I also wanted to be triggered, and I think I achieved that.
Time at the university, from driving in Kampala, coming out, getting a chance to go and study, what was the reaction like from your family when you told them that, yo, guys, I have gotten this chance to go to Europe?
My family was very happy, very supportive. They have always been. And yes, there was some elements of being afraid. You're going into a new country, you're going into a new place, you don't know anybody, how are you going to survive, how are you going to cope? But I was not afraid, I've never been afraid. So I was actually a bit nervous, but more of anxious of what lies ahead. And I took one day at a time, I took one step at a time, and I got myself oriented. And yeah, I dived into what took me there.
Okay. Did you, by the way, pass? We might be talking here and you didn't pass.
Yes, I achieved my objectives and I achieved them very well.
What were your objectives?
My objectives were 2. 1, to fulfill my academic requirements and get my award, my master's degree award. The second one was to get exposed and learn from the West as much as I can in terms of what are they good at, what kind of systems have they built, what kind of, what's the mindset behind the development we see in the West. And the academic part went very well. I threw everything I had into my studies, and I actually managed to submit the best dissertation in the whole School of Business for the year 2009.
Oh, and you came top in your class?
Yes, I came top of my class, and I was also awarded a cash prize of 10,000 euros from my university to actually implement my thesis, and that was the birth of my renewable energy career.
Wow. I mean, many people go to Europe and never return to Uganda. You can just hear Andrew's story. It's quite a very fascinating story to hear. I mean, why didn't you not stay in Europe? Most Ugandans go to Europe, or most Africans go to Europe and just never return home.
Well, Europe was not my space. I didn't feel that this is the place for me to do what I'm supposed to do in terms of life career, in terms of calling, in terms of purpose. So much as I enjoyed the environment and everything functions very well, but I had a deep void of this is not my space, and I felt that my space is back here at home. This is where I feel I am required. This is where I feel I can add value to something. And of course, the nature of my studies was concentrated on analysis of agribusiness value chains back in Uganda, and I specifically looked at the flour industry, and I focused my research on the problem of petroleum and the problem of lack of power. And from that problem, I was able to develop a concept which later on turned into a commercial concept and was the birth of my company now, of spinning off commercial bioenergy in Uganda. So one thing sort of transitioned into another, but I think the lesson in that was whatever you're placed with at the current time, do it very well, be very articulate, and throw all you have in terms of passion, in terms of drive, and in terms of focus. And I guess if that is achieved, success is inevitable.
I was recently in the Kalangala Islands, and I happened to visit one of your projects, and I was quite very impressed. I mean, would you say that your project is turning around lives and adding value to the people in that area?
Yes, I would like to say that, because we are bringing off-grid power to people. These are people who have no dream of connecting to the grid because of the geographical location of the place. So right now we are focused on developing off-grid solar PV power, and we did the first project in 2016. It was a partnership with an Italian company, and we were the local implementing partner. From that project, we realized 600 new grid connections in an island called Kitobo, and this really changed lives. You see, the first time people get power, stable grid supply power, which they can use to run a fridge, which they can use to run a small-scale industry device. It really changes lives, yes, okay, and really adds value.
How do you feel like today?
I feel fulfilled in the sense that I set out to do something of value, and I have brought value to people's lives. So I feel like I'm at a good place.
Well, Andrew, thank you so much for being part of the show, and we're looking forward to, bringing the story of Andrew when he's cooking. And I would advise you to go and check out his project in the islands. Otherwise, this is XXL Season 4, and we have come to the end of the show. My name is Eddie Okela, and see you next week, same time, same place. It's a wrap. God bless Uganda, and God be with you.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
My name is Ronnie Abasa, and I'm here in the fix to fix 4 things about Uganda. Number 1, talk like a Ugandan. This is Uganda. What does that really mean? If I'm in the parking lot and you are paid as a security guard to watch over my car, then I'm not going to have to pay you an extra to do your job. Do your job, let me do mine. Number 1. Number 2, why do Ugandans use the word million in plural? The digit before million is what makes it plural. So you don't say 2 million. 2 millions, 3 millions, 4 millions. It's million, okay? Million. 3, you have a nice fancy car, Mpenkoni, Mercedes Benz, whatever it is, and you are busy littering, opening your window and throwing garbage, sugarcane peels, maize cobs. Who sent you? Who bewitched you? Where do you come from? All right? And last but not least, these Ugandan proverbs. I hear, I'm expecting some money, I will pay you next week. If you the Bible says, let your yea be a yea and your nay be a nay. Full stop. These stories of, I'm expecting some money, I'm expecting a call which didn't come through, that needs to change. My name is Ronnie Abasa, and I just fixed you.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so, because when you see me, you will imagine that, you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired. Engineered in the heart of the pearl. One face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Coming up on the show this week, I catch up with my long-term friend, Sylvester Kabombo, a man of great value to the hip-hop industry, the man who is turning around lives of young people and young girls and giving them a positive life and a life to live. And this man has been all over the place, trained so many young people, but also he's transformed his life from being a rapper to almost a philanthropist. Who is Sylvester Kabombo?
Sylvester Kabombo is a rapper from the duo commonly known as Sylvester Abrams. We've been kicking together for a very long time. As educator, entrepreneur, and so many other freelance, things that might come in. I'm a performing artist, a medist, or other stuff I do. I still perform on stage, so wherever there is dime, I try to,
to dip your hand in.
Yeah, because as you know, so you need more avenues of earning.
You have been in the music industry for a while now. And obviously you come out from the crop of artists who are trying to turn things in the industry around to try and give it meaning. What has the journey been like for you so far?
It hasn't been an easy one. Nothing is very easy. Music is like any other business. You have losses, you have gains. You persist. Of course, there are successful stories. You wake up one day and you feel alive. Then the next day you're like, I wish I didn't start this. So, those moments when power goes off on stage when you're performing, you're like, oh my God. Then the next day you get a gig, you paid a lot of money. So there are success stories and non-success.
Basically, there are lows and highs.
Yeah, they're there. It has been a bumpy ride from way back, to now. A lot has changed to support the arts. So many platforms. So many gigs now. So many connections. Then social media. Which took over the sector. So many TV stations, so there's so many of everything now, so many artists. Yeah.
Okay. Which you guys didn't have when you were coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I might not even take you way back, just the early 2000s. There were a few stations, a few radio stations. Facebook wasn't there then. MySpace, because I got to know Facebook and MySpace around the mid-2000s. So you can see just close there. If you compare now and just early 2000s, there's a huge huge difference. Now, so many things are done on phone. Your phone has everything, the email, the what.
Yes. It also has everyone.
Yeah, I rarely visit an internet cafe. So all that has changed. Like, the gadgets they have put, almost everything that, in our hands. At times you used to walk a distance, do something. Now you do it, within, your place of comfort. So there is so much that has changed. Of course, for the good and the bad. So yeah.
Okay. Music as a business. Can an artist run music as a business?
It is, because there are many who are really getting paid. They have gigs every week, outside Uganda. Concerts sell. What you can say that is not selling right now, or just a few copies, are the physical CDs. Physical CDs, because people know they can get the music for free. Even if you lock it, people who create these websites are the same who create the apps. So, CDs, yes, you can sell a few copies, you can make copies. For record keeping, you cannot keep a flash, So you need something that you can put in a shelf at home that is a CD. So, some artists still make them, but there's not so much money you can really get, from physical copies. But downloads now, it's like the in thing now. Someone can download just one song, two songs, 3 songs. Concerts are still really doing well, even outside Uganda. For someone who buys a physical copy now, in this day and age, just know he really likes to support, and he likes to buy original content from the artist.
I am one of those people who really buy music from the artist.
From the artist. Yes. So anyone who buys a physical copy now in this day and age, just know he loves your music, he loves to support, he likes to buy original stuff.
I come from a background where content is quite key. Do we have content in our music in Uganda?
If you're doing an album, there will be, definitely there will be songs that are life-changing. Apart from just telling people to party, but trying to inspire them to make the best out of their lives. Yeah, so they are there because sometimes we hit by these situations, the life experiences, as I first said, or people around us, communities. So that music will always be there. There will always be music that can make you laugh, can make you party, can make you drink more. Music that can make you spend more.
Yes.
And then that music that will make you spend more, but wisely. Yes. Put something at home. Buy something for your wife. Make her look good. You can have fun, but sometimes mindful of, the responsibilities ahead of you. So there'll always be everything, but it depends what you dig out. Okay. You as a listener, what do you want to listen to?
Long ago, echana mukaka wali olandiro digo bayitanga seeka yali mukwata mpola nyonga mukubanjeze njuta kukaka. Yes, nali mpankisa uwe waka ngomwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuze iseka ngate wetu gambula okuba kubanja nze nemnancha twacha chancha kanyama yake tulia kuchencha lwali lumu omukuba pangise yesiuka mpisa olwengeri gye yeeyisa ya duka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisasi bakisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatiwa ekisa wowe.
Sylvester, how did you cross from just being a rapper to becoming a serious, clothing line and
It started in 2012 actually. I didn't know the direction. I was just printing t-shirts to push my music further.
Yes.
I had a day job and a few performances as an artist. So I wasn't looking for money, but I was like, instead of complaining about airplay, I think I can do something. So I was like, okay, let me make a few t-shirts and get song titles, print on them, post online, and
promote my music. Basically.
Just that.
Yes.
I didn't start with a business idea, and I never knew that it would really get this far. So even the first t-shirts I did were online. You take a picture, you post online, you give it to people. Then some people were like, oh wow, this is nice. How much? You know, some people bought, a few bought, you know. So that really made me reconsider. I was like, okay, maybe if I produce more t-shirts, maybe it can be a business, because already people are interested, and I was just using Facebook, post pictures. So that really, ringed, a bell, In my mind, I was like, I need to sit down and see how far I should take this. So I started getting serious, printed more t-shirts, partnered with the first partnership I did was at Equatorial Mall, because I was moving all the time, doing workshops up country. And some people are like, you need to get a point where anytime, any day, people,
come and find it.
Yeah, find your stuff. Because I was on the road, always on the road. So I partnered with a friend of mine at Equatorial Mall, started putting t-shirts there, started advertising on Facebook, shop, this number, you have to go there. People goes to, they got used to it, started buying items there. Then from there I went to Kamu, then from Kamu Plaza to Mavidi's complex where I am now. Yeah.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And thank you too for being a part of the show. This is Double XL, of course, with Sylvester Kabombo. Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right? Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Mando ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa. Tolina kale mufalo liluza. Reconnaissance, Beba producer. Got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta. Wanna close, boy I'm a shooter. I'm the boss with a dream like Luther. Namuongo boy, that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that. Thugs and drug dealers, body mukako na. Why do I rap?
I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no.
Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikori half man, half machine. Mundu nzira baku buli street. Buli chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people, tebichakola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba, ba good cop, baba kuba masasi, our only hope, ne baba kwata, ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL. Ruba. Yeah, Leo Rich. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Wake up, go look for paper. No money, no power, Mutesa. Talk more and get yourself tear gas. So all we do is look for the pesa. Uganda Zabu, rest in peace Zakayo. I'm from the 256, born with the heart of a lion. Don't talk about Alicia Keys, we got Irene and Desire. Yeah, I think Trump is shit. Yeah, should come see ours. An MPP's on the wall, pays 40K and free he goes. After 20 years of school, you still won't get a decent job. A rich man shoots, then a poor man gets locked up, but not for long. This is Uganda, brother. Ain't nobody gives a fuck. Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God, up in heaven, bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey. I fell in love with the Rolex. I ain't talking about watches. You don't need a big bando. Only few coins get a mando. Yeah, back Kampala. Chino sichivuka chapafala. Smartphone yakabitu jitwala. Do for the 256. Uganda. Can't touch my flow like a crested train. Dropped out of school, got a different brain. The eyes tell them that my future's faint. You and your stupid explain. This is Uganda, part of Africa. Do what you wanna. Go to school, read your books, or else smoke marijuana. I don't care what you do as long as you're fine. This is Uganda, this is Uganda, light up your fire. This is Uganda. 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 Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that, you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
The year 2022, and at exactly 25 minutes past the hour of 11 a.m. we stream to you live and broadcast you live the first ever coffee break show on House of Talent TV. How are you doing? My name is Amoni Muksa and I welcome you to the coffee break show. Has been your year. I mean, 2020 has not been easy, but 2021, you know, I always try to add up 2020 and 2021 as 1 year. But how is your 2022 starting? My name is Amoni Muksa once again, and I welcome you to the first ever coffee break show on House of Talent TV. Of course, I'm not riding alone today. I'm with my colleague today, the one and only Emma. How are you, man?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Do you also try to confuse 2021 and 2020?
No,
2020 and 2021 as 1 year?
The only problem comes when you're supposed to sign a check and you put 2021. You go to the bank and it bounces.
You know, the year 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Yeah.
They've been like so close like this.
Yeah, it just
and
ran
so
through.
fast.
Yeah, they just went really through.
But how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay.
I see you pulled out the leather jacket today, looking good and everything.
African
fresh hair,
black. Black is everything. But how did you start your year, Emma?
My year was, it started okay. I was actually working till about 6 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, so I didn't even cross over to the new year properly. I went home at 6 and just slept.
Really?
Woke up in the afternoon.
So if they ask you what happened, like towards the entering of the new year,
I have
you totally
no
have no
idea.
Anyway, today on this show, we're going to be recapping our events of last year. Like, how was the coffee break show last year? What were the best shows of our show on the coffee break? Me with Emma here, we shall be doing that. Emma, what was your best show on the coffee break last year?
My best show, I think, was the one with Swabra Banks.
Swabra Banks.
Because she was the first lady to come on the show. You know, it had been a situation of we're trying to get ladies, but every time you try to get one, they come up with an excuse on that day. So you have to look for a guy. But when we got into contact with her, she actually came, you know, and there was a lot we learned from that show. For me, it was the best show, actually.
Swabra Banks. By the way, Swabra Banks is watching. Hey, Swabra Banks, thanks for watching House of Talent TV. But to me, the best show that we had here was when we first hosted under Dollar Isaac.
Yeah.
That show was so epic. You know how Isaac can talk from morning up to night, non-stop? We fought with him like to stop him to talk. You know, guy can talk. But the good thing is he knows what he talks about.
Yeah, true.
And our viewers appreciated what he was presenting to them. So that was part of my best show last year. But what are the memorable events that you had during the show?
Which ones can I pick?
Especially Swabra Banks, because you said it was the best part of your show.
First of all, it was good to have a cute person in the studio. We're used to just guys, you know, coming in, but
so guys are not cute.
Guys are hot. It changed the vibe. Even the guys on the camera that day, you know, on their A game.
The on the camera was very happy.
He was more happy. Yeah, but I think the highlights for me were having those guys who came from the UAE, guys who came from Kuwait, you know, because they brought a lot of perspective into our industry here. There's a different way that things are done in the UAE, in Kuwait, and there's a different way that things are done in Uganda. So for them having to bridge that gap of they have worked in Uganda, then they have worked in the UAE, they have a better foresight, okay, of what can actually happen in this industry, more than just the guys who have worked here. And of course, we have also had guys who have worked here and have a lot of foresight, which is good. And another good moment we had, but electricity kind of messed us up that day. We hosted a young lady. She's a farmer. She does agriculture. But I remember that day the power was on, and it was a beautiful show that actually never got aired, you know, because of the power problems.
But you spoke about the fact that we got in various people from the diaspora, UAE, Kuwait, where these guys brought a different experience here. You know, the fact that these guys go beyond Uganda and get to see that experience, get to do coffee that side, it's something unique. And now when they come down here and they share that with us, Our viewers are always happy to see that.
Yeah.
And today on the show, we're going to be having the same person. Actually, Emma spoke about people from UAE. We're having another barista who's from UAE. He's going to be sharing with us his experience. You know, you guys, the good thing about the coffee break is that we give you information right there, no charge. And now this guy is going to bring all the details about the art of making coffee. We shall be having a topical discussion, which I will introduce to you later on the show. But the guy we're going to be having is called Saddam Muchivi, senior barista, former senior barista with Enduro Coffee, and now is working in Arabia with a certain coffee shop that I will be telling you later on the show. So this guy is going to be here and is going to be giving all the details about coffee. So look out for that segment. That's the guy over there on your screen. Look out for that segment where we shall be sharing his story, Saddam Muchivi. Emma, the Coffee Break Show is a show where people have had positive reviews. You know, I always speak to people about this show and they're like, man, whenever I want to make coffee and I don't know what to do, I go back on YouTube, I go back on Facebook and look for a certain show where I saw that they were making this type of coffee and I try to relate.
Yeah.
How good do you feel when you get such feedback?
I'll just give you a background. Before I started doing this show, I'd never made a cup of coffee. Yeah, it was new to me. Yeah, so one day they tell me to make a French press, and I'd never really, what is a French press in the first place? I'd never heard of these things. Okay, but when we started the show and started interacting with guys who would actually come with their stuff on the show and make coffee on the show, you know, I started to understand, oh, this is actually what goes on behind the scenes. You know, when you go to a coffee shop, you sit, order your coffee, they bring it, you drink and go, but you never understand what actually happens behind the scenes. So these guys actually bring their behind the scenes onto the show. You know, it was kind of an amazing thing for me, and not only for me, like you said, there are people out there who go back to the show and say, now, what is a V60?
Yes.
How do I make coffee with a V60? You know, how do I use a French press? How do I make a latte? And we have gone through all those things on the show. And not only me, but I believe that even the guys out there, you guys have learned a lot from the knowledge that we have had here. You have the senior barista here.
Emma,
the
like,
Messiah
you
himself.
like call me a Messiah by that name. You know, whenever I go, guys are like, you, the coffee Messiah. I'm like, you guys, what are you talking about? Emma has tried so much to bring me the coffee Messiah. But hey guys, you can let us know what was your best moment on the Coffee Break Show from the last year. But also, given the fact that this is the first Coffee Break Show this year of 2022, let us know what you feel like having the rest of the year, what you need to see on the show, who do you want to see on the show, what do you like about the show, what do you learn about the show. Well, so we are here with Emma and still going through the recap of last year. You see, Emma, the thing about the show that I also loved so much was the fact that it was the first ever, those words I'm repeating them, first ever coffee show in Uganda.
True.
That's record set. Not blowing our own trumpet, but the fact that House of Talent came up with a show whereby it's thinking about coffee, given the fact that coffee is the backbone of Uganda. For example, I was reading through the UCDA report last year, and these guys were like, you see, last year, Uganda exported over 5,240,960 kilo bags of coffee, which are valued at $71.09 million US dollars.
Wow.
Can you imagine how big
that's big?
That is.
That's really big.
Coffee exports for 12 months, which is like December, which in 2020 to November 2021, totaled to 6.65 million bags worth 681.49. I repeat this, 681.49 US dollars. Guys, this is money. I don't know where we're putting all this money. Compared to 5.40 million bags worth 514.37 US million bags, which we exported the previous year, the other year, 2019. So the previous year of December and November were very, very good. So with this information that we receive, it shows that the Coffee Break Show has had impact, a huge impact on coffee development and also coffee production, coffee awareness in Uganda. And our goal is to see that Africa and worldwide, we are the #1 show of the coffee.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. We're already there. So Emma, what do you think that these guys are doing with this kind of money? Because $618 million, that's a lot of money. And now when I see, okay, I'm not trying to go political, but when I see Uganda that it's over like in a 61 loss, like, I mean, like the debt they're being demanded as a country, I wonder, why can't we utilize such money? This coffee is our backbone. And we get up there. So what do you think is being done with this money, or what could be done with this kind of money?
There was a saying for 2021 that Kampala has refused. Yeah, but now if we're saying Kampala has refused and the figures you've just read there, that means there's actually a lot of money that, you know, is flowing in. And imagine that is just from one sector, that is coffee alone. Okay, and there are not that many people involved in coffee. That's the most amazing thing. I mean, you can count the number of baristas, you can count the number of farmers who are educated, leave alone the farmers who just grow it there and sell it not knowing, you know, what happens in the process. There is a lot of CEOs who own businesses. I believe your boss also. And with all that money flowing around, like you asked, where is this money going?
Where's this money going?
It's just that I think that people have not yet found a way to tap into that money. All right, so the money is just, it's swimming there, just waiting for people to tap into it. I mean, if I decided to start a coffee business today, or start a farm, or start a coffee shop or something like that, I believe that I would have tapped into that. Now, how much do I get out of it becomes the only question. Yeah, so you have to get into that door to tap into all that money, and it's there.
Yeah, it's there. Money is there.
Yeah.
The fact that we have all this money circulating is just tapping into the right vessel, so that can, you know, be helpful. Well, guys, I think we've given you our best show or moments of the Coffee Break show. Go down on our social media platforms and let us know what is, or what was your best show throughout the year 2020, and so far 2022, what's the best thing you've seen so far? Well, our social media platforms on Twitter, it's HTV1 Uganda. You can go up there and follow us on Twitter, but also YouTube. We're streaming live on YouTube. That's House of Talent UG. You can also go there and subscribe. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel so that you can always get our content everywhere on YouTube. The word or that name is House of Talent Uganda. But also we're streaming live on Facebook as House of Talent UG. Go there and follow our Facebook page so that you can get to watch our videos whenever you miss them when we're live. So guys, we're going to go into a short commercial break. Don't you go away.
What are some of those things that we can do, all right, to make sure that Uganda becomes a nation that actually consumes its own coffee? Because we have, you know, the Bubu, by Uganda, okay? So how do we get ourselves into that state where we actually, before thinking of exporting our coffee, actually get to consume our own coffee? How do we get there?
First of all, we need to train our people. So we need more training, more sensitization about coffee. You know, those guys that came first before us, they have that, like, that negative side of coffee. Like telling someone that coffee will, like, you will lose sleep when you take coffee. You can't. It just keeps your body awake, not only the mind. Me have to take water every morning. So if I take water every morning, I can take like 5, 6, 7 cups of coffee and I sleep properly. So we need to sensitize our people, and we need to give them an example that is true. Ethiopia is a good exporter, but quality coffee in Ethiopia comes from Migachafe. That quality coffee is consumed within the country. So you first appreciate what you're growing before you take it outside. So you need to train so much from the farm level. Like 80% of our farmers, they just grow, sell, but they have even never tasted the coffee. Many like a much percentage, a good percentage of our farmers. So from the farm level to the general level, we need to train. That is that's what we need to do. Even though we put each coffee at a lesser price, like the consumption will not go high. So we need to first train. Then other things will be coming up.
Okay.
But training is the key to everything. Like we need to sensitize our our Ugandans good about coffee. Like after taking coffee, you feel this, you get this. Like we appreciate what you are growing. So you see Ugandans taking more of the matoke. Like they appreciate more than sending it.
Okay.
So training is the key to everything.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching House of Talent TV, and the show is known as the Coffee Break Show with me, Amon Mukisa, right here with the one and only Emma.
Amon, what's up?
I'm just here, man. You know, the vibe of being around coffee is something that's epic. Given the fact that you get to, smell those scents, get to read about certain information about coffee, is something that I like about being in coffee. What do you like really about amazing. Being around coffee?
Coffee itself is a community.
Like actually the word coffee is people. The phrase.
So it's like a community, especially in Uganda. There's a particular community of people who actually take coffee. It's not yet, coffee hasn't really seeped its way through, our Ugandan culture. So there's just a group of people who take it. Even when you go to the cafes, there's a particular group of people who take it. So with every community, it has its own nuances. There are relationships that are formed. Like I would never have met you, if it wasn't for coffee. That was the initial thing that allowed us to meet. And met guys like Isaac of Brew Plus, met many amazing guys. So the starting point was coffee. Then it has all these branches of creating relationships, creating different kind of business ideas, different kind of content. What we are doing right now is because of coffee. So coffee is not only a drink, it's not only an export, it's an amazing product that can actually birth a lot of things. And we can see the results even, right here, right now.
Well, what would you say, like you've hosted various shows about coffee, over 20 shows about coffee. What would you say that we are lacking in the coffee industry in Uganda? You as a person, like according to the experience you've had and also the interactions you've had with various people, what would you say that it's that one thing that we are lacking to get up there?
I think the thing we're lacking is unity. Because I realized with most of the guys who actually came on the show, you have a certain set of baristas, then you have a set of roasters, then you have the farmers.
But sorry to interject in there. But you see, in coffee, it's okay. It's the same general thing, but there are segments. Like you find a barista is very, very good at being a barista, but you find a roaster is very, very good at being a roaster. For example, the guest we are going to have, Saddam Muchibe, is very good at being a barista, but it doesn't stop him from getting just an idea about roasting or about farming. But you find, remember the show you had with Abdul? Abdul is a good roaster. Very, very good. But when you bring him to the barista part of view, he'll be sketchy, But when you bring him to roasting, he'll just murder you. He has all that knowledge. He has all that knowledge over there. So the thing is, the unity you're talking about is hard to achieve because everyone is like concentrating. Of course, it's a chain, but everyone is trying to concentrate in their department so that they bring out the best thing. So I don't know why you say that we are lacking that unity part.
So I like how you said it. They actually call it a chain. So if there is just one breakage in the chain, it divides both sides. You get that? Okay. So I don't remember who it was. He came and said that even with the UCDA and other organizations that deal with coffee, okay, you have a situation whereby, let's say, the UCDA does not really recognize baristas. Yeah, you can go and ask any barrister if they have been to the UCDA office and had a discussion with them about, you know, what their profession. And I know 5 out of 10 they'll tell you, I've never been to UCDA. Okay, so that's the unity that I'm talking about. If the roasters and the UCDA and the farmers can actually come together. I know there are different cooperatives here and there, but you know the thing with cooperatives also, there's a cooperative of this side. It's like having a circle of this side, then having a circle of that side. They never really get together. I believe that with the chain, it has to stay interlinked in a way that everyone feeds everyone, if you get it. The farmer has to feed the roaster, who will feed the baristas, who will feed the export. But if me, the roaster, I wake up one day and say, I have beef for this one, baristas. You see, it causes a problem, right? If the farmer says, you know what, I'm going to give these guys bad product, okay? Good product doesn't come. At the end of it, the person who's consuming the coffee will say, man, this is trashy coffee, actually. You get that, yeah? So there should actually be a forum, which we're trying to do with the Coffee Break Show. We're trying to make a forum whereby everyone is seen as equal and everyone plays their part so that the end result is a very good one. Yeah, so unity in that way.
This question was for Saddam, who's going to be on the show, but I will also pose it to you. I was reading an article where the #1 barista champion in the world, in Africa, not worldwide, in Africa, Martin Shabaya, was here in Uganda recently, and I was reading his interview with a certain outlet. And he said, Ugandan coffee is the best that I've used all the times I've competed. And he thinks that we can do better. So why are we not getting to that point whereby we Ugandans use our coffee? This is Kenyan. Okay, it's Africa, we're brothers, but this is a Kenyan guy who's using our coffee to be up there. Why are we not having Ugandans, we Ugandans, use our coffee to get to that international stage?
I attended a branding seminar some time back, and the lady who was hosting it said something that really struck me. She said that in Uganda, each country, each ethnicity, different people have different traits. And she said that in Uganda we're mediocre.
Mediocres?
Totally mediocre.
That's a big one. Eh?
I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. All of us say, as long as I have my kamane to eat today, I've paid my rent, I'm set. As long as I can get my kamane to buy a piece of land, put a house on it, get married, I'm set. Okay? Mediocrity. As long as I can do this, I'm set. So as long as we can export coffee, as long as we can sell it here and there and make some small money here and there, we are okay. You see that kind of mediocrity? Yet you have countries like Ethiopia, you have countries like Brazil and other South American countries who have taken this whole thing to a whole new level. And the funny thing about it is that people take Ugandan coffee, then rebrand it and say this is Kenyan coffee, this is Brazilian coffee. Then they do something better with our product that we could have done. But what did we get out of it? Oh, we got some money, you know, and as we are cool with it. We are cool with our money. Yes, yet we can actually explore more on our product and make more money from it, create more opportunities from it. So for me, I would say we have a mediocrity mindset.
Well, guys, I'll pose this question to you. How do we get out of this mediocrity kind of relationship or kind of working style, whereby everything that we try to do is just a joke? You know, that's maybe the right word. For example, I was having a conversation with one guy. This guy is a tech guy. So what he decided to do was, during the lockdown, he was seated over there. You know, everyone now was in their homes. So he came up with an idea of like creating up a small machine for farmers, which can detect like the alkalinity of the soil, how much fertility is in the soil, so that you can anticipate how much yield are you going to get at the end of the season. For example, if you have like maybe 1 acre of coffee, and you use this machine, you just plant it into the soil, and it does what it does, and at the end of it all, it will show you that your soil needs this much of fertile soils or fertile fertilizers. It needs much of this water, you can add, irrigate it, so that at the end of it all, it also calculates for you that you're going to get 60 tons or 60 bags of coffee. Such innovations, why can't the government come through to sponsor, at least give a hand to these guys? Because this guy has used his equipment, has used his values and resources, but he has managed to do all this. So just imagine we had a government come in, sponsor or give a hand to these guys, and we know that if we have over like maybe 6 acres of land of coffee, and this farmer is anticipating maybe like over 150 kilos, 60 kilos of bags of coffee at the end of the season, and we increase our export of coffee, but also increase our domestic use of coffee, because we're having plenty of coffee coming through on the market, and through the coffee break show, we can also make awareness of coffee to the people. So what can be done to help, or what do you think the government or anyone else there, because it doesn't necessarily be the government, can do to help such guys who come up with such innovations?
Yeah, I mean, let's take the setup of Uganda's education. We go to school, we study, we're expected to come out and look for jobs. Okay, we have been put in that mindset of we have to look for a job.
Look for a job.
Yes, you have to look for it. Okay, then you have this group of guys who actually sit down and invent something. Okay, and like let's say the guys of Safe Border, you know, during the lockdown, guys came up with very many good ideas, some which were actually used. So there's that group of guys who actually come up with all these ideas, but the limiting factor for them is maybe the resources, the financial resources, the manpower and all this. But remember, we have been taught to do what? Look for jobs. We have not been taught that you can create. And you know, put it out in the market and actually be a what? Let's say be an employer. Okay, so for such a guy, you find that there are people at the top there who will look at his invention and ask themselves, okay, what can I get from this guy? Okay, how much money? What can I rip off from this guy down there? And the guy down there is not willing to give them anything because it's his idea. He should rip off from it. So the guys up there will just sit on that idea and be like, you know, it's a good idea, but it doesn't make sense for us because it won't make money for us. Okay, they don't see the bigger picture. They don't see that a farmer somewhere out there in Kasese or wherever is the one who's actually going to prosper, and that causes a chain effect of when that farmer prospers, the next guy in the chain will also prosper, and Uganda as a whole. So this guy is just looking at how can I put money into my pocket. So they will sit on all. I believe in every campus, especially the guys doing engineering, agriculture engineering and all these things, guys have ideas, but people are sitting on them.
Well, guys, take the conversation on our social media platforms. That's Twitter as HTV Uganda, and Facebook, House of Talent UG, plus YouTube, but use the hashtag The Coffee Break on House of Talent TV. Let us know how can we engage these people who have ideas so that we have a bigger picture. We come as a union or a unison together so that we have a bigger picture of something that we're doing great here in Uganda, especially for coffee. Well, coming up is Saddam Muchiwi. He's going to be letting us know how best can we brew coffee, and we shall be also talking about how best can we have women in the coffee industry as Uganda. Well, don't you go away. We're going in for a short commercial break, and we'll see you soon.
Get how much amount you need. In coffee industry, there's no like barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple, very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee, you can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's put up the camera.
Coffee.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is I
very
think
important.
the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of
Water.
the coffee powder to water,
water,
and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I
water
exactly?
do I need to add?
So if you don't master the brew ratio,
Yeah.
oh, everything is going to turn out a mess.
Yeah.
You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Yeah.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching House of Talent Television. This is the Coffee Break Show with me, Amon Mukisa. And without further delay, let me introduce to you the one and only barista Saddam. Saddam, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you.
How have you been?
I'm doing good.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Does it still apply? Happy New Year?
Of course, we are still in January. Yeah, so it's still new.
Are you Ugandan?
Of course I am.
Ah man, the hair looks
forget about the hair.
So in
you can just put something
small.
Yeah.
Where have you been, Saddam?
Good. So I came back for a vacation. Yeah. So I've been working from UAE.
Okay.
So after a period of time, I decided to come back and chill.
Well, guys, like I told you guys, Saddam is a former senior barista at Enduro Coffee, and also right now a head barista in a certain coffee shop that will tell us more about it. And Saddam,
yeah,
how long did you work with Enduro Coffee?
Almost, I think, 4 years. Yeah, I joined the Enduro Coffee after school. That was in 2015, December. So. And in the first, I joined it as a cleaner. Yeah. But there was this guy called Calvin Chiinji. Now he's working in Dubai. Big up Calvin. So he introduced me to the coffee industry. Okay. I used to see him the way he's doing things. So one day I told him, I think I can do whatever you're doing. It's very easy. Like, really? Can you come and challenge me? Like, yeah. The first day, so he told me to tamp. In the first place, I didn't know what stamping is, so I just, with a lot of energy.
Well, a good thing for guys on the coffee break now, they know what stamping is because we've taught all of them.
They do? Yeah. Oh, mashallah, that's good. Yeah. So with time, he started to train me, and here I am. I'm a great barista. I believe in myself. Yeah.
But you know what's funny? All the baristas we've had on this show, the story is quite similar. Like, no barista joined the coffee industry without like having an inspiration from someone, but they just go direct from somewhere. What I'm trying to say is that no one has come on the show and said, I went to the coffee industry or to be a barista because I wanted it.
Yeah.
So even your story is the same, like you started as a cleaner, then Calvin was here, and then he told you, can you compete me or can you outgrow me?
Yeah, in fact, he said, I think you'll be a good barista. Yeah. So he decided to pave me in the same direction. And he's the man actually behind my story.
Speaking about a man behind your story, you know, when I'm here with Saddam, you guys don't know the story behind me becoming a barista.
Okay.
Guys, allow me to introduce to you the guy who trained me. He's a mentor, he's everything. Has trained me how to become a better barista, because when I joined the coffee industry, these are the guys who trained me. So here we're chilling with the big boys, okay? So when I'm with Saddam, it's always a vibe, it's always a conversation, no pressure. So today, Saddam, we're going to brew, or you're going to give us a tutorial about a V60.
Sure.
And give us information, like literally the art of brewing that cup of coffee or using that equipment to brew coffee. But before we do that, let's first speak about the art of brewing coffee or making coffee using an espresso machine. Most times we have baristas come on the show and they're talking about things, but when you go deep down, you realize that they're just gambling. Can you give us like, what does it take to have a good cup of coffee using an espresso machine?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So literally, it's all about extraction. That's the drama. It starts from there. Extraction. So you need a set of few things, because in brewing or in coffee extraction, you have to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you need a scale to measure the amount of coffee you're putting in. That's dosing, yeah?
Yeah, dosing.
Yeah, then you need also a timer. You have to calculate.
And this is on a professional part of...
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, let me first go back years before. Here in Uganda, we don't have these sets. You just wake up in the morning, start the machine, grinder, pull coffee, ta 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 ta. You don't know what you're doing. You tap, then you go. Now the challenge came my first day in UAE. It was a challenge.
We're getting to that. Your
I'm
experience
skipping
in
the
UAE.
part. All right, then let's go first back to the topic.
Yeah.
So you need the skill, as I told you. You need the timer. Then you're good to go.
Scale, timer.
Yeah.
And you're good to go.
Yeah. Of course, with even a cup. Yeah, and then the whole setup. But these two things are very important.
What does it take, like, to have? Because we've gotten all those sets: timer, the grinder, the cup, and the scale. So what does it take for me to use these things to get a good cup of coffee?
It just needs your presence.
Man, I can be present and things that I'm making, you know.
No. Coffee, it's all about time and what you put in. So when I talk about your presence, it means you have to be there and you have to look at every step. You mean I think you get me.
Yeah, I get it. Like literally, you're saying, me being physically present is not only enough.
Yeah.
I have to be there mentally and physically.
Exactly.
So that I know maybe if I do this, the repercussion is this, right?
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
So Saddam, you know, what I admire about you is that whenever you're trying to make anything like a beverage, you give it 100%. Yeah? So briefly take us through espresso worlds, like to have, because espresso is the mother beverage of all.
It's about foundation.
Since we're talking about the espresso machine. So how do I get that good espresso cup?
All right. After having those what I've told you, then you have to grind your coffee. You put on the scale, you tear. But you need to start with some amount of coffee you're dosing. Remember, we are dealing with specialty. So you need at least to start from a higher dose of 20. It's not very high, but it's normal. 20, you dose with 20. Then you have to know the energy you're putting on there. Because before you extract, you need to lock some parameters. So if you say you're using a dose of 20, it should be 20. And before you change it to maybe 18 or 19 grams of coffee you're putting in the basket, you need to first note. Whatever you're doing. So if it was 20 in the first place, you have to note down it's 20. What I've skipped, you need also a pen and a paper. If not, a notebook.
What? Pen and paper on station?
Pen and paper on station.
Give it to me.
It's called consistency. You have to.
You just started getting amazing, eh?
Yeah.
Pen and paper on station.
Yeah.
Consistency.
Yeah, remember we are dealing with mind, so you might forget.
And I note down everything.
Yeah, so it's better you note down. So if it was 20, I'll start with 20.
Okay.
Then you dose it, you extract, you test your coffee. If you find it not that much good, so you have to change something.
Okay.
But you have to first check on your recordings, where did I go wrong?
Where you noted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it will be, it will be even very easier for you to know where you went wrong and you fix it within a matter of time. Sometimes the grind setting, it could be right, but the pressure you have used, maybe it's hard. So you have to reduce it to a lighter one or a medium energy.
And you have a good cup of espresso.
Of course.
Well, I told you guys we're having the art of making coffee right here, and Saddam is here giving us the nits and gritties of making a good cup of coffee. Saddam, let's talk about baristas in Uganda. What do you think that Ugandan baristas are lacking? Because I'm sure you've gone through various stations, especially in Uganda. What do you think that they're lacking to be good baristas?
I think they are not lacking, but the industry is not supporting them.
Have they done what's enough to have an effect on the industry, or to have pressure from the industry to support them?
That question goes back to you now. You're on the ground.
I'm on the ground, but
you're on the ground. But in my own terms, I would say the industry. Yeah. First of all, a barista is a person who works for a company.
Yeah.
Right? And most companies, they don't have the required instruments. You understand? So if a company can support, it can provide the necessary instruments, a barista will be on this standard.
But Saddam, have you heard about us saying a bad workman blames his tools?
Yeah, but not in Uganda.
Okay, I know you have instruments, equipments that are not that good. But am I using these instruments to at least say, okay, Ngombe Gamat, ageze zako. He has tried.
Yeah.
Are we there? Are Ugandan baristas there? Or they're just, okay, I know how to make this, but am I making it right? To your experience? You're not sure?
I'm not sure, but anyway, I haven't yet visited most of the coffee shops around. Yeah, I've been in the villages.
The villages, since it's
coffee
your
farms.
holiday.
Yeah. So maybe I'll give them a tour around. Yeah. But if you're a barista and you don't use the tools around you to make a good coffee, we should blame you, right?
Then you're a bad barista.
You're a bad barista. In fact, you're a coffee maker, not a barista. We call them coffee makers.
What's the difference between a barista and a coffee maker?
A barista is someone who is professionally, how can I say, he's professional in doing whatever he's doing. So he will love a cup of coffee, so he'll give it 100% of his shot.
Yeah.
But a coffee maker, just get coffee, drink,
and serve it.
He doesn't care. So a coffee maker doesn't have that caring part. But a barista, you have the passion. So I think you have the point now.
Well, guys, I think you get to know now what's the difference between a barista and a coffee maker. So let us know on the show you've watched, all the episodes of the Coffee Break, who's been the coffee maker and who is a barista. Use the hashtag the Coffee Break Show. So let's talk about your experience in UAE. How was it like to transition from Uganda to UAE?
You mean the journey or the
like the experience to adjust,
It wasn't that much hard because before I joined at UAE, I used to work with Calvin.
Your mentor?
Actually, I used to work with Calvin, then yes, my mentor, then a barista, Saint Alvin. That guy is nice.
Big up, Saint Alvin.
Big up guy. So when we used to work together, we used to read different articles concerning coffee. I remember you remember?
Yeah, I do remember. You know, we're family here, so whatever he's talking about is like I'm envisioning it here and I'm seeing it how it was.
Yeah.
But for you guys, for the benefit of you guys, at least we are storytelling this so that you get to know the experience that Saddam has gone through and what has been his best moments in transitioning from Uganda to this. So after this short commercial break, we are going to be starting from right there to get to know how Saddam transitioned from Uganda and what was his experience in UAE. But also in this segment that's coming right up, we're going to be brewing our coffee and Saddam will be giving us all the details on how best we can brew this coffee. So don't you go away, we shall be right back.
Coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money, don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. Yeah. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. Yeah. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. Yeah. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple. very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee, you can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship.
Yeah.
Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's pull up the camera.
You're still watching the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV, and welcome back from that short commercial break. My name is Amon Mukisa, right here on the Coffee Break Show. Well, I need to remind you guys that you need to go on our social media platforms. That's Twitter as HTV1UG, and follow us. You get to see the good content, good videos, good episodes that we put up for you out there. And also Facebook, you can go down there, and YouTube as House of Talent Uganda. You know, this show is watched by a quite number of people, and just read through your comments. I have Mbonye Bright Richards is saying, please Saddam, give us all the best that we can, because we're anticipating for the best brewing tutorial. That's Mbonye Bright Richards. But also Rosie Jones is here saying, go my brother, I can't wait to see your tutorial. And Adola Isaac says, nice show my brother Saddam, I can't wait to see also the tutorial. And there is what's his name? This is a funny name. Maureen K. Okay, it's not funny. There is I can read it. Monica says, I don't know Saddam from where he started to brew coffee and where is he right now. So basically, she wants the profile. Saddam, we had skipped that.
Okay.
Where did you start from, like, to grow coffee before? I mean, to join the coffee industry, like before you joined Enduro Coffee.
All right.
Like, where did you go to school, or you just came out of the blue and you were inspired by Calvin?
No. Of course, I went to school.
Which school was that?
My primary.
The primary side of it, and then the coffee school part of it.
Anyway, I started in Entebbe, but I'm a born of Mbale.
Mbale.
Yeah, so
Bulai.
They say Mulembe. Mulembe, Mako, Malai.
Okay.
But I'm not a Mugiso. Okay. So I'm in Uganda by birth. Vampita Saddam. Era muje bali mwenna abatulaba. Yeah, so I grew up in Entebbe. Yeah, I was raised by a single mother, and at the age of around 10, I crossed to Mbali, and I used to stay with my grandmother after the death of our father. So the two parents, I know two actually, my mother, then my grandfather. Sorry, my grandmother. They're the one who raised me. So I joined my senior one in. There is a school. It's called Manafa High. It's in the middle of the city. So, yeah.
In the middle of the city of Mbale.
The middle, yeah.
So you're the pioneer, the celeb in Mbale, because it's in the city.
No, I'm a quiet guy. I wasn't the celeb, but I had my little profile around. Yeah. So I didn't go. I didn't do higher education. So I ended in senior 4. I tried to go to senior 5, but you know, school fees issues. So I had to branch somewhere.
Let's talk about you going to Mbale at the age of 10. Were they growing coffee like your grandma and mother? Were they growing coffee? Because Mbale is known also for growing coffee that side.
No, actually, no, we didn't. Yeah.
So at the age of 10, 15, you never knew about coffee?
No, I knew about coffee, that's coffee, but I didn't care what's coffee. For me, before I was a tea drinker.
Okay.
Every day, even if there is no sugar in the tea, I'll take tea because I love tea.
Okay.
Understand? So at the age of 20.
After senior 4?
Yes, after senior 4. I started to look around what I can do.
Yeah.
So in my vacation of senior 4, I first went to, there is a place there in Kampala. They do furnitures, you know. It's called, it's in Wise actually. So I started to gamble around for 3 months, but I knew there was no future here.
You didn't feel the thing?
I didn't feel the vibe. So not cheetah, you understand? Not cheetah, kangambe. So I went back to Mbale. I was stuck somewhere, you know. I was in the middle. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, I sleep from morning until evening, waking up, looking for what to do. Nothing. Then there was this lady. She's a friend of Madame Gloria. She's called forgotten. Maggie.
Maggie.
Yeah, Mrs. Maggie.
Maggie is Gloria is the CEO of Endiro, so they are friends. Eh?
Yeah, they are friends. Maggie, she's working with Jenga projects in Mbale. She's the vice president there. So she was my neighbor. So one day she came to me like, Saddam, the year is ending. You have to plan for the next year. What's your plan? So like, what are you talking about? Do I have to have a plan for the next year? I asked her. So she told me, yes, you're a man, you have to think ahead. So I told him, but I don't have a job. Like, do you want to work? Like, yes, anything. Do for me a CV. So here was another drama. I didn't know how to do a CV. I'm being honest. So she told me you have to, I will not help you. Like, okay, so I went to Google. I did some little research. I did one, I gave her.
You wrote a CV?
Yes. So the following morning, she told me, are you ready for the interview? Like, do I have one? Like, yes. So I asked her in the interview, what they ask? Like, you go and figure it out, you're a man. Like, okay. So, yeah, at that moment, I knew naino kubeera omusajja. Singa ebyabagisumba kusala mbalo. No, it was another topic of life, you know. So I went, Madame Gloria, she invited me over, so she sat me down.
How do you get, okay, Maggie knew Gloria, but how do you, okay, when you wrote the CV, you sent it to Gloria?
No. To Madame Maggie.
To Aggie?
Maggie. Yeah, so she gave it to Madame Gloria. So they called me over for the interview. By then there were three people, let me say, Madame Gloria, Then there was this white lady. By then she was a manager in Mbale. And then there was also another lady. She was called Madame Penina. All of these two, I think they left. The white lady, then Madame Penina. So yeah.
What was the reaction when you got a call? Because you had suffered from going to the furniture store, and then went back to the ginger growing in Mbale, and now you get a call, you're coming in the city. What was the feeling like to know that you're coming back in the city and you have a good job you're going to get?
Actually, I didn't know that I was coming in the city.
You thought you're going to work from that side?
Yeah, and I did for some few months. So I was given a chance to work as a cleaner. They asked me, are you willing to work? To start immediately or tomorrow? Like, I can start now. I was so eager. Yes, I wanted to work, you know. Yeah, so my first day they showed me around, so I started to clean. Then Calvin saw me and he liked me. I think that was the chance also to get
to get to the coffee section.
Yes, so he liked me. So I started to do my fully paid job as a cleaner, but I could spare some time to learn. So he started to teach me slowly by slowly. I remember he had exams, so this was my chance to prove the company that I can do. So they wanted to bring a guy from the city to take over his position, since he had some exams. Yeah, but I told him, no, I can handle.
Confidence.
Yes, I had the confidence. I was a good teacher.
That's like after how long of you training? Like
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Underground training. Underground training.
But 3 months is quite a good time for you, like to train hands-on. It was a good time for you, I think, to adjust. To come out and say, I'm confident I can do this, right?
Yeah.
So after you giving you the mantle to do coffee, because you said there are coffee makers and baristas, for you to become a barista, how did you feel? How did you receive to that?
The first day on the duty, I was so nervous. I could shake. I could shake that.
What was your experience like? What unique moment do you remember? What you did like, and you like, whenever you remember about it, you laugh. Did I do this?
Yeah, I remember. They asked for a mocha. I gave them I gave them a latte. Then there was this lady. She was called, who I've forgotten. She came shouting, "Sit down, sit down!"
She was the manager?
No, she was a waiter.
A waiter?
Yeah, she was a waiter. A mocha, like, no. So she started to teach me. But I knew, but it's just, I was nervous, you know? I was nervous since it was my first time to take over a station. Yeah. Like, okay, teach me. Like, okay, you put this after putting the chocolate, you should extract the espresso, mix it together, then steam the milk and pour the latte. Like, just like that. I knew what to do, but I wasn't thinking.
Because you were nervous.
Yes.
Well, guys, that's one thing, by the way. If you become successful, especially as a youth in this world, one thing you have to do is be confident of yourself. Because the moment you're not confident, everything will bypass you. But also, like, not undermine things. Because you see how Saddam came as a cleaner. He didn't mind about cleaning, but he knew what he wanted. He wanted to work. He had that zeal. So he ended up like going to the coffee section from being a cleaner. Now he's the big guy here doing coffee.
Exactly.
Quite a story, man.
Yeah. So it's all about the confidence and being humble.
Being humble.
Yeah. These two things pushed me. Yeah.
Okay. Let's first speak. You have become a barista now. And how long did you do it before you decided to go to UAE? In Uganda?
I went in UAE in...
No, like, how long did you be a barista in Uganda?
For 2 years and 8 months, let me say.
2 years and 8 months?
Yeah.
And you have all this knowledge. I've had guys come here.
No. Before I went to UAE, this is the experience I had in Uganda. So now I'm having experience of 5 to 6 years.
5 to 6 years
in the industry.
You have all this information, you're confident.
Yeah.
We've had guys be in coffee like for 10 years, but they literally can't even explain what a coffee bean is. Yeah. What are you doing that's unique for you to know all these things?
Of course, every day you have to do some little articles. You know, coffee is growing, so there is new ideas. So if you don't do any research and sit and relax, of course you stay there. So you have to look for it. Yeah, people pay a lot of money to have this information. I have a friend of mine is a trainer in Dubai. Yeah, he's having
a training school?
Yes, a training school. So he told me he invested himself approximately to 60 Ugandan million. He had to put in himself.
In Dubai?
Yeah.
To train? 60 million?
Yeah, 60 million.
That's quite expensive, man.
That's what he told me. And I believe, because one day I wanted to upgrade. So roughly I used 3.5. Yes, a course of let me say 6 hours. It costed me 3
point something million.
Yeah.
So guys, if you want to join the coffee industry, you say what you need to like invest. It's not just a matter of like coming out and you become a coffee maker. You need to invest so that you can become a barista, right, Sadam?
Yes, a professional barista.
A professional barista.
And you know, those are all stages. In the first place, coffee. Gamba kanko, coffee maker.
Coffee maker.
Yeah, but because of passion, pushing harder, then you become a barista. You know, so from being a barista, there is also a pro
barista.
Yeah, professional barista. So you have to, invest in yourself more, then you upgrade.
Well, you spoke about farms in Uganda, because I was asking you about like what experience have you had in coffee bars that you've visited, but you've been so much in farms. How do you find the farming practices deep down in our farms? Are they giving us good coffee, or they're doing bad practicing methods for farming?
No, they are doing amazing job.
Amazing job.
Yeah. Before I went to UAE, I visited some farms. So in the first place, what I saw, I wasn't happy. But when I went back the second time, I was really happy. The way they take care of their crops, the processing ways, the way they put in on the African beds,
raised beds.
Yeah. Back then they just used to sweep on the ground to make sure the ground is clean. Just remove the leaves, little sticks, cow's shit, Then they pour the coffee. This time around I was so happy. They made their beds, so they put coffee on top. Under some hours, then they take it off. They know what they are doing, But back then, yeah, one day I got a goat lying in coffee beans. I was like, what? You never get to tour. It's not good. But now there is a lot of changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what were you looking for in the farms as you went deep down to the farms?
I have a friend now, he's a producer. It's called Semakula Derek. Yeah, he's working with Chanzo Farm, washing station. So I went to CP Falls.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are doing their production that side.
So you had literally gone to see what's happening deep down there?
Yes, what's happening.
Okay.
So we did the harvest together. And I was so happy with the team which I worked with. They knew what they were doing. So they could look only for the ripe cherry. They could select the ripe one. In case they pick the green one, they have somewhere where they used to go and sort it from.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was part of it, interacting with the children. And what surprised me, I got a six-year-old kid. He's not in school. He's selecting beans, but he does know what he's doing. Was picking only the red one. If he sees a leaf, he could pick it out and throw. He knows that it's bad. So that information really made me happy.
Wow.
Which means whatever they are doing, it's on point, yeah.
Maybe before we go for a break, I want to tap your idea on who is the most important person in the coffee chain. Is it the farmer? Actually, among these two people, is it the farmer or the barista?
That's a tricky one. But in my own words, I would say all of us.
No,
boss, all of us. I'll tell you, all of us.
Hey.
I speak for the coffee, not the farmer.
Yeah.
Okay? But if a farmer does a shit job, I cannot represent it.
But if a farmer does bad coffee and he brings it on my station, I can do whatever whatever it takes at least to have good coffee out of it. No, it can't. But if a farmer produces good coffee and I make it bad, it will be bad coffee.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go for
no.
We shall continue this conversation later.
Boss. We are all accountable. So for me, I'll stick on my 2 points.
We're all important.
Important, yes.
Well, guys, who is the most important person in the coffee chain? Go dive down on our social media platforms, Twitter at HTV1UG, and tell us who is most important in the coffee chain. The coffee break, we'll be right back.
Okay.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, the brew ratio is very important. The most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching House of Talent Television, and this is the coffee break with me, Amon Mukisa. And my guest today is Saddam Muchibi, a former senior barrister with Enduro Coffee, and now a head barrister with
Algawa Arabia.
Algawa Arabia. That one was confusing.
Algawa. You should feel it here.
I should feel it here. Algawa.
Yes.
Is that right?
Gawa means coffee, actually. Means coffee.
It means coffee in Arabic.
In Arabic, yeah. In Arabic side.
Gawa.
Gahawa.
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 You know how to speak Arabic, huh?
Nah. No. It's not any easy language, bro. Yeah. But so, of course I know little words, yeah.
So before we went to break, we were talking about like who is the most important person in the coffee chain. And behind the camera, of the camera, we were having a conversation of the fact that we talking about the chain, and now we are bringing out only two people, which means no longer chain. Okay, so now Saddam, who is the most important person in the coffee chain with all the people involved in the chain? So that's now a complete chain.
Aye, boss. Everyone is important. I will not say these people they do they put less effort. No, everyone in the chain puts 100%. Yeah, so still I'll stick on my answer, everyone.
Okay.
Everyone is important.
Everyone is important.
I cannot have coffee without a farmer. I cannot have a coffee without a roaster. I cannot have a coffee without a producer. So they are all important, and we appreciate their work.
They are all important. So Saddam, let's go into our tutorial for today's show. What are we going to do today? I see various equipment here.
Yeah. So we are going to have a V60. Yeah, a V60. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So a V60, what's it made of? Like, how was it, or how does it work?
A V60, it's a filter coffee. Yeah, it's a filter coffee. You do it manually. It's not like an espresso whereby it's a machine. You know, you craft it.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are going to craft 1 cup for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 cups for us, you know.
2 cups.
Hey.
All right.
Okay.
No problem.
So
2 cups then.
The floor is yours. Give us the tutorial.
See, I'll do one. Then you also do one.
I also do one.
Yeah.
Okay. We have all the time.
You have the time. Cool.
Yeah.
So I'll show you the way we do it. See how I'm following the folder. Sorry, the paper filter. It should be like this. You lock it down at the tip. Look.
Wow.
Good to go. But before you start the brew, you have to make sure that it's wet. And you should put enough water. So I use approximately 100 to 200 ml of water.
Is our kettle of water. I think you can add in some little water.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Just help me. We decided to keep our water here just to keep the temperature.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like the way you folded the paper filter and threw it over there. I wish we had it in a slow motion. It would really look nice, eh? As you can see the paper filter, and I love the color. Like when you see the color of our paper bag, the cover.
Yeah.
When you see the color of our paper bag and the color of the filter, something that looks nice when you're making coffee. Eh?
Yeah.
Those are the coffee colors. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to wet our paper filter.
So here I start.
Okay. There you go. I don't know if you guys can hear the sound of the dripping water into the decanter. Oh God. So why is it that you have to like wet it fully like this instead of like just pouring water, and the moment you see that it's wet, I pour out the water? I see you've taken over like 30 seconds when wetting the paper filter.
I should wash it, you know. These papers, they trap dust, and it has its own smell. That peppery taste, you have to kick it out. Yeah. So, can I use it here?
Sure, no worries. You can use. We have all the equipment on the coffee break
I
show.
see.
Yeah.
Even the decanter, you have to
wash it fully.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good to go.
So this process took like 1 minute.
Yeah, you have to take your time. Time is everything, my brother.
Sibya kupapa.
Okay. Coffee wampapira. Oba tugenda munyumira.
So you have your coffee ready.
Yeah.
Which grind size do we have to use specifically?
Medium coarse.
Medium coarse.
Yeah, medium coarse.
Okay.
Let me just keep it here. Medium coarse.
For the V60. Let me ask, does the V60 use the same grind size as the Quimula Pour-Over, the Clever Dripper, Chemix? Those are 3 equipment so far.
Yeah.
And the AeroPress. Do they use the same grind size?
No. For the Clever Drip, V60 Clever Dripper, then you said which one else? Chemix. No. So V60 Clever Dripper, you can use the same grind size.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the Chemex, you need something more coarser.
More coarser.
Yeah.
All right.
So you go like 2 clips. Yeah. If you use maybe like a 20 clip, then for the Chemex, you should use maybe 23 to 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because it has tiny walls.
Okay. So what next?
So I'm going to dose the coffee, and I'm going to use 20, and I'll use a ratio of 1 to 15.
1 to 15.
Yeah.
How do you guys count ratios?
I wish I can do it with you here. I can show you. So
that's the good thing about the coffee break, because everything is practical right here. So our cameraman will zoom in this as Saddam is doing it, so that he shows you how you count ratios, especially when you're like at home. You need to use you need to use this method to show that, or to get ratios of how you can get a good cup of coffee. So Saddam, how do you count ratios?
Okay, so since we are going to use a ratio of, as I told you, it will be 1 to 15, right? So, and the dose is 20.
Why did you put a 0 point something?
0, it represents a number.
Okay.
It cannot show 1, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it cannot show 1. If you say point, how did I say? Anyway, let's first keep it.
Okay.
So, as I told you, we are using 20 grams of coffee. So, a 20 grams of coffee, it will be represented by 300 ml of water.
Is it a standard?
It's the standard.
20 grams have to represent 300 ml of water?
No, it's not like that. But we use ratios.
Okay.
So the first ratio we start with is 15.
Okay.
There is 15, 1 to 15. There is 1 to 16, 1 to 17. These all ratios, they will produce different tests. Yeah, tests. Yeah.
So I can't use a ratio of 2 to 15.
No.
It's not there in coffee.
It's not there.
Wow. Okay.
Not there.
Show us how we can count.
If you use a 12, you will extract something which is underdeveloped. It will be bitter. It will be harsh.
It won't taste good, literally.
Yeah. You will not enjoy your coffee.
Okay.
So in order for you to enjoy the coffee, you need these standards, you need 15 and above.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see how we can get our ratios right here.
So you put the 300 as I told you. 20 to go into the 300. So you divide it by 20.
As you can
it
see,
will give 15. This 15 represents 1 gram of water, 1 gram of coffee, which means if you put 1 gram of coffee inside the chamber, you should put 15 grams of coffee. 15 grams of water. Yeah. So in coffee, we shouldn't use ml. We go into grams because there is some particles and solubles. It's a mixture. That's why I use grams. 15 grams, not ml. So you divide the 15, as I told that 15 represent 1 gram. So you can divide the 15 by 20. Sorry, it's 15 by 20, giving you 15. The same thing if you brew this ratio and you find it very strong for you, you can use maybe 16.5, 17, up to you.
All right.
Yeah, so I will just do the 16 by 20.
Gives you 320. Hope you guys saw how it is done right on TV. So in case you're at home, please do this and you get to the ratios on how you want your coffee to taste. So let's go sit down and make the coffee.
So I'll dose it.
Coffee has to be fresh, yeah?
Yeah, it has to be fresh, always fresh.
Yeah.
Not fresh of one day, no. Should be fresh of at least 2 weeks. That's 14 days, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is 23, but we said you should use 20.
20 grams.
20 grams, yeah.
Yeah.
One thing about coffee, it will teach you how to be consistent in life.
That's what you talked about at the beginning of the show. You have to be with a notebook and pen.
Yeah.
So that you...
After removing the amount of coffee you want, you should make sure you tighten so that it will keep the freshness.
Hope you guys know how to tighten these bags, because whenever you buy these bags in supermarkets, coffee shops, you need to know how to seal it again the moment you open it up again. Okay. I like the aroma and scent that's coming out of the coffee.
Yeah.
So why stirring it like that? To create a hole?
Not a hole, but since it's a cone, I should use this.
Yeah.
Since it's a cone, the amount of coffee in the middle, it's more than the one which is on the side.
Okay.
Yeah, so you should make a little
so
bit
basically
of
it has to be like in the shape of the equipment.
Exactly.
So if my cameraman could zoom in here and see that cone, it's not flat. There is a cone like the way how this equipment or the way this V60 is made. So that's why there is this shape right here. Okay.
So let me fasten it. Add more water.
Nice. So there is no, there's nothing like, okay, it has to be flat so that I can get a flat bed.
Yeah. Anyway, you can keep it flat if you wish, but I prefer it this way.
This way?
Yeah.
Well, guys, this is Free Knowledge live on TV, and this is what the coffee break does for you to understand how to brew coffee. Okay?
Yeah.
I like the way you handle everything gently. I think this is the way how this cup of coffee is going to come out, like in terms of taste.
Of course.
Yeah. So there you're tearing?
Yeah. I have to put it on 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have to measure the amount of water. Yeah, in case if I forgot to tear it, it will give me different results. I may end up putting less water or more water.
Okay.
So it's always good to put it at 0, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to start. Before you start, you have to start that time. So you should start at the same time. So I'll first put 50 ml of water. Sorry.
My colleague Emma always says whenever they are pouring it like that, he asks himself every time whenever he sees a barista doing that, why do baristas like pour in a swirling or rotational mode?
Yeah.
Why?
The V60 cone, it's made of some narrow, how can I say it? There is some design
the ridges.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it pulls the water in a certain direction. So if I say to pour in a different way, it may affect my cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this is the second pour.
So there are times you pour, like you need to pour 4 times, 3 times, 2 times.
Yeah. But all it will depend on what you are looking at.
So that crema, that dark brown crema that's coming on top, does it represent that coffee is really, really fresh, or it's just because the way you're pouring it?
Sometimes, yeah, it does.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that coffee is fresh?
Yeah, no. Yeah, actually, it doesn't mean that the coffee is fresh, but it represents a good coffee also.
So I had a conversation with some guys some time back, and we were arguing about that. Like the moment you have your coffee brewing, you don't have to stir, you just have to let it like coffee drip into the cup or the decanter. Why did you stir for the coffee in a P60?
Now, in coffee extraction, there is a lot of things which we should all understand. What you're looking at, that will be one of your main reasons why you're doing it. So for me, I'm doing it to increase my extraction levels. Yeah. Secondly, to make sure that every ground it will be hit by water, it will hit the water.
Every ground will be hit by the water. During the blooming process, the first pour, if you bring in this ground to be mixed with water at this point where you start in, won't it affect the cup of the taste of the cup of coffee, because it didn't mix with water at first and didn't maybe like take away the astringent flavors at first? Won't it like affect the cup of coffee, because now when you stir it, it's going to mix with the other beans or with the other grounds that have been immersed or infused with coffee?
No, it will not affect.
It won't?
Yeah, it won't.
So you mean like one particle of coffee doesn't affect a cup of coffee?
It does. Yeah, it does. But in extraction, in brewing,
it doesn't.
It doesn't. Yeah.
So, and we're done?
Yeah, we are done. Very simple.
Guys, look at how the coffee
So our
looks
extraction
like in a
our
glass.
time is 3 minutes.
3 minutes
of extraction,
and you're done with your nice cup of coffee.
Of course,
I like the lighter bit of it. It's not something that looks like it's strong.
Yeah.
And something that you can drink over and over and over and over again. So we get our cups right here. You guys, I can't wait. Very nice. I can't wait to have this cup of coffee right here. On a coffee break made by barista Saddam Muchiwi, who is a former barista at Enduro Coffee, but also is head barista of Ali Kahawa. It's something he told me to.
I'll teach you how to say it.
Let me have my toes and nice. That's enough for me.
All right.
The rest is yours. So I'm gonna have my cup of coffee right here, and I'll be the judge from this cup of coffee.
Let me first wait for you.
Wow. Wow.
How is it?
This is a very well balanced cup of coffee. In terms of taste, in terms of smoothness, in terms of acidity, everything is balanced. And the aftertaste is too sweet. Very, very sweet. Well guys, this is a tutorial of the V60 that you could make at home. If you want these equipments right here, go on our social media platforms in the comment section. Let us know the equipment you want, and the House of Talent will help you, connect you to the people, or will get you these equipments. So this is the coffee break, and Saddam, as we finalize the show, or we get towards the end of the show, let's talk about women in coffee. Just briefly, how can we get a number of women in the coffee industry?
Basing on where I've been working from, now the ladies are in more the industry. If you look at the, excuse me, if you look at the competition which held in Dubai, the top players are all ladies, the judges, the winners. Even the barista champion, she's a lady.
She's a lady.
Yeah, maybe here in Uganda we need to educate them.
In terms of coffee brewing, or
everything.
In school?
No, in coffee, in the industry, we should show them the way. We should encourage them. We should actually teaching them. Once you teach someone, I think we'll end up loving it. You teach, you follow up, and results, it's love in the coffee. Yeah.
It's love in the coffee. Why aren't we having barista champions from Uganda? You spoke about the barista champions who are in Dubai are ladies, most of them. So why aren't we having, it's because maybe we're not educating them?
No.
Or it's because we're not initiative enough to be competitive?
We are educating them, but as you know, some ladies, if you take coffee, it will affect your...
Yeah, the mean.
I think you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's scaring them off. But on the other side, the ladies are on top.
They don't care about this.
My former barista, she's a lady.
Your head barista?
My former head barista. Yeah, before I took, she was the one in charge. So I was second in command of her. Imagine. Not her only. There is another company, 3 or 4. The head baristas, they are ladies. You know this company called Espresso Lab. The former head barista, she's a lady. Yeah.
But would you say that also like the pay in Uganda in terms of salary is affecting the ladies' involvement in the coffee industry? You know, men as like, if you're not getting enough on the job, at least people in Uganda call it kuiriba. You know, they will do that. But ladies, when ladies will be in a specific job full time, and what they get is what they get. Do you think that's also affecting like ladies getting involved in the coffee industry?
About payments in Uganda, I'm not so sure, but it could be. It could be. It could be. So maybe they should do something about it.
Who should do something about it?
UCDA.
UCDA.
They should put standards on baristas. Yeah. What I know that here in Uganda, baristas are being cheated. Honestly, are being cheated. So, Madam, she's called Madam.
Say her name.
No, Madam. I've even forgotten. But
she's which Madam are you trying to? In UCDA?
The lady in UCDA.
You're talking about Claire?
Claire, Madam Claire should do something. They should sit down. They should put standards on baristas. One day, I have a friend. He's working in Mbale. He told me they pay him only 300.
300.
But he's a barista.
For man.
Yeah, it's not enough even to pay for the rent. So maybe they should do something.
This message is coming, please. This message is coming direct from Saddam to Madame Claire on UCDA, to UCDA.
Yeah, to the board.
To the board.
To the board. UCDA, please do something. Do something, yeah. Our baristas are being cheated. That's why most of the baristas are running outside.
Yeah.
They here in Dubai, they are paying at least good salary. I should go to Dubai.
Okay.
But if they pay us well, I think we should bring all this energy to our industry and we make it on the map.
Well, as House of Talent TV, we're definitely cutting out this segment and we're sending it to Madame Claire and the board at UCDA. Saddam says, please do something on the standard wage of baristas so that we can have the top cream in Uganda. So that maybe at a certain point we shall have a champion, world champion barista from Uganda. Sure. Because at the beginning of the show I talked about the fact that Martin Shabaya said that he uses Ugandan coffee to compete in all the competitions that he has been in.
I knew.
He's been using Ugandan coffee.
I knew.
You did?
Yeah, I knew it. I went to CP. I got some motorcycles from Kenya. I asked the guy, why are you taking this coffee? Like, I'm taking it to Kenya. But it's in CP.
And then they will brand
CP, it's Uganda. They will be branding it
as Kenyan coffee.
Yeah.
Wow. So guys, we're heading towards the end of the show, and Saddam, what last words do you have for the viewers out there and Coffee Break viewers out there, plus the world at large?
I'll conclude by saying to Uganda baristas, guys should do enough research and don't give up. Don't give up in anything you're doing in terms of coffee, even the personal lives. Dream higher, you get whatever you need. Then still on our board, UCDA, please on the other point which Mr. Amon said, please think about it. Yeah, think about it and continue supporting our industry. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Saddam, for those nice words. Well, guys, I would like to make a shout out to the guys who have been watching the show. Gad Rogers from Twitter has been watching the show. Eddie Pages on Twitter has been watching the show. And Pinky has also been grilled on the show. So, guys, We're just at the early stages of the start of the year 2022. What I need to tell you is find something that you can do best and concentrate on that. If it's coffee, go deep down in coffee. Give it all your life. Give it all the passion that you're supposed to put into the coffee industry. Because you see this cup right here, it can bring you things that you can never even imagine that you'll get in a short period of time. I'm not saying that it's something that you're going to do and right away in 2 days or 3 days you get something out of it in terms of money, in terms of skill, in terms of value. You need to invest time. Anything worth investing time, please, you should go for it. And for this time round, as a coffee break show, we're telling you, please invest time in coffee. Because coffee is well paying. Coffee is a skill that you won't get away. You train grandchildren and daughters and sons, nephews, and you'll be training them to make a good cup of coffee. It will only help you also to make coffee that will bring in money into your pocket, but also to help you to make a good cup of coffee for your own benefit in terms of health, in terms of physical and mentally. Okay, so guys, invest your time in coffee. As a coffee break show from me, Diallo on the camera, the producer of the show, that's Emma, and as House of Talent at large, we say have a beautiful 2022.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. All right. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Der Tag, mein Gott, ist nun vergangen. The day thou gavest, Lord, is ended. The darkness falls at thy behest, and us by us sweet lips are making thy wondrous doings heard on high.
Poyo Bino, bonjour, sabah al khair, and all the other languages which are around the borders, which are close to us here. You're most welcome to Noya district in northern Uganda. My name is Peter Nyeko. I am the director at Mandulis Energy. So this weekend has been very special for us at Mandulis and for me in particular, because I've just come back from France alongside a few of my colleagues who are here with me today.
My name is Paul Charles Rukundo. I'm an aerospace engineer just like Peter is, and we've been friends for quite a while. And we usually joke about being one of the only aerospace engineers in Uganda. But yeah, I'm CEO of Smart Business Intelligence, and I'm also CEO of Kisubi Associated Writers Agency, which is an edutech company. It was my first time coming over to the north, to Noya, and it was quite an experience. I love the place. I'll definitely be back. The people are so welcoming. We love the food there. We managed to plant bamboo, which is nice. I saw all the renewable energy projects that are there. Quite a sustainable ecosystem that has been built there. And it's lovely. It's really lovely to see the people and the projects that are there. And I loved it.
So my name is Divine Navawesi, and I am the CEO and founder of Divine Bamboo. Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company in Uganda. Our mission is to stop deforestation through the promotion of bamboo as an alternative to traditional hardwoods. So we promote the growing of bamboo in Uganda. So our experience on our way to the Mandulis Energy Farm in Nyoa was very interesting. We had the opportunity to come with Peter a day before as the advance team. So we came with Peter, we drove in our Divine Bamboo truck. It was very interesting. We stopped at Karuma for some nyama choma, and then we came here to prepare for the team. So it was a very nice experience. Our experience on the Mandulis Energy Farm after being taken through the site was very exciting, because again, prior to that, we had the chance to visit one of the farms where Peter is going to grow bamboo. So we woke up early in the morning, we went to see the farm. It's a 108-acre farm. And then after that, we continued to Gwot Apoyo, which had so many projects, the maize milling plants, the fish farm. So it was very exciting, and it's really nice to finally see on the ground what Peter has been doing for all this time.
I am Daniel Treher, an engineer from Germany, and I came here to Uganda to found my company Sembo, introducing electric mobility. And within this environment of environmental impact businesses is how I met Peter, and he got me on this trip this weekend. My experience was very nice. I know the plans of Peter now since 6 or 7 years, And it was very nice to see it now in brick and mortar and see how the project he's doing up here is progressing. My experience there was very nice because we got to meet the local community and see how much they appreciate the impact what this project's gonna have on their lives, on their daily lives in terms of cooking, but also or lighting, but also in terms of an economic development where they can sell their waste product what they couldn't use before, and now they're able to sell it and generate their own electricity out of it.
Hi, my name's Josie. I'm Program Manager for an organisation called Peripheral Vision International. We focus on media for social change within Uganda, East Africa and beyond. It's been a really positive experience this weekend and I feel very honoured to have been included. There's two things I found really impressive about the project. The first is how it's using so many different products that you would maybe see as waste and repurposing them either for fuel, or the work that they're doing around the rice and turning it into milk, or all the different things they're doing with what we might see as waste products. The second thing was the ownership that the community has of the project, so really feeling like it's their project, it belongs to them, they feel very proud of having the project in their area, so I felt that the community involvement was really impressive. Yeah, it was a really amazing experience, and like I said, I felt very privileged to be invited and to be kind of welcomed into the community. It was just, although there was a language barrier, it didn't matter. I think it was a very nice atmosphere yesterday. The food was delicious, and I really enjoyed the dancing and the music, especially the song that they wrote for Peter. I thought was very touching. So yeah, it felt really special to be included as part of the event yesterday.
I'm Mohamed Kanute. I'm project manager, solar project manager for Sagemcom. Sagemcom is a French company. My experience in the Middle East farm is one of the more exciting experiences I have. I live in Uganda since I came, so that changed my view to Uganda. I saw another reality, another kind of interacting with people. So that experience will be for me Amazon, very nice experience I ever have since I come in Uganda.
So I'm Marjorie Motion. I'm a French teacher in Uganda. I've been teaching here for about 2 years, for a couple of years, different international schools. So I'm from France. I've been teaching for about 15 years in different countries around the world. So the villagers welcomed us very warmly yesterday when we arrived, first with their wild dance. They came to us, so we feel really touched and welcome, as we never experienced that anywhere else. That's really exceptional and very warm. The food was amazing. We have been treated as princes, actually, and princesses. Yeah. Well, that was really magical and warm, yeah. And those people, it was nice to meet them. I have a very warm image in my mind also of this. One of the dancers is still a breastfeeding mother, and so when she was not dancing, she was breastfeeding her child, a 1-year-old girl. That was really, really cute.
It takes a village to bring up a child, and it takes an ecosystem to lift up a village.
Yeah, I am Bobby Ogwang, and I am the CEO of Mara Agribusiness Limited. For me, one thing that stood out is the community cohesion. You know, the togetherness that the community has with the project. You know, it's kind of difficult to distinguish if it is a project for Mandulis or it's a project owned by the community. You get what I mean? Yeah. So that I think is a very strong one.
I think renewable energy is the way to go. It's from his ecosystem that he has created. He has managed to help the community. He's managed to help everyone from the grandmothers to to the kids and to the other people that have been dealing in agriculture. And the fact that he uses the waste in order to make electricity, and he pays them for that, it's quite amazing. And I love that ecosystem that he has created.
So I think given that our organisation works on producing media and reaching as many people as we can in Uganda and across Africa, I think we'd love to partner with Manjalis, particularly with the science show for kids, is to maybe show some of the techniques that Manjalis is using and to promote that within the show.
Our organisation, Divine Bamboo, would and will partner with Manjalis Energy, especially when it comes to sustainability for the farmers. We are starting bamboo projects. We are going to work with 7,500 farmers, and we are going to plant, I guess, over 8,000 acres of bamboo. And the purpose of bamboo will be to give the farmers fuel wood, so they can use the bamboo for firewood, they can use it for charcoal, they can sell it for poles, they can make furniture, crafts. So we look forward to increasing the incomes of the farmers here.
We're already in talks with Peter to see how to become the tech partner in terms of building databases where we'll link up all the inputs that are being given to the farmers.
Actually, I'm already in discussions with Peter because I'm in the coffee sector, and we are processing coffee through the wet method. We call it wet processing, and the byproduct of that processing can actually be turned into energy through biogas, so renewable energy. So we're already in discussions to see how we can turn that organic waste into energy for the smallholder farmers. So yes, there's very good potential that we can partner.
What we're doing here is we generate electricity in the villages using waste such as rice husks, maize cobs, groundnut shells. That electricity goes to the community to help them light their homes, charge their phones, but more importantly, help them pump water, help them process their crops into high value products such as maize flour, such as cornstarch and so on, so that they can sell those products at a higher price to big buyers in Kampala, for example, such as the breweries, such as the beverage industries and so on. And that allows them to triple their income. By doing drying and cleaning, they also double their income. So it's really interesting. Their lives get better, they earn more money, they're able to do more for their families. And that's what we do here, and it's quite exciting for us. Things such as cooking is also supported by what we do here, because we use some of the waste to actually produce what we call briquettes and pellets, which are basically what they can use for cooking, but made from rice husk, maize cobs, and groundnut shells. It looks like wood, burns like wood, but it's actually made from husks. And it can also be converted into something that looks like charcoal and burns like charcoal, but is made from the husks as well. So in the end, when they have clean cooking fuel, which is affordable, when they have clean drinking water, which is affordable, but more importantly, when they have electricity in the village at a lower price than what they would get it from diesel, for example, and they're able to get the same price as they're getting in Kampala, which is really, really exciting.
London, no bieno ka konyowa, kere chetwe Europe, no dugu ka konyowa, kere chetwe Sudan, no bieno ka konyowa peta, kere chetwe Nairobi, no dugu ka konyowa peta, kelu mach iwadong, wul kui iwadong, kelu pi iwadong, tuju pi iwadong, wana poel lubani, wana lege luban piri, tan lege luban kan, gina wajo mabore pare, gina lege luban yo konyi, wana lege luban yo konyi, kore mij ma mini, tuan mij ma mini wa lege luban, tuan mij ma mini wa lege luban.
coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money, don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. Yeah. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. Yeah. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. Yeah. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple, very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee. You can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Yeah. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yeah. Yes.
Let's put up the camera.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer, graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can like at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account.
It's another good day to have coffee. Welcome to House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. This is the Coffee Break Show. Remember, you can catch us live. The show is live right now on our YouTube channel at House of Talent Uganda live stream. Or you can head down to our Twitter handle, that is at HTV1. Or if you're on Facebook, you can also catch us at House of Talent Uganda. That is on Facebook. Make sure to share the show. Far and wide, send us your comments. If you have questions, if you have any remarks, let us know. On today's show, the Messiah is back. And I'm not talking about the second coming of Jesus. I'm talking about the coming back of the Coffee Messiah, the original guy on the show. He's back with us here today. And for those who are wondering who the Messiah is, none other than Mr. Amon Rukisa.
Hey, man.
Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, but we've been in touch.
Yeah, we've been in touch.
Yeah.
I think you are out, getting converts and, getting more disciples to come to your side.
It's a good thing that we've gotten many.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can be seen on the show here. We have very many faces that have come up, very many new people that are in coffee. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Good thing that at least now the visibility of coffee and people are getting to know coffee, So it's a good thing that we've seen very many new faces come through.
Yeah.
And it's very, very massive when you look out there. People are joining the coffee industry.
Yeah.
Like someone tells you, okay, I watched this show, I heard about this, I read about this in coffee, and I decided to come and study coffee.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
So we're doing a good job.
Yeah, we're doing a good job. Well done, the coffee break.
Well, apart from that, what have you been up to? I've seen on your social media, you're still doing your GNN. For those of you who don't know, Amon has his page, Gather Now Network on YouTube. You should head over there. Some very good content. You should actually follow him and let another person know. Support Amon. He has good stuff. Just go there and check it out. I also saw some of your posts, some coffee stuff. I think you're running some trainings and all this. What have you been up to basically?
Well, it's been a roller coaster because, as Uganda went on, yes, we haven't fully opened up, but people have started moving.
Yeah.
So back to our businesses, like the coffee shops, different businesses of coffee, people are starting to crowd it.
Yeah.
The queue is so much. So we tend to get together as different parties in the coffee industry, so that we can bring back the egg game in the coffee industry, because how you sit down and relax because you've not been busy, people you've been receiving 10 a day, 20 a day, but now people have started coming back, which means you have to be prepared for Jan come 2022 when the guy said it's going to open up. So hopefully. We've been in preparations. We've been in preparations to open up. So doing trainings, doing coffee awarenesses, putting everything in touch, it's supposed to be here, let it be here.
Yeah.
Give it a direction, the right direction where it's supposed to be, we give it that direction. So that's what we've been up to. But besides that, normal stuff, then work, something like that.
Well, it's good that you guys have really been running all these programs, and that is what we want to focus, our show on today. But before we get there, we're still getting to know. You've been doing awareness. The economy is getting back to the place where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to open up January, hopefully. But with this new variant coming in, you also really can't be sure, if the economy will really open. So, with the people coming back, in the event that we don't open in January, and maybe we go through another lockdown, and there are some strategies that you guys have come up with to make sure that, you don't go back into a pitfall like it was before?
Man, it's going to be hard not to open up. It's really, really going to be. A country sitting or being locked for 2 years, what it means to the economy. So that's why even the president of Uganda, when he was addressing a couple of weeks ago, he said, come what may, we're opening up in Jan. But in an event where something goes wrong and we don't open up, before, how companies have coped up. Through the use of food companies, through the use of the internet, to distribute their products, besides the beverages, but the products. Coffee has different products, as you know. But companies have adopted to that. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine and I told him, there are various guys who are not going to let spaces come next year. They won't rent. Because they will realize, I've been paying over 10 million a month for this
For rent.
space, but I've been making over maybe 15 million or 20 million.
Yeah.
And now you're telling me to rent a space whereby in a lockdown, at least I've achieved my 11 million. Okay, so they will weigh the two options and they're like, okay, why not? So it's going to be hard to see people grumble for spaces, grumble for what. So they will adopt to this internet because they have really mastered how it's being done.
Yeah.
Actually, when you asked me at the beginning what we've been up to, like, we've been trying to see what new options can we have to market our different products of coffee. How can we use the internet very well? Because you can never understand the internet like fully. Even those who are like leads on the internet, they still go back and research, you know? So we've also been trying to do different researches, you know, getting curious about how best can we do this, how best can we market our coffee products, how best can we reach different audiences in the coffee industry. That's why, okay, a company I work with is Enduro Coffee. That's why you're seeing, besides the lockdown, Enduro Coffee is opening up various branches. You find yourself in Kapchora, there is a branch. In Buama, there is a branch. Around town, there are like over 3 branches that have opened up, and more are coming. So that's the kind of work that we've been like trying to do. So if we don't open up, it will be easy for us because at least now we are next to our customers. You know, if you're around, maybe let me say Naria, if I have a branch around maybe Chiwatle, I can easily walk over there. Okay, my bike, you know. So instead of like coming from Cementi, going to Naria, that distance, even the coffee will get cold, or whatever product I'm transferring will get cold or bad, because coffee is a perishable good, you know that. So it's easy for us like to connect. The distance is not long. That's one way. But also, like I said, the use of the internet. The use of the internet. So we need to adopt to that because people have realized that the internet can do more good than harm.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing in town and just even here, just outside the studio, the user guys have decided to make, you know, mobile shops for coffee. Okay, so does Enduro have any plans of the same, or you guys are just sticking to, you know, permanent structures?
Yes. Okay, now the spokesperson of Enduro right here. Yes, Enduro, you know, Enduro's vision is end child vulnerability globally through coffee and other related products by partnering with others. So Enduro Coffee, it doesn't have those stores or those users or those small bikes, no. But for it, what it did was, okay, how can we get through the community deep down by not going there as a bicycle or with a car or with a van, but we need to be in the community with them, physically with them, live with them, give them jobs, you know. So besides the Enduro Coffee Limited company, what they decided to do was, okay, I think I used the wrong word over there. What we decided to do, what we decided to do was, let's go to the community, and we started up the project called the Enduro Community Project. So this Enduro Community Project is all about like going down to the people, giving them jobs, but they have stalls in these communities. You find a stall in Kamocha, you find a stall in downtown Chisenyi, you find a stall in like those small communities. This is because not everyone can afford a cup of coffee at 10K or 12K. But this cup of coffee by Enduro Coffee Community Project, you find a cup of coffee at 1,500, but a good cup of coffee, not like the one they will take at 10K. So this is one of reaching out compared to, okay, I'm not trying to diminish this whole van projects. They are good because they improve or they increase coffee consumption in Uganda. But for us, we decided to do it that way because coffee is people. Instead of coming and go away, okay, I'm going to come and park here today, and you find me here with my van with an espresso machine doing coffee, and then tomorrow you find me in Chireka. No, first we're like, let's stay here, we live in people, given the fact that coffee is people.
Interesting. It's actually good to see that we're using coffee to, you know, reach some people in the community. Do you have any examples or any stories of, you know, certain lives that have been changed? I know that you're always up and down in Kapchora here and there. So I know that you must have met some people or heard of some stories where people's lives were changed because of the work you guys are doing. You could just share that with us.
You know, I do trainings of different baristas that we get into. I don't do like outside trainings, but I do trainings of in-house. So when I'm called certain times to go and train or orient these people, the smile I see on their faces, the reactions I see when I'm interacting with them is so touching. Because they realize that, okay, we've been knowing coffee, but we didn't know that coffee is as good as this when we've added value on it.
Yeah.
You know, there is a lady called Mariam. She's doing, she's in these NGO community projects. Mariam, she lives in, she left Mubende here to Kampala, but she didn't have a job. Okay, she got, you know how you can leave a village and you come to town?
Yeah.
Like you stay with your auntie or uncle and you're expecting your uncle or aunt to get you a job and things don't work out.
Kampala refuses.
Kampala refuses, you know? So Mariam stays there, not until she heard about this project.
Yeah.
And because there's a team that runs it. So she registers for this project. And Enduro Community calls her. So when she reaches, they tell her what she's going to do and everything. They give her the orientation. Of course, now that's me giving her the orientation.
Yeah.
She's like, Amon, did you know that we grow coffee at home, but I didn't know all these things? So you see how coffee is changing the life of this person.
Yeah.
She's getting to realize, okay, I would have utilized this opportunity way back, but I didn't know about it.
Yeah.
You know? So the ignorance in around people at least is going to shift a little bit so that they can get awareness about coffee.
Yeah.
And that's how it's going to change the lives of people. Because now, just imagine someone is having a stall of coffee, a courtesy of Enduro Community, and now is making maybe 10 cups of coffee, literally, like averagely. Okay, the boda guy, maybe a certain Musa over there has come. Oh, Mariam, because it's now to be their usual, you know?
Yeah.
So you're giving this person a culture of taking coffee.
Yeah.
You're changing his life. So that's the impact of coffee through this lady called Mariam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting story. You know, would love to see more of those stories actually happening. And I know they are there, just that, you know, sometimes we're really not exposed to them. But I believe that coffee is actually changing lives.
Yeah, people are being changed by coffee. Especially the fact that now Uganda, what it's doing is a very, very good thing. Like, at least has made sure that coffee products are enriched within the people.
Yeah.
How much they don't know them so much, but if someone is passing somewhere and they see a coffee, maybe flyer, maybe a coffee shop somewhere, maybe a coffee message somewhere on TV, okay, they'll be like, you see, what would they? But at least they have seen it. Then next time when they see it, they react to it. Yeah, that's a good thing.
It's not like back in the times when we had only Kawa coffee. That's the only
coffee,
thing now we know a bit more about coffee.
Yeah.
Well, if you've just tuned into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. The Messiah is back. He's here with us in the studio. He has been out getting converts, and you've seen some of the converts on the show. We've been having really very good discussions, and today we're going to discuss some more stuff with Amon in the studio. But we'll take a break right now. But remember, we are live on our Facebook, our YouTube, and our Twitter. Make sure to tune in. If there's someone who needs to be watching the show, just let them know we're on. We're going to take a break right now. Don't go anywhere. Grab a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are the perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business. When you look at coffee farmers or coffee processors, most of them are women. When you look at the quality controllers, they say that women are the best coffee testers. Why? Because they're very subjected to spices when they're cooking. They get a lot of flowers from us. So they test a lot of things, ice cream, yogurt, sweets, what. So they are good cup testers. Yes.
So most of them should actually, you know, take opportunity.
Yeah. I would actually encourage all the female to participate in the coffee business, whether owning a coffee shop, whether analyzing coffee, barista, farming. We really need them.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, we are live on our Twitter at HTV1, that's House of Talent Uganda, on our Facebook at House of Talent Uganda, and on our YouTube at House of Talent Uganda. Live stream, make sure to catch the show. And if you can't catch it right now, you can always catch it later. There will be a replay. But in the house with me today is Amon Mukisa, aka the Coffee Messiah, back from going out there and just spreading the coffee gospel. He's been doing really great things out there with different programs with Endiro, training different baristas. You know, it's always amazing to meet a barista and, you know, you tell him, I know this guy called Amon, and he starts saying, but I know Amon is the one who taught me A, B, C, D.
It's a nice feeling, eh?
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Today's topic, I think the last show we had Katawazi Gerald inside here, and
it was a nice show.
Yeah, you watched the show. So we were talking about how Uganda is actually the second highest when it comes to coffee production, after Ethiopia in Africa. Okay, and I think the goal of UCDA is to either match Ethiopia or even be greater than that. But we came to the realization that from the past, okay, if we go back to SST in primary school, there was something that we called cash crops. Okay, so we had coffee and then we had cotton. Okay, so basically what the missionaries or the white people did back in the day, they gave us this thought of when you grow coffee, you want to make money out of coffee. And I think the same thing has stuck till today. If you go, like the example you gave us with that lady that is working with, you know, the Endiro community program, she says they grow coffee at home, but she had no idea that coffee could actually do all these things. Okay, because in their minds, when you grow the coffee, sell the berries, your work is done. They don't realize that we can actually also consume the same coffee. Okay, so our topic for today is how the different stakeholders, okay, have to play their part in this coffee industry to make it better. And perhaps we'll start with the farmers themselves, because that is where everything starts. Okay, we have a situation whereby a farmer has never taken coffee in his life, but he has acres of coffee. Okay, so how can these farmers, okay, play their part in the coffee industry of Uganda to make it get better, to help us become #1 in Africa, but also to make sure that coffee itself in Uganda is really put above, you know, other things like tea and all this stuff?
Well, Emma, to be honest to you, gone are the days when we had farmers who are illiterate growing different crops, growing coffee, growing cotton. These days we have literate farmers who have gone to school, who have graduated in farming practices, agriculture, you know. Last time Ibra was here saying that he studied biochemistry, by something like that, but it was also related to crops or farming. So these days we have literate farmers. So it makes me wonder, why don't we have good practicing methods, farming methods, deep down in our farms that cannot bring us to a point whereby we're going to reach a certain time and we are falling into a ditch? Okay, if it was like maybe farmers are illiterate these days, they would say, okay, we need trainings for these farmers. But when you look at the farmers these days, they're illiterate. So I would say farmers need to be trained. Yes, not all are trained, but why don't we utilize these people who have gone to school, who have graduated in this industry, to do these things, at least to train these farmers.
Yeah.
But also, UCDA, the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, yes, it has tried its level best to at least ensure that farmers know what they do. At least they have done that by at least knowing each farmer in Uganda. Okay, you cannot know each and specific farmer, but like an association that runs them. That's why I've recently called up, like, if you want to start growing coffee in Uganda, you have to register. So this is like a plan, or this is like a strategy to plan for these farmers. Okay, if we have 5,000 farmers in a village, how are you going to plan for them? How are we going to have them grow the best coffee in the village, so that when it's exported or brought to a national level, it competes, you know? So instead of like having a farmer grow coffee anywhere, they harvest it. Okay, that's the Chiboko coffee. They harvest it and then dry it and then sell it off. And you realize that the coffee exports, like in Europe, over 80% of their coffee is exported. Where does it come from? Africa, and maybe more other countries. But those other countries, maybe like Brazil, you find that if they're producing maybe 50 million bags of coffee a year, you find that maybe 50% of their coffee is consumed by the natives. So maybe they're exporting 50%. But for us, we're exporting 80 or 85%. And without added value on that coffee. So these are the things that farmers need to know. Okay, when I'm growing coffee, how can I improve its quality? How can I add a value on it? How can I get the best quality in these coffee cherries that I'm going to harvest? How can I space the coffee tree from the other, not to be affected? For example, I was watching the news yesterday. It's so bad. In Uganda, there is a pest, a crop pest that has attacked coffee trees. It starts from the root. So there's no way how you can see it on top that, okay, kana kamuli over this flower is being affected by this pest. But for it starts from the root. So you just see the plant dying. So it's so bad that it's happening. But if farmers know how to deal with this, at least maybe if I know that my coffee plant is maybe 8 meters or 12 meters away from the other coffee plant, if this pest attacks this coffee plant, the other one, at least it will take long when I realize it early now. So instead of like putting here a coffee tree and then you put the coffee tree next to each other. So such things, farmers need to know them, so that when they're doing this and it's exported, or it's or it's harvested and then brought to the consumption part of it, we don't have a bad quality cup of coffee, or we don't have a bad quality type of coffee that's coming on market. Because at the end of it all, it will affect the overall consumption of coffee, or the overall coffee market in Uganda. So the mistake done by the farmer will affect the end result of the coffee consumption or the coffee chain. But the good thing done by the farmer, it will represent the good things like at the end.
2 questions before we move on to the next category. One, do you think it would be a good idea for us to put a cap on how much coffee we actually export? Because if we're exporting 80% and we're consuming 20%, okay, wouldn't it be a wise thing to say, okay, you know what, 50% goes out, 50% stays here, so we force people here to actually consume the coffee? You know, what are your thoughts about that?
You see, one thing I love about being a barista is that you get conversations around various people. So last week, as I was on station, sometimes I get back on station and work, you know, because it's a good thing to interact, have that skill going. So this lady works with Uber, the other side in Europe, London. So she comes at my station. She asks for an espresso. She asked me, how much is it? I tell her it's 6K. She's like, what? Your coffee is too expensive here. And yet you sell coffee, you grow coffee here. And I asked her, how much would this amount cost a cup of coffee in London? She told me 6K here. The way you sell your coffee here, in London, 6K can buy 3 cups of coffee. Then I realized that's why in London, or UK, or US, in those countries, even this person we see that Avila Street lives on a street can be able to buy a cup of coffee compared to us in Uganda. So to answer your question, I think it's a point of UCDA or policymakers, which is the government, coming up with various ways on how to reduce the expensive, what are you going to use? Like the commodity that you're selling on market, how are you going to value it so that you as a government can benefit, so that you can run the country also. But me as a person who's also buying it, I benefit. Like not buying it so much compared to other countries. So policymakers have to do this for us, not us, people who are taking coffee. Because when I jam not taking coffee, the government won't benefit. Because I pay tax on that cup of coffee. I also benefit by maybe getting the healthy part of it and maybe, enjoying coffee. But to help us arrive to this point of like having coffee be reduced in terms of pricing, it's the government that has to do that. Me as a person, I don't have authority. I even don't have a minute authority on that.
Yeah, you see, we're discussing with Katawazi last week, and like today we're discussing, what are the roles of different people, and each stakeholder has their part, and each stakeholder should have their voice. Okay, so we came across topics like, do we even have a barista association or a barista forum? Do we have a farmers forum that has a voice? So it's like the coffee industry has so many detachments.
Yeah, Emma, you see, thing is, these things are there. There's a farmers association. There are baristas associations. But the arm that's taking the, I'm not trying to criticize the UCDA here, but the arm that's taking the coffee industry in Uganda is paying so much attention to less important things compared to things that are more important. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Of recent, there was a Dubai Expo. So whereby you go there and you exhibit your things as a country. Rwanda took that whole virtual thing of tourism. Uganda, you know what we took, part of it. But my point is, when we take people out there to expose or to exhibit our coffee, you know the people we took? The people on top, where on station, like exhibiting our coffee. Why don't you get a Uganda barista champion who's there right now, Michael, for example, to go and be on this station? Before you be on this planning level, why don't you take the baristas? Why don't you take the farmers to at least get in touch with these people out there? Because when this person is talking to this farmer, they will feel that, their intuition, like they will feel like they will be connected with them. Okay, you're the person who grows this coffee. How is it like? You're the person who brews this cup of coffee. What challenges do you go through? How can we help? But if you're this person who plans for the coffee industry on top, why would you come back on station? And yet you have various capable people who can do that. So your point of like having different associations and different roles played by different people in different categories of coffee, it's good. But the people responsible to align them is not doing that job.
Okay, perhaps before we go for a break, you touched on something important there. You say that at the expo, they took people from up there, which means that there are people down, on this spectrum that are really not being taken care of. And the role of UCDA and all these other coffee or agricultural associations is to basically see that even the last man, even the person who produces the least amount of coffee, has to be heard, has to be given a voice. So why do we find ourselves in a situation whereby it's only the big people? Is it that the government is not doing its part in regulating UCDA, or UCDA itself is not doing its part in trying to control what happens down here?
I would say it's UCDA itself, because in most cases the government will come up to put into action what the UCDA requests to do. Not the government coming to UCDA and it's like, okay, UCDA, what can we do for you? Why don't UCDA go to the government and say like, government, we have this plan A and B, we need to execute it like this. Please help us give us funds, give us this and this and this, so
Yeah.
that we can execute it.
Yeah.
So it's not the government, it's the authority or the department.
Yeah.
Because the government put up this department to help this person, to help the coffee industry go back to, hey, you know, when we had the coffee hype back in the 1990s, it was a good thing, everyone was feeling good. But since then, we've never had a coffee hype the way we had it in 1990s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when the government came up and put up the UCDA authority, or the UCDA arm,
Yeah.
it was like, okay, let's use this arm, or let's use this department to at least keep our coffee on top
Yeah.
globally. Because Uganda, as you all know it has the best coffee in the world.
Yeah.
Just because maybe we don't have the right strategies, the right marketing strategies,
Yeah.
the right production strategies to make sure that we've exposed our coffee as the best
Yeah.
in the world.
Yeah.
So USDA has to do that.
Has to
not,
do that.
Not the government, not me, not the farmer, because the USDA has to put impact on the farmer.
Yeah.
They put impact on the barista who's brewing coffee. They put impact on the person who's buying coffee
Yeah.
to sell it.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to help us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're just tuning into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Amon is giving us his views on why Ugandan coffee is actually not getting to where it's supposed to be, and we'll be getting into solutions. How do we get there, you know, with all these issues that we are facing? We're going to take a break right now, but remember, you can always send us your comments. Be a part of the show. Be a part of the change that is supposed to happen in the coffee industry. We can't change it alone. We have to work with you out there. You're a barista, you're a farmer, you're a roaster. You're just a consumer. You just go, you know, to the coffee shop to take coffee. You have a voice. Let us know down in the comment section. We'll probably be reading that, you know, after this break. But let's get into a break right now. This is the Coffee Break Show, House of Talent Television. Grab yourself a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
My first advice to my students,
Yeah.
the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory?
Yeah.
Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people.
Yeah.
We're working for people.
Mm.
But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. How we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket or to save on the account.
Welcome back to the show. We're having a very great discussion with Amon Mukisa about, the situation that is facing Ugandan coffee. Why has it stagnated and how can we get it to the place where it's supposed to be? He was giving an example of the Dubai Expo where we really didn't do that good, but also I believe that, it's a point of learning. We always have to learn from all these things that happen, just that it doesn't have to be repetitive, because if we have an opportunity like that and we repeat the same thing, then we say we're totally not learning. We had a barista who came to the show some time back, and he was saying he also bags his own coffee, and he was saying that when you go to the supermarkets and you give them your coffee, package it really well, and you make sure that it's really appealing to the eye, they'll get that coffee and put it in the last stalls or down somewhere there and hide it. And the coffee that is put up is basically coffee from outside, And you also have processed coffee, you have stuff like Nescafe that is there, and basically coffee from other countries, So why is it that our coffee is shelved away, down there, and by the time people buy it, it's actually stale? So people have a very bad experience, and they think, Ugandan coffee doesn't taste good, but because they bought a stale one, How do we get those people's coffee to come up to the top of the shelves and, push the others, not way down, but, put ours up there, What part do those people play? The coffee, the supermarket guys, the suppliers and all this?
You see, Emma, I've never really been a fan of buying coffee from the supermarket or even supporting coffee to be sold in supermarkets. You know why?
Why?
Coffee is a perishable good. You never find those guys in the supermarkets giving attention to coffee just like the way they give attention to maybe apples, maybe flowers. Never. Sometime back, Maurice, do you know Maurice Kia? He's also a business guy besides being a musician, and he's in coffee. So he was asking me about that whole idea of taking his sound cup coffee into supermarkets. I'm like, Maurice, you've been in this industry for quite a while. When you go to buy coffee in the supermarket, what's your experience? Compared to buying coffee, maybe from a coffee shop or a coffee brand that you're buying that coffee from. So that when something goes wrong, you can trace it. That whole part of it is a speciality in the other side of coffee. But in this type of business, when something goes wrong, it's like buying a product from Cafe Java's. Maybe you've bought a cake, and then you find some part of it is not well prepared, but you're just outside. You have a right to go back to Cafe Java's and say, guys, look, see what happened. But now you've bought a product of Cafe Java's in a supermarket, and you found the same challenge. Where will you go? When you go to the supermarket, guys, and you're like, you know what, guys? Look at your cake.
It will be a long process.
Yeah, it will be a long process. And that's time consuming. But the thing is, I would suggest that having coffee in supermarkets, it's not a bad idea, because it's helping us expose or improve coffee awareness. Because people, as they're going around the store, they will see coffee. Kanokachi, it's a coffee bag. What's inside? Let me buy it, maybe. But in terms of quality, no. I give it a 0 over there. Because when you have coffee in a supermarket, you're not monitoring it. You don't know how those guys are handling coffee. They even maybe don't know anything about coffee, Compared to having a coffee product or a coffee bag in a certain coffee premise or a coffee shop or a coffee company, and they know that, okay, you know what? This is our coffee. We roasted it on Monday, which means by Monday next week, it has to be done.
Yeah.
Those are the methods that such companies have to use. Compared to taking your coffee in a supermarket, and it's going to be put down in a shelf, and I come, maybe I'm buying Anodi's coffee, you know, it's like, okay, Anodi's coffee is good, I've tested it, I've had good reviews on it, let me go and try it. On reaching home, trying it, you're just running down, you know. Yeah, so it's not a good thing to have coffee in the supermarkets. If it's possible for you to have your coffee sold in your premises, please do that. That's one thing actually I would advise people to do. Like, if you're a coffee producing company, the fact that you have funds of roasting coffee, packaging it, branding it, basically you've gone through other chains of coffee, like for it to be as a final product. Why don't you get a space? Why don't you get an online platform? Because that's what we're adopting these days. Have a cameraman. Have nice shots taken. Have a website. Okay, that's expensive, but you can start with Instagram, you can start with Facebook, you can start with Twitter. Have good visuals. Put the price tag. Put the contacts where they can call you. Market it well. See whether you not sell that coffee and people like your product. Compared to taking it in a supermarket, and it's going to take 3 months without buying that cup of coffee. And when they buy it, they will say, I know this coffee is bad. Yet in actual sense, your coffee is good. So just utilize those spaces, utilize the information that you get here on the coffee break, at least to make better decisions when you're dealing with coffee.
Interesting. I'm a barista, and you've been doing this for a while. You're also a trainer. And one of the issues we've had, actually, some guys have talked about it on the show, is that most baristas have, I like to say, half knowledge. Okay, they only know their part as far as comes to the station. I can make a cappuccino, I can make a latte, I can make an espresso, I can talk to, you know, have a good relationship with my customers and my boss, and that is mostly where their knowledge stops. Okay, that brings into question, okay, what are we doing in these coffee schools? Because for someone to totally understand what coffee is, all right, they have to get a complete understanding. And to understand what coffee is in Uganda, you have to understand coffee from the past, okay, what has been happening, what are the different developments, what are the different organizations doing, okay, what kind of research. We had a guy called Owen who was on the show, said that he was doing a lot of research in coffee, okay, but you find that baristas actually don't know this information, okay. So you as a barista, okay, what can we do to make sure that baristas don't have only on-station knowledge, but have a wholesome kind of knowledge when it comes to coffee, especially in Uganda?
Let me ask you a question. Just a brief one. Did you, when you went to school, to a journalism school, did they tell you how to interact with me, to say the exact words you're saying to me right now?
No, they didn't tell us the exact words, but there's a structure.
Okay. So my point is, in coffee schools, they're going to give you basics. They're going to show you how something is done. Then it's your initiative to go down the road of research, curiosity, and get to know these things. Because the 3 months or the 2 months you're at that coffee school, you're not going to exhaust everything. Never. Never. You just have to be so much self-oriented that you're going to make research, read about things, ask questions, and learn. That's how you're going to know this information. Because in coffee schools, like you said, they teach them how to be, okay, like you said that baristas know how to make a cappuccino, just interact with maybe a certain dealer has come on station, they interact with him, and that's all. And then they go back home. But they have forgotten that they have to read about, okay, why am I using this cup of coffee, or 250 mils of cup of coffee, or 180 mils of cup of coffee? You know, why is it that I have to hold coffee a certain way? Why is it that when a customer comes to me, I have to leave what I'm doing somehow, and I first give them attention.
Yeah.
You know, then we can go back to it if at all, you know, they want to stay for longer as we interact.
Yeah.
Such things. So when you rely on only on the information that you got from schools, mu Uganda bagamba nkusaasidde. Yeah. So that's it. You just have to make more research on your own so that you get to learn more things. Then compare and contrast them.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Ask questions for people who talk to you or people who are above you. Because even me, there's a certain lady called Millie. I tend to ask her. She's a coffee genius. She's a lady. I tend to ask her a lot of questions. I bug her with questions. And sometimes she's like, but Amon, I can't believe you didn't know this. But there's the fact, I didn't. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
So she just assumes that I knew, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
So that's one way. You just don't have to assume that you know everything. No.
Yeah.
You don't know everything.
Yeah.
You just have to ask. For example, if you went to a certain school, the teacher or the tutor who taught you has a lot of information. But the way of disseminating this information to your small head of yours, because it's a lot of information, they can't put it into your head at one day or in two days or 3 months. No. So as you work on stations or in the company you're in, get time, visit this guy. Say, okay, you know what, Diallo, I learned about this. How is it like? How best can I do it? They say here that you have to put maybe 70 mils to get this amount of coffee as a result or a yield. Is it true? Then this guy can give you his perception. Then you can go back and read.
Yeah.
Then if you find something that backs his perception, take that.
Yeah.
That's how you get to increase on the information.
Yeah, interesting.
As a barista.
Someone said that, you know, there is what we call YouTube University.
As a way, YouTube University is only used by the people who understand it. Because when you go to a YouTube University, there is a lot of information there. I can wake up one day, I go on YouTube, I bring my camera here, I look into that camera, I start saying whatever I want. I don't care whether it's true or false.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, only wise ones go to YouTube University.
Well, if you've just tuned into the show, we're talking to Amon about, you know, the different part that the different stakeholders play when it comes to this coffee game, the coffee value chain. We've talked about the baristas, we've also talked about the farmers, we've talked about the supermarkets, which tend to push our coffee down in the shelves, and by the time we have an experience with it, it's really not that good. We have talked about how to promote, how to market the coffee using our different social media websites. If you can start your own website, that's a really good thing, to be a good plus for you. But if you're looking for ideas, you're looking for, you know, different perspectives on what to do with your business, if you want to get into the coffee business, this is the best show for you. We're coming towards the end of the show, but before we get there, just a couple of more things. We've talked about the baristas, okay? I think one of the areas we really never touch about are the CEOs, okay? These people who open up the coffee shops. Some actually.
I remember we touched about them.
Yeah, we touched about that. And knowing that now they have been in a hard spot. They haven't been making money. But now you get the good news that, you know what, we're opening in January. Okay? And your mind starts running to, I need to make money from my coffee shop. Okay? It's good that some of these guys are actually baristas or roasters, but some are just businessmen. Okay? For them, they know, I'm going to put a coffee shop, I'm going to make money. Okay? So what part do they play? Because if I'm just concerned about making money, I won't really care about, you know, what happens in the shop. I'll leave it to the head barista. I don't really care what happens, you know, with the farmer. All I know is that my coffee needs to get here at a certain time. Okay? So what's the part that the CEOs play, especially those who know nothing about coffee?
Well, the part that CEOs play is the same part. When you literally bring it down, it's the same part that UCDA has to play, generally in the coffee industry.
Yeah.
So CEOs have to be able to provide what their specialists are saying. For example, if you have a company of coffee or cocktail, you're in a coffee business, do you have a structure of advisors? People who advise you on how best you're supposed to do things. For you, yes, you're there to make final decisions, giving money and make money.
Yeah.
But do you have people who know what you want and can be able to put it into action?
Yeah.
That's the one thing. So if you don't have that, it's going to be really, really hard for you next year.
Yeah.
Because you find yourself, you're struggling to make ends meet, but you're not. That's why, by the way, you saw various coffee shops that opened up 2019, closed 2021. 2020. Yeah. 2020, 2021 they're closing.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have structures. And those that had structures are still standing.
Yeah.
Take an example. Enduro Coffee. It has structures, it's still standing.
Yeah.
Cafe Pub, it has structures,
Yeah.
it's still standing. Cafe Javas, okay, some people say it's not a cafe, it's a restaurant. Yes, but it has structures, it is still standing. Okay? New Cafe, it has structures, it's still standing. All those coffee shops, all coffee businesses that existed, created structures that help them in states like these ones. So for CEOs, what I have to advise you is, one, please get structures that will help you in sometimes that difficult decisions have to be taken, because you won't make a certain decision without consulting this person who's in the farms, down in the farms with farmers. How is coffee that side? Because now I was getting certain information that coffee in Elgon region is becoming scarce these days.
Yeah.
And I quite believe or suspect that in the coming years, like 2 or 3 years, coffee is going to be more expensive. Because now, the fact that now it's becoming scarce, you know, Elgon region is one of the areas that give us most of the coffee. Then Rwenzori, then Central. So that's Western or Rwenzori. So when we have different people in different departments who are seniors, specialists, they know what to do. For you just here, a CEO, of course, a certain company, you're seated somewhere in your office. You're just waiting for a certain DLO to come, Emma to come with different ideas and different suggestions, and then in your wise mind you see, okay, this is a good suggestion, I can go with this. That's how you're going to survive. But otherwise, instead of you coming to maybe a coffee shop and you see people all over your coffee shop, you're like, okay, business is booming, business is booming. But at the end of it all, after 3 months of opening up, or 5 months, people will be nowhere. Maybe because coffee is bad, maybe because the surface is bad, maybe because the infrastructure is bad. So all such things have to be put into consideration. Yeah.
Well, our time is fast spent. I know that we can talk,
Yeah,
you know,
I
we can talk, you know, forever about coffee.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming onto the show. And just before we leave, okay, what are your next plans when you get out of here? I know it's a weekend, you know, are you going back to the coffee shop?
No.
Probably you have a date, we don't know about. See you looking all fresh, you know.
No, I'm just going to have a GNN shoot because I have someone to host. 2 p.m. So yeah, I'll be hosting him, shoot an interview with him.
Okay.
Yeah. Then that I'll go and watch a football match. Man United. Yeah.
A Man U supporter.
I'm a Man U supporter. Now these days we have the best coach around.
Well, we'll end that show right here. But
it's good. It's good that I'm back on the show. I've been missing these conversations. I know we've been trying to get in touch and have this conversation, but it's good that we've had it. And yeah, it's good.
Well, I'd like to say welcome back.
Thank you.
It's good to have you back. For those of you who have been thinking of where the Messiah is, well, he's back. And it's a good thing that he has come back to the show. Maybe next weekend he'll be the one, you know, hosting the show with whoever we'll be having in the studio. But thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for staying with us on the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. I know you must have heard Amon saying the statement, a certain Diallo. Well, that certain Diallo is the one who makes us look good on the cameras. He's the one who does everything in the studio. And we'd like to say thank you to him. Thank you to Isma, who's there also on the switcher, you know, making sure that, you know, he shows you one side and the other side also. And basically, they're the guys who make things work here. And to the whole crew, basically, we just want to say thank you to you guys. Remember, you can always comment. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitter, HTV1. Make sure to comment, like, let us know if you have any questions. But until next time, have a great day. Grab a cup of Ugandan coffee. Not other coffee, Ugandan coffee. We'll see you next time.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket or to save on the account.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life. Socially, I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Because when you see me, you will imagine that you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
Mado ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa. Tolina kalimo follow liluza. Reconnaissance, beba producer. Got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta. Wanna close, boy I'm a shooter. I'm the boss with a dream like Luther. Namuongo boy, that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that. Thugs and drug dealers, body mukako na. Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no. Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikoli half man, half machine. Mununzira bakubuli street. Buli chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people, tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba, ba good cop, baba kuba masasi, our only hope, ne baba kwata, ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL. Ruba. Yeah. Leo Rich. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey. Wake up, go look for paper. No money, no power, Mutesa. Talk more and get yourself tear gas, so all we do is look for the pesa. Uganda Zabu, rest in peace Zakayo. I'm from the 256, born with the heart of a lion. Don't talk about Alicia Keys, we got Irene and Desire. Yeah, I think Trump is shit, yeah, should come see ours. An MPP's on the wall, pays 40K and free he goes. After 20 years of school, you still won't get a decent job. A rich man shoots, then a poor man gets locked up, but not for long. This is Uganda, brother, ain't nobody gives a fuck. Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God up in heaven, bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. This is Uganda. This is Uganda.
This is Uganda. Ay, this is Uganda. This is Uganda. This is Uganda. This is Uganda. Ay. I fell in love with the Rolex. I ain't talking about watches. You don't need a big bando. Only few coins get a mando. Yeah, ba Kampala. Chino se chivuga chapafala. Smartphone yakavitu jitwala. Do for the 256. Uganda. Can't touch my flow like a crested train. Dropped out of school, got a different brain. The eyes tell them that my future's faint. You and your stupid explain. This is Uganda, part of Africa. Do what you wanna. Go to school, read your books, or else smoke marijuana. I don't care what you do as long as unayochofanya. This is Uganda, this is Uganda, light up your fire. This is Uganda, 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 this is Uganda.
Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and welcome to House of Talent Television. This particular episode of the show brings you a man who has been in the hospitality business for a very long time. He's got a couple of nominations from all across Kampala and Uganda and many other places in East Africa, and says we want to see that guy. The first time I interacted with him was us trying to open the gyms in Kampala when the pandemic came and showed us a move. And he was one of those CEOs who were hands-on and, participating in every aspect of opening the gym. And I thought it was a great stuff to have a CEO participate hands-on. But today on the show, we bring you the story of the man who has been in the hospitality business for a very long time. The man who is the general manager of Sheraton Kampala. He's also the regional general manager for Constellation Management, Hotel Management, and of course the LLC as the organization in East Africa. JP, welcome to the show. We hope we've gotten your whole, CV and profile correct.
Yes, it is.
Welcome to House of Talent Television. Welcome to the CEO Bench. And first of all, how have you been?
Very good. First of all, thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah.
It's good to be out of my operations and spending some time here with you and with your work public.
Yes.
Talking a little bit about my experience and mostly about, I think, leadership and the challenges we are facing, especially in this very difficult period.
Yeah.
So thank you for hosting me here.
You're welcome. We want to start from a very light note of getting to know you. A lot of times we see people like you in spaces that you are at the moment, and we think that you just got there just like that. We don't know that it takes a bit of time to get there and a lot of processes to get there. But first, we want to know from a nutshell, who is, Jean-Philippe Bittencourt in a nutshell. Who is this man? And if we're looking to know you more, what would you say about yourself in a nutshell?
First, my name can be adapted easily. I was born in Brazil and I grew up in Brazil. I spent 27 years of my life there.
Yeah.
So my name in Brazil is João Felipe.
João Felipe, yes.
My French side is from my mother, and most of my career being abroad, so Jean-Philippe became my name. But Lately it's more JP
Yes.
because it's easier for everyone.
Yes.
Or John Philip.
Yes.
I'm very fine with that. But JP is nice. It's very
it's cool,
casual,
short,
cool.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So as I was saying, I was born in Brazil, in Rio.
Yeah. Oh.
Which is we call it the wonderful city.
Yes.
And I really had a very beautiful and pleasant childhood and youth there. With my parents and my siblings. I have a brother and a sister.
Yeah.
And having two nationalities, at the same time we were brought with two cultures, and the desire, I would say the willingness to go abroad and living other experiences grew up with me and my brother and sister is the same.
Yeah.
And so I actually, in terms of career, the first target or the first choice for me was to become a diplomat.
Wow.
And when I finished my high school studies, I went to university and I started preparing for an important contest to apply for the diplomat school. So I did almost 3 years of economic science, which is very broad and give you a very good knowledge, general culture on how the economy has grown up. And at the same time that I was studying, I felt like I want to travel, I want to do things. So my parents, they could give us a very good life, but at the same time, they give us a lot of responsibility, and they say, you want to enjoy, you have to work. So I started working, doing some jobs, and I had the opportunity to work in a hotel.
Yeah.
And that was one very beautiful hotel in Rio called Le Méridien, which by coincidence, it's one of the brands today that belongs to Marriott.
Wow.
It's under Marriott umbrella.
Wow.
So Le Méridien at the time was a company, a hotel company belonging to Air France, the French national carrier.
Yeah.
And they had this beautiful hotel in Copacabana Beach, 500 rooms, many food and beverage outlets, nightclub. It was really the top place.
Yeah.
So I did there first a kind of internship.
Yeah.
I had the occasion to meet with the general manager through some acquaintances, and I would say that he was kind of my mentor somehow for my start, because he allowed me to do all this experience a little bit of different areas in hotel. And I really liked it so much. At the end, they liked me too. They offered me to stay, and I decided to stay.
Yeah.
So
that's just like that. The dream of becoming a diplomat died.
Yeah, but you know, that's why I say to everyone, and I have so many friends that are in the diplomacy.
Yeah.
I always say being a hotel manager and being a diplomat it's very similar.
Yes.
There is a lot of points. We deal with sometimes very sensitive subjects. We deal with very important people, VIPs, heads of state, showbiz, famous actors, singers, MDs. I mean, it's a kind of similar. But anyways, I embraced hospitality and I developed my early career in this hotel.
Yeah.
But I felt that I needed to have a little bit more of background, so I decided to go back to studies.
Yeah.
And then I applied for a program in France, an MBA in hotel administration.
Yeah.
So that happened I'm going to go back in the past, in 1989.
Yeah.
So you see, I'm not that young. In
But you don't
1989.
look,
So in
just beginning.
1989, I left Brazil.
Yeah.
I left my family there, and I did this 2-year program.
Yeah.
And when and so this program was in France, in the surrounding areas of Paris.
Yeah.
And it was really fantastic because apart from the program by itself, we had different nationalities. My colleagues were from different parts of the world, different experience, and that was really, in terms of exposure, exchanges, very, very rich. And when I finished, when I graduated, it was the moment where in Paris they were opening the Disneyland.
Yeah.
It's about 40 minutes by subway from Paris.
Yes.
It was the first Disneyland in Europe, and so that was a fantastic experience because we opened, if I'm not wrong, on the 6th of April 1992. The theme park and 6 hotels that were managed by Disney, 6,000 rooms.
Yeah.
So I worked in the pre-opening.
Yeah.
And then we did the opening. It was very tough times, I would say. There was a period I could not even go back home, and I'm living what my associates there at the Sheraton are going through now.
Yes.
Because of the COVID. Some of them sleep in the hotel, live in the hotel. Yeah. That was my experience at the Disney time. Yeah. Maybe but it was short. For 1 month, we were just rolling. I was in the room I was sleeping in a certain time. Another colleague in the evening were rotating. But that experience of opening that destination was really fantastic. Yeah. Further down, I had the opportunity to move to a big French company called Accor Hotels. Yes. That have different brands, and I worked downtown Paris. Then that was my first, let's say, luxury experience in a very renowned and traditional hotel in the heart of Paris. And that's I worked there for about 6 years, and that's where I met my wife. Yes. And we first we dated, of course, then we got married.
Yes.
And my wife, she was also from hotel background, and she did a very nice school in Swiss, Lausanne. Yeah. And so we decided that we wanted to go somewhere else. Yes. Because again, we choose this career not to stay anchored in a place, but to move. Yeah. So we had the opportunity, and that one was to go back to South America, not to Brazil, but to Argentina. Yeah. Oh. And that was my first position as general manager. Yeah. That was in 1998. Yeah. And it was the opening a hotel. Okay. It was a Crown Plaza Holiday Inn in a city called Cordoba. Yeah. Cordoba will be like Jinja here, the second city, or Barara. I don't know which one is the the second.
It might be more of like Jinja back then, but probably be Barara today, or be Gulu today. Yes.
Yes. So that was we went there and we did the opening, and it was again a great experience because we found a construction site and everything to be prepared. Yeah. And openings for people working in industry is really a very good experience. Yeah. You go through all sort of things, and you're starting things from scratch. Yeah. You have
it's a big clean slate for you to bring your ideas and to explore your ideas. Yes.
Then I had the chance to join back the French group called Accor in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, not in Rio. Sao Paulo is the economical capital of Brazil, is the largest city, and is a very vibrant city. Yes. And it was Sofitel São Paulo, so I went there again as a general manager, and that was also very exciting experience. It was a moment where like here in Kampala, that we are seeing so many new hotels opening. Yeah. That period there was a period that many of those big brands were developing projects, many hotels opening, so very competitive market. And from there, then it was a big jump, and I had really, with the same company, one of my former bosses, he got a position in the Middle East, in Dubai, as a director of operations, and he invited me to do the opening of a Sofitel in Dubai. Yeah. And at that time, this was in 2005, 2006, that's what all the world started hearing about Dubai, the Burj Al Arab, all these constructions going on, the city of the future. Yeah. And for me, it was like changing completely my world. Like I went there for a first visit and for interviews. Yeah. And wow, I was really fascinated to see all these projects going on. It was still Dubai was a construction site, nothing to do with what we see now. All these big towers, the Burj Al Arab, not the Burj Al Arab, the Burj Khalifa.
The Burj Khalifa, yes.
Everything was under construction, the big malls. So I moved there, and the hotel I opened, the first one was called Sofitel the Palace, was just in front of where the Burj Khalifa, the tallest tower in the world, is. So again, opening a hotel in the Emirates, it's really something, because again, you work with people from all different parts of the world, you recruit people from different countries, different destinations. And so I lived in the Emirates about 10 years, and in 3 different projects, and all of them were openings, or there was the last hotel I worked was a fully refurbishment and a rebranding. So the first was in Dubai, the second was in Abu Dhabi, and the last one was back to Dubai.
Wow.
And in the meantime, there was a period between 2 openings. I left the company again, and this was in 2009, and I joined one of those big Dubai projects that was called Dubai Land and Resorts, which basically were 6 or 7 theme parks with hotels. So I was recruited as a project manager for the hotel side. And my hotel was going to be the Shrek.
Wow.
You know the Shrek?
Yes.
So that was very exciting, and that brought me back somehow to the times I worked with Disney. And Disney, you know, it's really a fantastic company to work in terms of exigence, standards, how we deal with guests, how we take care of guests. And so Dubai Land was a big dream, but unfortunately the crisis of 2008 came. And with the crisis, everything was put on hold. So I went back for Accor Group to open Sofitel in Abu Dhabi. And after Sofitel in Abu Dhabi was the Pullman Dera City Center. And then it was about 20 years with Accor. We divorced, let's say. We split apart. Things have changed in the company. These are things also that leaders must know.
Which is what we're going to talk about at some point.
There is a moment that you join. There are moments that things goes well, and there are moments that things might not be at your level of expectations. Things change. So you need to know the moment when to step out and look for something else. And that's something else that came shortly after, was this beautiful adventure I'm living to work in Eastern Africa.
Wow. And that's the foray into the Eastern Africa as well.
Eastern Africa, and also working for Sheraton, because I really I'm very glad that opportunity came. Working for such a famous and traditional in the hospitality brand. Is 8 years of existence, present all over the world. And so I started by a very tiny country in Africa called Djibouti.
I know Djibouti.
So I went there, and it was moving from Dubai there was a big
change of environment,
cultural and environmental
shock and everything.
But I think I have a great power of adaptation. And that's very important in not only in hospitality. I think for everyone, we need to be ready for things are changing so fast, and things are so unstable that we need to be prepared. So that was a big change. It was, I was coming from that environment where in Dubai everything is possible. You just click your fingers and you get things done. You have resources. I went to a totally different reality. But I would say that I joined back a certain reality of life, and this is one of the things that for me are important, is the humanity we carry with us. And working there was apart from the change of environment, working there was really tough. The Djiboutians are very difficult people. I compare very often them with the Ugandans. Ugandans are sweet, very easygoing people. In Djibouti, you really have to fight a lot to be accepted, and that they get the trust working with you.
Yeah.
And anyway, the hotel had a very difficult history. I replaced a GM that was almost kicked out of the country, so the climate in the hotel was really very bad.
Wow.
And I think that's one of the achievements there, that I managed to gain their trust and to put things back on
track.
On track.
Yes.
And so I really enjoyed. And actually, the Sheraton Djibouti and Sheraton Kampala and Sheraton in Addis Ababa belongs to the same owner.
Yeah.
And we are franchise hotel. So I work with Sheraton, but I work for the owning company.
Yeah.
And
Which
the
is
owning
the Constellation
the owning
Hotel
company
Management.
entity that manages this hotel is called Constellation Hospitality Group.
Yeah.
So I came first time to Kampala for a meeting. I think it was budget presentations or board meeting. I don't recall.
Yeah.
That was maybe in 2015 or 14.
Yeah.
14 maybe.
Yeah.
And immediately I loved the country. The moment I step into the airport, Entebbe, and you know, Entebbe is a magic world. You know all the stories about Entebbe. You know, when I was young, in Brazil, we used to see Idi Amin on TV and all things. And for me, Ugandan was, as for a lot of people, was about Idi Amin at the time. But when I joined the company, I started hearing about Uganda, all the beautiful things in Uganda. So I immediately was attracted to come, and that there was that occasion, and people were very, very welcoming, and I took advantage of the few days I was here. I went to visit Jinja, the source of the Nile.
Yes.
And I had in mind, like, oh, one day if there is an opportunity, if they propose me, I would like to go to Kampala.
Yes.
And that happened maybe 1 or 2 years after. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But when my predecessor left, that was in end of 2015.
Yeah.
So I was offered the position, and so I came.
Wow! Wow!
And I was supposed to stay 2 years, then again 2 years, and then I think the chemistry is good, and then of course the COVID crisis came, and these are times that for the owners I think it was very important to have someone that they really trust, and that could face the challenges that we've been facing for almost 1.5 years or almost 2 years.
Almost going to 2 years now.
Yeah, and also the trust of the brand, because since Sheraton was taken over by Marriott, Marriott is a really fantastic group that gives a lot of support, and they don't make difference between the hotels they manage directly and the hotels who are franchised. It means that we have much more access to information, to training. We have people that regularly check on you. We have a lot of most of the things are done online through webinars and online sessions. The counterpart is that Marriott also put the bar higher, and we have really to make sure that we achieve certain targets. Mostly is the targets related to guest satisfaction. We have to make sure that whoever stays in the hotel rated us highly. Yes, that's very important.
Based on the experience of staying in the hotel.
So so that's where I am here. I'm happy to be in Kampala, in Uganda, and I hope that I'll stay longer. I think that it's
a good thing.
No, it's a good thing.
Yes. Yeah, JP, this is really good story and a good journey coming from there. I've enjoyed your journey from growing up in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil to France, and then to Abu Dhabi, and the changes in between there that has happened. A lot of times we don't understand some of these as self-leadership. And from what we're seeing here is a lot of self-leadership, picking up yourself from there and giving yourself meaning and beginning to move forward. I want us to take a break, and when we come back, we want to dive straight into your understanding of leadership. what is leadership to you? What is, leadership? What type of leadership do you use? Are you a leader? If yes, what type of a leader are you? And, from this space where you are apparently enjoying, and you've definitely lived your life the way you wanted it to be. It may have not been in a diplomacy as sitting in the embassy, riding in the embassy car, but you're still living with these people on this side of serving them in a hotel and hospitality business. Thank you very much for joining us on the CEO Bench. We're talking to the CEO, to the general manager of Sheraton Kampala, but also the regional manager for the East Africa Constellation in East Africa and East Africa operation. And of course, his name is Jean-Philippe. Of course, Bentecourt, we want to know how those names comes together. All right? Take a small break. The CEO Bench will be right back after this. How did you, as a child, if you visibly remember, what did you want to be in life?
Well, if I go back, I think I looked at two things as a child. I thought about, I looked up to the skies and I'd see the stars and, see the airplanes flying over. And as I was there, with my dad, looking after the cows, or with my grandma going fishing, or with my grandpa farming, I'd look up and go, wow, what are those things up there? And then someone told me, that's a space station. I go, okay, interesting. And what else is up there? Well, those are stars, and those are airplanes. So I thought, well, it would be great, to figure out how those things work. Yeah. And so I guess that was one interesting, passion of mine as a little kid, figuring out how aerospace vehicles work. And I guess that wasn't, something which excited me a lot.
Wow. You said the two things. So how did you end up there? You were fishing with your grandmother, you mentioned, and farming with your father, and grazing with your grandfather. Why were you not able to pick one of these from these, three different distinct people, and then you ended up in the things that are up in the sky with all this interest? What was the motivation like? Was somebody an aerospace engineer? Was somebody thinking about the things up, or it just came to you?
It's, back then, we didn't have Wi-Fi. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't even have phones, or television. We just had nature, and that was great, and we had stories around the campfire, around the hearth every evening. We'd sit down and talk to each other. We lived quite close to national parks, so every now and again a lion would hop over and grab a cow and go and have supper as well. So we shared with the lions. So it was being at one with nature. But what's important in all that was allowing one's mind to imagine, allowing one's mind to run, to fly, to really go as far as one's mind could possibly go. And if I think of looking at things from the space going down, I could still look down and figure out what's going on, on the fishing side. I could look at what's going on the farming side. I could look at what's going on the grazing side, because when you're up there, you can see everything. But it also helps you appreciate how special the earth is. So I'm most grateful for that natural environment that any kid in a rural village in Uganda or any other part of Africa right now has, that where you see every star, and I believe there is something special about that.
Welcome back from that break. This is CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course you're tuned into the House of Talent Television live on Facebook, on YouTube, and as well on our website, www.houseoftalentuganda or www.houseoftalentug.com, and you'll definitely be at home. We are talking to Jean-Philippe Bintecourt, who is the General Manager of Sheraton Kampala, as well as the Regional Manager for Constellation Management Group of hotels in East Africa. Jean, welcome back to the show. I want to take you straight to a very interesting part. I have enjoyed the journey of knowing who you are and, the journey of getting into that hotel. I wanted to dig deep a little bit about leadership. And I want to take from this point of view, the transformational leadership approach and leadership abilities often define the personal level of effectiveness. And we looked at this from a point of how do they manage change? How do they manage people? How do they lead self? How do they lead the people they're working with? How do they manage the brand that they work for? So we want to know from you your leadership journey. But first we want to start from, what is leadership to you, JP?
So for me, the leadership, I would say there are different components, but the most important is the art of knowing people.
Yeah.
How you know your clients, how you know your associates, your colleagues, and all the different stakeholders that are part of the business. How you know your bosses, your investors, how you know the key people that bring you business, the key relationship you must have in a market in order to make sure that thing goes smooth.
Yeah.
So I think this requires an openness of mindset.
Yes.
And I would say that for me, the fact again that I have two cultures, I live in different places, it helps a lot.
Okay.
You find similarities, of course. If I see how Ugandans are and how Brazilians are, they are not totally alike, but there are a lot of similarities.
Yes.
If I see how a French person is, or a German, or an American, they are very different.
Yes.
And difficult people. I know by the French side, because I have my French family. I worked in France. I worked with French companies.
Yes.
So I learn how to deal with
this.
Yes. And so it's and now especially this past years working for Sheraton Group, it's more like Anglo-Saxon approach of hospitality. So this also, so all these dimensions are very important. So it's knowing people, knowing the culture, the different generations you deal with. It's a very important.
Yeah.
It became more and more because the gap between generations have changed.
Yeah.
I would say, or I mean, people that analyze the market trends, how things go. Before, a generation gap would be 10 years.
Yes.
Now it's shorter.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know, maybe it's 5 years. I don't have it in mind, but it's something
it's about
close
3 to
that.
5 years, 10 years. Yeah.
And but this is a beauty also, how to deal with the young generations.
Yeah.
Because they are so different from you in many aspects, and they are the ones who are going to lead the world tomorrow.
Yes.
So you cannot ignore that they have their way of thinking, their way of working. They are all into the digital world. They are faster than you. They know how to use those things much. They have that power of capturing.
Yes.
In my life, I started using computer. I was already working at that hotel in Meridian.
Yes.
When I joined Meridian Hotel, we worked manually.
Yes.
We were counting reservations, counting room nights to make forecast. Then the not the digital but the computerized system came
in, yes.
So that's where I started using computers.
Wow.
When I did my MBA, I had the first Macintosh, which was the initial one, you know, that Apple one.
The Apple one,
yeah.
yes, which was this huge.
That box and very small screen.
Yes.
And when you know now, when you explain those things to the young, so you see things have changed a lot, so fast, and so you have to catch up with that.
Yeah.
So it's part about. It's also a question. The other key component of leadership is about the change.
Yes.
You have to change. If you stay in the past, if you stay behind, you are done.
Yeah.
So I think this is also one very important component.
Wow.
And knowing people is understanding them.
Yeah.
It's you have to try to put yourself on people's shoes. That's a very important concept.
Yes.
And sometimes I deal with situations that can be related to a guest, an account, or an associate of mine.
Yeah.
I need to try to understand why that person is behaving like that.
Yeah.
What is behind his attitude or the way he's performing.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say that I cannot say I am not perfect on that, but at least I take that very much into consideration on my daily work, how to try to understand people.
Yeah. Wow. JP, you mentioned something very important when you were talking. You talked about change and managing change as a leader. As a leader, at what point do you realize that you are now a leader when growing up? That you realize I'm now a leader and I need to start understanding people more? Because you said you spend a lot more time understanding people as part of your day than, you know, dealing with people. Because if you understand them well, then you'll be able to deal with them the best way possible. So at what point did you realize that you were becoming a leader, when you can talk about self-leadership? And what is self-leadership for you?
I would say that I always took things in a very responsible way. And when you take responsibility, automatically you start taking some kind of leadership on projects that you do. And I would say, from my first job in that hotel in Rio, I start taking responsibilities, and I also like to train people.
Yeah.
And I think training, developing people was always something that I like to do.
Yeah.
Until today. I would say that one of my best rewards is when I see someone from the ground,
yes.
Young and without too much experience, then we can see that person growing and developing his skills and moving to his career, and showing him a vision, a possibility of him becoming also a great leader.
Yeah.
So I think these are the components that I wouldn't say that I know I am a leader. I think that came naturally somehow, and there was appreciation from my bosses that also say, this guy is doing well with job, we need him in that position.
Yeah.
Because leader also is about, you need to fit in a certain position, you need to take that responsibility and deliver what is assigned to you.
Yeah.
There is also important components about integrity, and this is how people trust you, what you're doing. And for me, it was always very important that people trust on me.
Yeah.
And sometimes, unfortunately, I didn't have such good bosses. You know that movie? There is a movie called Horrible Boss.
Horrible Boss, yes.
I think we all go sometimes through that. I hope I'm not a horrible boss.
Yes.
I mean, you cannot please everyone, but I know that I had some horrible bosses that really put me down, undermined me, but I always manage rebounding and finding in the bottom of myself my strength to say, I'm not so bad, I'm sure I'm doing good things. But then communication is also one of the key factors in leadership. How you communicate, how you make sure people understand your vision, where you want to go through. And this is a challenge I have every day, but it's a human challenge. And then also because there are gaps in terms of background, of culture. We, like for me, English is not my first language, so sometimes I might use, I don't know,
different
a certain way of speaking that people might not understand exactly what I mean. So communication barriers can be one of the factors that disturbs a lot in your daily leadership. But it's always good to find a moment and talk with people and see, is there a problem? Is that something that I did wrong? Is that something that I could be clear? And this is a challenge that I see between my people from my team, with the people who are there executing the job. Sometimes the message as a leader takes some time to get to that level. So I try to have a direct relationship with everyone. I don't like creating too much barriers. I am the super boss. My office, nobody
comes in.
I mean, if I am available, please come to talk to me. And I try a lot to be on the floor, on the ground, walking around, talking with people. I don't like to be perceived as a difficult person to reach, because I don't have any pretension to be. So my people, they know, but sometimes they are still shy. There is something about the Ugandan culture, which is this respect of the authority of the elder, that I try to break a little bit, because I say, I'm a human as you. I went through your age. I went through a lot of things you went through, so feel free to share.
Whatever you have,
And so this is again the communication, those different levels. It's something that we have to be much more easy nowadays, you know. In order to make things happen, in order to make sure that people federate to a project, a strategy, you cannot have too much, because things goes too fast. We cannot complicate things.
I want to talk to you, JP, very slightly about that part. Leadership in hotel management. The hotel management in the African continent, not most of them have gotten some of these key elements that you're talking about. I have been to quite a number of countries in Africa. I'm privileged to come from a very humble background, and God has been good to me too. There are 54 countries in Africa, and I am happy that I have been to at least 34 of them in many of these cities. My father was not able to achieve that. My mother was not able to achieve that, but sports took me there, and some of them, the leadership, training took me there. So I interact with so many of these people in some of these places, and I realize that when you go to Europe and you come back to Africa, you see a completely different mindset altogether. Let's talk about leadership at the hotel management. Having arrived in East Africa, like you said, when you went to the first place in Djibouti, it was a complete different turnaround altogether. Going to Dubai, which was just a construction site before, or a construction city before it became a real city of itself. And then coming from Europe, what has been the leadership journey in the hotel management? And how would you advise a person who is watching the show here, who is a guy in Karamoja with a very small, tiny hotel or a big hotel, is not at your level, and it's going to take a lot of time to get to your level, but they're looking forward to try and learn a thing or two from you on the show today?
I think one of the key elements is to know the future is here. It's not
the
in
past.
Europe. I myself, if tomorrow they offer me to work back in Europe, I don't want it. I mean, it's challenging. There is a lot of constraints in Africa, or even in my continent, South America. It's still a lot to be done. There is a lot of possibility, less rules, less barriers. I know how things are in Europe. You cannot do whatever you want. So for young people here, you need to trust in your continent. You need to trust in I know sometimes it's difficult, and I talk about this with my guys, because sometimes they feel discouraged because of what we're living now. I say, guys, this is I wouldn't say it's a temporary thing, but we are going to learn how to live with the COVID and the vaccines and all that is going through. Life will not, I don't think life will be back to what it was in the past, but it's going to change and we will adapt. And so they have to still keep hoping, investing in training, in learning. I think this is very important.
Training and learning.
Yes, if there is an opportunity to do it, please embrace it. I'm proud to say that in our company, being part of Marriott, there is really a fantastic system that allow people to learn, to take trainings, online trainings. Most of them are online trainings. I have a very good department of HR with the learning and development side. My director of HR, she's a very qualified person, and she was trained by Marriott, and she's a Ugandan, and I always use her as a reference. My Aisha there, she went abroad. She probably had very difficult times in UK. She worked there. She came back with her background. I don't remember exactly the whole thing, but she ended up in Marriott. She did the opening of the JW Marriott in Dubai.
Wow.
Those two towers. It's the tallest hotel in the world, by the way. And she always tell and share the stories with our associates about how exigent was. Then she had the opportunity to do the opening here in Kigali, where we have a Marriott. And then she wanted to come back home, so there was an opportunity, and I'm very glad that we recruited her. So I think she is a very good example. She comes from a very humble background. She is a woman. She has 4 kids now. She has to manage the family life. She has a farm, so it's a beautiful example. And there are other people in my team, but I have my director of sales and marketing, Jackie, who started in Sheraton Kampala as a trainee after her, she did journalism. And today she is the director of sales and marketing because she had passion, because having passion is very important, the passion for what you do. She developed her career, she had opportunity, she had difficult moments, everyone has, but she's there. She had a beautiful family with 3 kids, and she's going through, for sales and marketing, this period is so difficult because there were times they were saying to me, I have no one to call, nobody's in the offices, I have no place to visit before our home. But
this is during the lockdown?
During the lockdown. So we drive all her potential to the digital. So we developed so many nice things in trying to do business digitally, especially in the food and beverage area, and with all the trends we have now, digital conferences and working remotely, and in the F&B, the takeaways, the deliveries. So that was where we are. But just about, there are people that succeed. But you need to have determination, you have to have passion, you have not to give up. And find someone that can mentor you and guide you. I think that's very important because there is that moment always when people feel down, that is someone that can give you a boost. And, and I would say that I'm talking about my Ugandan rep, but in every part of Africa, I think it's the same. The possibilities are there. It's a beautiful continent, a lot of things to being built. The tourism to develop with all the attractions and the cultural experience. We can talk about the business side too. The cities are developing, the business is developing. People from other places are interested in investing here. One very important sector is the what we call MICE, meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions. It's maybe a little bit now difficult because of the limited number of people, but it will come back. And this is a prominent sector for our industry, and so people must believe, and if they have the chance to work or to study elsewhere, even if it's in very close nearby, in Nairobi or in Rwanda, or a lot of young people now also focus a lot in the Middle East because yes, it's a very nice platform.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I see someone comes to me, boss, I'm leaving, I got an opportunity in Dubai.
Yeah.
I ask, is it a good one? Is it a reliable one?
Yeah.
Go for it. Even if sometimes leaving there it's tough.
Yeah.
I know that one of the first motivations is about money, but it's very important. And you see so many young kids that went to Dubai, worked, and bring a lot of good experience and come back in entrepreneurial position, starts a business. So I think that it's hard, it's tough, it requires a lot of, again, strength, but it's feasible.
Wow. JP, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, we want you to dig deeper into change management. How do I change from one place to the next place? You've had numerous changes. Some people are stuck in one place. You find a person who's been a general manager in this hotel for over 20 years, 15 years, not moving. But you said you have been moving from the day one when you ended up into the hotel business. You've been moving and you've worked in different places. The experience, of course, speak volume from where you are. And we want you to share that on change management and how can we change, particularly from the hotel side of business. And we want to, close the show in that part with, the impact of COVID-19 on, businesses across the world, but particularly hotel businesses were shut down. How are you managing it as a general manager? How is it working for you? Are you bouncing back? What are you putting in place to make sure that people keep coming back to, have their life in the hotel and still be able to do whatever we used to do before? We'll do that after the break. And of course, you're joining me on this discussion with the general manager of Sheraton Kampala, but also the regional manager for Constellation Group of Hotel Management, LLC. It's the group, in East Africa, and, same gentleman managing it, doing it. How is he doing it? Can you learn a thing or two from him? The CEO bench will be right back after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? Change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.siluganda.com or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and my guest this particular show, or on this particular show, is the general manager of Sheraton Kampala. Sheraton Kampala, back in the days, was known as the Apollo Hotel, owned by, you know, the government of Uganda back in the days. And later on, management changed hands when privatization came in. And JP is the man at the helm of leadership at Sheraton Kampala, but also managing other, you know, hotels across East Africa as the general manager for Constellation Hotel Management LLC. JP, welcome back to the show. We will maintain the JP for, you know, for everyone. Yes. But the real name is actually Jean-Philippe Bittencourt, and let's talk about the name first of all. The name sounds nice. I love your name, Bittencourt. What does it mean? In Africa, we have names and the meanings behind the names given.
Yeah, there is a Bittencourt is an old name. It's my father's name. My father was Brazilian, 100%. Yes. But Bittencourt has a French origin.
Yeah.
And it's a name from the north of France at the time of what they call the Middle Age.
Yes.
And they say that there was one of those small kingdoms at that time. There were many.
Yes.
And the king had a bastard son.
Yeah.
And so this bastard son, they used to call him Bête en cour.
Yeah, Bête en cour.
Yeah, cour means court.
Yes.
And bet means that it's a bit not very depreciative way of calling it. It's a bastard son.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was like the bastard in court.
Yeah.
So Bittencourt becomes the name. And this name, at the time of the big discoveries, somehow came through the Canarian Islands, which are in the middle of Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
So you find Bittencourt people, Spanish.
Yeah.
And then they came to South America. So you find people with the same name in Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia. It's spread.
Yeah,
all
at some
over.
point I thought it was, you know, it was a Spanish name. And then to note that you have a French origin, so it's confusing.
Yeah.
So that's
But my
the
French side, I don't have the family name of my mother. It's my father.
So what would be your surname? Is it Jean Philippe? Which one is the surname? Like Eddie Okila, which one is yours?
No, my Okila is Bittencourt. Yes.
Ah, okay.
Jean Philippe is my Christian name, is my baptism name.
Okay.
Like people,
All right. So welcome back to the. So it's good to know that there is that human side normally, and you know, to understand the culture from there. It's a very important part of life, because you're in the hospitality business. But welcome back to the program. We want to talk about change management in hotel management. Hotel and hospitality have seen a lot of things change. So many people, you know, the coming of you know, the Airbnb came a little bit disrupted the real hotel business, sort of the traditional business running. You see COVID coming in there immediately and knocking everything off and putting everybody off track 1.5 years down the road. And you said COVID came in just when you're about to finish your 2 years, or the next year. You're supposed to be here for 2 years, and the 2 years extended. Perhaps COVID has given you a much more extension, but there's something we want to pick from there. What informed the decision of the business owners to say, no, let him first stay? And you said the brand needed somebody of a certain caliber. How do you manage this change? How have you been able to manage change from all these areas all the way to Kampala? If I want to learn something from you and I'm trying to change from one place to the next, what should I do? Looking at you speaking to us right now.
Change is something that, again, it's a challenge for the human being by nature. People I would say people tend to prefer something stable, and that was like our parents, grandparents somehow were living because things took longer to happen.
Yeah.
But they also had changes. My grandparents from my French side lived during the time of the war, and I can say by the stories I hear that yes, from one day they have their life structured, and then the Germans invaded Europe. My grandfather had to go for the war, left my grandmother with kids at home, having to run the business. Sometimes there was bombing, everybody had to hide. There was shortage of food, shortage of a lot of things. So maybe there was that period after war that the whole world went into a growing trend with developments and building back all the destruction that war became. This was a golden years. And I would say I was still born in that period. I was born in the 60s. In a country like Brazil, the 70s was a period of a lot of big developments. They were building roads all over the country. That's maybe a little bit what Uganda is living for the past years, since you have some stability. There are roads, dams, electricity is everywhere, the internet, the connection. When I talk with senior Ugandans, they say, yeah, the young generation, they are a bit selfish because they don't know what we went through some years back. And the history here, we know it was very tough those times. Today, people have access and comfort to other things. And the country is growing. So, and things go faster. Changes comes very fast. The COVID is a big example and experience of changing. We were working in a certain way, we had a market, we had clients, we were spoiled. And suddenly, everything was down. I mean, I remember the day that I saw my last clients leaving Uganda because they were afraid to get stuck here, and I found that hotel like empty, like a desert.
Wow.
What do I do?
This is Sheraton Kampala.
Yeah, Sheraton Kampala. What shall I do? I have 400 employees. What do I do with them?
Wow.
I have to keep maintaining the place. I have to pay whatever I still have to pay, my debt. So it was a big, and we even asked, shall we keep the hotel open or not? Shall we shut down? So there was a lot of decisions that we had to take to adapt to the new reality, and that required a lot of sacrifices. Changes comes with certain sacrifices, and I thank my team, my dear associates, that they have responded to that in a very resilient mode. And I would say that resilience is still a very important term these days. If we wanted to survive, if we wanted to keep active, alive, we needed to be resilient. And we needed to adapt to those changes. But working as a team, working together, communicating well, I would say explaining things how they are, it was a key thing. So the whole COVID period was really a change, a big change. I think is one of the biggest change I have gone through.
In your life,
I mean, okay, I changed from countries, I changed from continents. Yeah, there was important, but now this change and still how it affect our lives. The way we behave, we need to have these masks everywhere, we need to be sanitizing, washing hands, we need to, if you want to travel, we need to do the testing, and the vaccinations are there, and a lot of questions about the vaccinations, which one should I take?
Which one should I not take?
So it's the whole world went through a major changing, and we as human beings, I think, we are going through it because we have no other choice, but sometimes I think a little bit, wow, my God, I get a bit shocked sometimes about how many things are ongoing. And then it's the thought about what is the future, how will be the future, how we project ourselves in 5-10 years. That's something also important in leadership, how you see the future. If you have to take the past in consideration, you have to manage the present, but most of all you need to look into the future. How the future will be, anticipate somehow things, get ready for it, learn from the mistakes, learn from the experiences, And I think we need always to see the future with optimism and say things are going to be better.
Yeah.
And be ambitious. Like for me, my ambition here is that once we get out of this crisis, that we can balance a little bit better our finance, that we go back to the project. We have a wonderful project of renovation for the hotel.
Yeah.
Everything was ready, the designs, the credit facilities to start. And COVID came and everything was put on hold.
Wow.
And that for me was one of my, I would say, it will be one of my accomplishments if I see at least part of the hotel renovated.
Yeah.
Because we need to face the new reality, the new competition. There are many new hotels still under construction.
Yeah.
And that will open in 2-3 years.
Yes.
Sheraton has to be ready for that. I would say that we have excellency and a very good service because of all the trainings and the engagement of people with the brand.
Yeah.
But we know the product has also to evolve.
Yeah.
So these renovations are expected. I hope that next year we can start doing, even with the crisis we are going through, we have managed to do a few things. We have our restaurant 7 Seas, which is going through a refurbishment that was needed. We might be reopening it in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so all of this started during the lockdown situation. JP, let's talk about pressure from you as a leader. As a general manager, you not only manage the operation in Uganda, you manage the operation in East Africa. I mean, Uganda was one of those places that received high amount of pressure when we went into a lockdown. What happened to the other operation? How were you able to pull through from those other operations and the challenges that the operations came with during this COVID? How were you able to manage it?
Yeah, each property from the group went through the same challenges, but each market, of course, is different and recovers in a different pace. Some of the hotels are kind of doing better because of the environment they have, and also the resources that are available. But I would say that in overall, I mean the whole region, it's coming out of this second wave now.
Yeah.
And I hope that there won't be another.
Wave, yes.
So things are improving.
Okay.
I think the process is to, the important is to keep the contact, to keep very attentive what's happening in each different market, and to look for opportunities, business opportunities.
Yeah.
Some markets can support better each other in a due time.
Yeah.
Today is somehow a moment that we ask all to support us.
Yeah.
The countries that are already moving on to more normal times, making sure that people don't have that image, okay, Uganda is still difficult to come.
Yeah.
We have a few challenges that we are still facing here, especially at the airport in Entebbe.
Yeah.
I think that this week was very rich in discussions, and also the tourism sector was very mobilized to try to obtain a deal that is not so painful and for the travelers that come to Uganda, either for tourism or for business.
Yeah.
Definitely we need to make sure that whoever comes to Uganda have done his test. If they are vaccinated, is better. But we have to be careful also not to create an environment there at arrival that people feel uncomfortable, and it's long, it takes hours to be released. So it's after a long trip, it's very painful.
Yeah.
So I think that things are getting to a more balance.
Okay.
And we will be hearing about it. There is already a release that came yesterday from Civil Aviation.
Yeah.
Which was a bit of an outcome of all these discussions. I believe also that some key people have spoken directly with the president, because we need really to keep Uganda as a friendly country to come, and that people don't start the experience in you know,
Yes.
with a lot of frustration at the airport.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's a very key thing.
Okay, and as we wind up, JP, we want to just talk about, we've touched many of these areas, but I want to talk to you from the transformational part of it. You've talked about Sheraton transforming, you know, going through the renovation, but there is a transformation that the hotel business bring to life and to very many other people. Wherever we have such, you know, facilities or such investment, people's lives change. You mentioned on the show a bit earlier that you have about 400 and plus people working for Sheraton. When you look back to your life as a, you know, hotel manager, as the person who ran the hospitality business, as a professional in that area, when you look back, how would you quantify the transformation that you have gone through over the years that has also been a place of people finding transformation in their life, that has gone to people's lives and their lives has transformed in general?
Definitely, each of the experience that I went through added something to me as a professional, but also as a person.
Yeah.
I say that we cannot never consider for granted that we know everything, we learn everything. We are always learning something new.
Yeah.
When we move from a place to another or when we go through different situations.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel. For me, every day is a new day. Every day is an opportunity to transform,
Yeah.
to learn something.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we were talking or saying, some people sometimes spend 20 years in the same position.
Yes.
Definitely what kills sometimes is not only the professional life, even I would say family life, is the routine.
Yes.
So you have always to try to invent, create.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things also I'm always talking with my team is about innovation, creativity, think out of the box. Discover new things. Even in here, I mean, how many things are showing up, coming up in Uganda, in Kampala, every day. Even during the COVID, there is a new place. I the other day went to Kololo. I see so many new places.
Yes, yes.
Some are closing down
Yes.
because they have their cycle, but others are coming with new concepts. So we have. It's not because we are Sheraton, an international brand, that we don't have to learn with others. Huh? And we can always take what we call benchmarking to get inspiration.
Yeah.
But then it's important that we create it on our own way.
Yeah.
So this spirit of innovation, creativity, it's also very important.
Yeah.
And it's part of the transformation process.
Wow.
And that's something that I try also to incorporate, because this gives you motivation.
Yeah.
It's not like every day is the same thing.
Yeah.
Of course that you always will have those routines that you cannot escape from.
Yeah.
I have always my moments I have to sign payment. Now I sign lesser, but I authorize online.
Yes, yes.
I have my guys there sometimes chasing me. Oh, boss, you have to authorize this, and that. And I say, okay, I will. But my priority is being with the guests. It's trying to find new things, you know. But yes, you have those routines that you have to go through.
Yeah.
But it's important to give sometimes also for that funny side of
of you.
If you know, when we talk about passion, and it's also you need to feel the pleasure of what you do.
Yes.
If you do something that you don't like, if you do something because you're obliged to, I know it's not everyone that has this privilege, and some people that's what they get and they have to do it. But I wouldn't say that my job is always the how you call the bed of roses.
Yes.
But it's because I take pleasure, because it gives me something in return that I'm doing this, and I hope God gives me strength to continue doing this for some more years.
Wow.
until the time that we'll have to step down.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jean, and of course, JP is the General Manager of Sheraton Kampala, and of course, the Regional Manager for East Africa Constellation Hotel Management LLC, as it is known. It's a group of companies, just so you know. JP, thank you very much for coming to the show. But one more question. How do you balance your work life and family?
Yeah, that I'm not very good into that. I would say that sometimes I have to give more time for myself and for the family.
Yeah.
Hospitality is very challenging for all of us working because it's a lot of it's 24 hours, 365 days, but still you need to find time. I'm glad this year, I don't know if it's because the business went down, but I could spend a full month with my family.
Yeah.
A bit disconnected, not completely because I can't. I have always to follow what's happening, but I had time for me. I had time to do some physical activity, and that's something that I know it's so important.
Yeah.
You are in this.
Yes.
When I was young, I was doing a lot of sports,
Yes.
and sports was very good.
Yeah.
And for any kid, I think sport is fantastic to give discipline, targets. I used to swim a lot. I used to then to do rowing.
Yeah.
And I was part of a team. We were competing, and that was very intense training.
Yeah.
Then, with time, I have relaxed a bit in keeping physical activity. I always try to do something.
Yeah.
And it's very important because you feel much better. But yes, you need to take care of yourself, of your body, of what you eat, how many hours you sleep. Healthy life, but also not at the extent that if you like to have some fun sometimes, to drink a little bit with your friends. I mean, in hospitality is also about the passion I have for food, and I like good wines, a good whiskey, in a moderate way. But it's about this too.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, family life, it's sometimes a bit complex. When you are working as an expatriate, the family is a bit spread all over.
Yeah.
But we have good moments, we have qualitative moments.
Yeah.
And fortunately we have WhatsApp, Telegram, all those needed today.
Yeah.
You can at any time reach someone and spend some time with a talk.
Yeah.
But yes, balancing life is, I'm not very good on that. I'm not a very good example, but I'm trying.
Okay.
My HR, if she's listening to that, she might be laughing.
Yes, and finally, your wife also works in you said your wife has a background in the hotel management. She does do the same thing. Are you guys in the same company? How do you manage to work, to marry a person within the same area where you work and, still continue with the family to this level? I mean, what's work balancing these things? Because sometimes it's not very easy for people who are in the hospitality business. Yeah. Particularly at your level.
Yeah, we worked together for a certain number of years.
Yes.
It was not always easy. Then we were working in the same company but with different assignments. That was okay.
Yeah.
And when I came to Africa, she had a very good job offer there in the Middle East.
Yeah.
So my wife lives in Dubai, and she's not in the operations, but she's in what we call e-commerce.
Yes.
She managed the online business for a big hotel group.
Okay.
And she's successful. So we try to see each other every 2 months.
Okay.
And during holidays, of course.
Okay. And the children?
We don't have direct children, but we have a boy that is our nephew, but we take care of him.
Okay.
And but he's preparing his exams to university now, so he's in France.
So they live with the mother or lives with you here?
No, he's now with the grandparents in France.
In France.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now we wanted to just touch base on that. Sometimes people think that you general managers are, superhumans. You're not. You don't have a life to live every single day besides the work. because we see you in a tie, we see you signing things. We don't know that you have a life to live, but you've given us a space to actually understand, you know, that you have a life and the things you do every single day. JP, we've come to the end of the show.
We are using less ties now, huh? Especially on Fridays.
Why?
It's a trend somehow. When you have official events and things, you put back the tie, but more and more in the hospitality, GMs, all the people working in sales and marketing, it's a bit more relaxed. It's a trend, so that you don't have that
the seriousness that comes with it all the time.
So I try to combine that.
And your final word to those who nominated you, what are you looking for 20 years, 50 years from now when you're finally out of Uganda? What you be looking forward to? What would you like as your, you know, legacy, that when you leave, they will say, once upon a time, there's a man called Jean-Philippe Bentecourt who was a general manager of Sheraton Kampala.
Well, that's definitely something that it's very somehow important. Sometimes I think what these people will remind of me when maybe they will be in my position, or if someone say, oh yes, finally I remember that GM, I learned. The young, sometimes they don't see immediately that effect. And I know by my experience, I had a very tough general manager that I remember sometimes I feel like crying because he gave me very hard times. But I end up like having not only respect for him, but affection, and still sometimes he's kind of old now, but sometimes I send always a message for Christmas. But he had a big impact in my career, but he was tough. Sometimes I have to be tough with my kids. Sometimes they learn how to deal with me, but they know that I am very exigent, I'm very detail oriented, I'm very guest oriented. When there is an issue with the guest, I feel frustrated. And but I hope that from what the examples, the walk the talk or whatever, that I can transmit to them, that one day they will remember myself, and especially I think the ones that will progress in their careers. And it's difficult to project myself in 20 years.
Why? You're living a healthy life.
Yes. But as I say, the world changed so much. Where will I be? We have a plan with my wife where to retire or to settle down one day. We have a nice place in the south of France, which is a very good region with very good weather. And but I hope that I will still be coming here to Uganda once in a while. I don't know, maybe after a career in the operation, I will go to what most of people that acquire a lot of experience and knowledge to some kind of consultancy. I think that if I have this opportunity for the rest of my life until I'm really capable of being a resource or supportive, or I can help some projects, development, training people, guiding people, I'll be. I don't see myself like staying home doing nothing. Or I feel that I will always need to have some occupancy. I don't have that. I know in Uganda and in Brazil it's not like that, because people feel that they have to work until very late. But in countries like in France, in Europe, people think, oh, I'm going to retire and this is it. I'm going to live now enjoying life or doing some social work. I don't see me fitting in that. I want to keep being active
and
doing things that are meaningful.
Wow. Well, JP, thank you very much for coming to the program today. We really appreciate to have you on the program.
Thanks to the public. I hope that I was I was useful, or that I could pass good messages, and I am available for questions. You can go through you, or if anyone wants to.
If you have a question, we definitely want you to write. We can sample 1 or 2 questions as we go. I want to just say this. Ed Yokila, thank you very much for bringing that gentleman to the show. I am a person who goes to Sheraton for breakfast normally every Sunday, but COVID came and hit us hard. We no longer enjoy what we used to have.
Well, I mean, we've never really locked down completely, especially the breakfast.
Yes.
We are open there same
I think
hours.
it's because they were locked down at home. Movement was a problem.
No,
yes,
but
yes.
we are fully operational.
Yeah.
And on Sundays, not only we have the breakfast, but we have the very nice brunch. And which is very nice for families, for the kids. They can go to the pool, the parents enjoy the food. There is good entertainment. There are some activities for the kids. And even now on Saturdays, and it's been very successful, we have what we call the Splash Saturday at the pool of Sheraton, where there is a lot of activities for the kids, some barbecue. Mothers are loving it because the kids are busy and they can enjoy just they talk with each other.
And do other things. Wow. Okay. Eddie Okila, thank you very much. I live and work in Europe. I'm glad to hear that Sheraton is taking shape and that Marriott is taking over. At some point, Sheraton was becoming a pain. When you look back in the days, the glories that were gone, but I've seen the general manager saying the renovations happening. I had my wedding at Sheraton, and it was a bit disappointing some years back, and yet I grew up as a boy who used to, enjoy going to Sheraton.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
Yeah. So
no, it's for sure that Sheraton, there was, and that's from the feedback I've heard. Went through a phase that the quality of service, the guest satisfaction was not at the top. Sometimes I hear, oh yes, Sheraton is not a good place to go anymore. Maybe they were living in their glories. I don't know why. What I know is that since I came and with my team, because for me the team, if I don't have a good team, I cannot do anything. But we have brought back the hotel to a level that I think, from the feedbacks I received from the market, from guests, we are a key player. And yes, renovations is some of them have taken place, but there is still quite a lot of work to do. It will be there, I hope, very soon.
All right. Just because of our time, we'll not be able to read all your comments, but JP will definitely come back on the show. We want to probably visit Sheraton Kampala and look at some of the things that they're doing there. And of course, we want you to go and visit Sheraton Kampala and support. It's right at the center of Kampala. JP, somebody is asking me a question here before we go. In Nigeria, we do what we called, personality placing. But is this the same thing in Uganda? If a personality appear in, let's say in Kampala, would Sheraton Kampala give an on-board because it happens in Nigeria quite a lot? Does this happen in East Africa? Ask the general manager.
Sorry, I didn't get
personality. For example, if a personality is coming from another country, let's say a celebrity, to Uganda, does Sheraton Uganda offer to give a complimentary to that personality that is coming, let's say a celebrity?
Yeah, well, we have a certain number of partnerships with, different, promoters. It depends, of course. It has to be a win-win situation. If there is, a mega star coming to Uganda, that will generate media for us. That will generate attention. Definitely we can work something out.
Wow. Well, there they have it, and we want to say thank you very much. JP, thank you very much for coming to the show. We're going to have to bonga and say goodbye to all of you guys, and thank you very much for being a part of the, CEO Bench growing bigger and better. Until next week, we want to say goodbye, and Eddie Okila, Jean-Philippe Bintecourt, General Manager of Sheraton, signing out. you think you're ready to engage people once again after 2 years or 2.5 years of no activity brought about by COVID-19?
I think the advantage of the lockdown and the past 2 years has been like most of the creatives, whether they are independent or not, have been engaged in a process of creating content, and I'm curious to see what's going to come out of this now that we are free to start working. I'm sure everyone is going to be ready to prepare to present something that they've been working on. So I'm not really worried about if there is content. I think I'm very worried about who is going to present it, because most people have actually, not maybe actually, have really moved on.
Yes.
I mean, they realized that they were chasing a dead horse, you know, and they were like, you know, we are not going to survive. 2 years of not working, even trying to mitigate the, you know, life. Now that they are, you know, they have started some jobs, you know, if you have a job that is 9 to 5, you're not going to start, you know, going for rehearsals or going to dance in a studio. And what are you going to eat if you go there? So I think my biggest worry is about who is going to be presenting the content, whether it's dance, whether it's theater, whether it's music, whether it's film. Okay, film is different, but I think there are certain art forms that are independent and they really need an effort for someone to be able to present it. And I think opening up without any support structure to help these people get back into the market, it's going to be really, really difficult. So for me, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge.
Okay, so when you say there are certain art form that needs really, really support and there's some that needs to, what are those, you know, can you highlight some of them that needs to?
Yes, I mean, when we are talking about like the independent art scene, we are talking about some of the independent artists I know, and they are the most challenged one are the contemporary dancers. The contemporary dancers, first of all, contemporary dance is very, very new to the industry, to the market here. And even when they have been working over the years, you know, dancers like, you know, Jonas, like Julius, like Oscar, have been really working hard to really cultivate their audiences. And they have been not really managing to get them, you know, to get them to fill up the auditoriums. And now that they are back, they need a lot of time. They need at least 6 to 8 months to prepare a production, and which means that now that they don't have money and they're opened up to start, they needed someone to, you know, or they needed some kind of like a support fund to get them to start so that they can be able to prepare their work to present it to the audiences.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what kind of support are we looking at here?
Money, of course. I mean, it's money. I don't think you know, there's anything else. Maybe also space. Space is also an important thing because some of them need space. They might have time and they might have money to survive on where to stay, but they definitely need space to rehearse on.
I wish everyone in the music scene success, but they are not going to move for as long as the people in the government does not respect art and look at art as a form of competition to them. We're wasting time. Also, the structures are put in place. People like Balaam and a few other people who just come in. I'm reading it. It says people like Balaam who come in, says who have you know, proximity to the powers that be. Instead, they who even hand from music and promote music. Sometimes when these challenges come, they are supposed to be able to tell the people in authority that, look, this is where I also earn my money from and support. But instead, sometimes they also manipulate the system. I respect them, but they earn from the system, the music industry, but they're also the same people who don't support the music industry. I'm being honest. I hope you can read my comment on the show because I've sent comments before on TV and it's never read.
Okay, I think, no, honest, I understand personally. I really understand the frustrations of all the people. I am. Some of us are more and always frustrated, but we try to keep a smiley face. And everyone has a lot. If you start inviting people to talk about the challenges they face with the investments they make here, you will be overwhelmed. So it's really true, and I really think, as they say, they need to be considered. There is a need to really, find out how do we all take part in this shared responsibility. How can we all have a shared vision for our country? I'm not talking about politics. Now, in the arts, in the creative industry, how can we grow it together? How can we share the pie or the cake that is there, so that we don't grab everything to oneself? When I see people mentioning names and saying this one takes the thing, I have no problem with those people. But I think also, if other people are there in the market, then they should be given an opportunity, or even thoughtful. We can't always keep things in one side, one side.
Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela. This week in the studio, we have the man who has been in audio-visual artistry for the longest of time. The people who have stood the test of time of COVID-19. We want to know from them if they are ready. Come 24th of January 2024, Uganda will be opening up for events after 2.5 years of no activity at all. It was believed that the audio-visual sound industry was closing down in Uganda. And as a matter of fact, many people actually closed down, changed career, went into something else. Others, the bank loan swallowed them. But those who remained are yet to take us back to the moments where if there is no entertainment, then there is no creativity, then there is no productivity in the country. We're glad that Uganda is opening up, and joining me on the program today is the one and only Jude Sempewa, coming from Legacy Production Limited, a company based in Uganda. Jude, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Eddie.
We are bongering and spreading love here. We have to do this. You have to and spread love to people because COVID-19 has been there. In the words of Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe. But welcome to the program. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Doctor.
And
I'm doing fine, Eddie.
Yes. Yes. Some call me doctor because of the health and fitness, so it's understandable.
Sure.
But first, Jude, we want to know from you. How have you been? How have COVID-19 treated you? 2019, we have not seen you. Things have been just up and down, lockdown here and there. Let's talk about Jude in the 2019.
Jude 2019 was a very beautiful, sunny, fair weather year. Yeah. We had the best of what we could call an eventful year.
Yeah.
So many events, so much happening, so much entertainment, so much infotainment. Then came in 2020. Yeah. Out of the blue, things changed. The script was flipped.
Yes.
Thereafter.
Wow.
Yeah.
And if we go back to the ancestry, we want to know, are you Ugandan? Yes. What does the name Sempebwa mean? What does the name Jude mean? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan? We want to know the ancestry, the background of Jude.
My names are Jude Sempewa. I'm a Muganda by tribe. I'm above 40. And I'm a person who has grown with my passion.
Yeah.
Passion has brought me to where I am.
Yeah.
I did school, through college, through university, and after campus, I decided to follow my passion, which passion was entertainment. But entertainment to us was born into our family from when we were kids.
Yeah.
So even after school, when I came into this whole entertainment thing, it was something that had been born in me, and it had become a culture.
Wow.
Yeah, become a culture, and then I took on this culture to turn it into an art, so as to be able to earn from it and ensure that it puts food on my table till the current date.
Wow.
I entered the entertainment and art industry in about 2003 when I started DJing at Stakeout. That doesn't cut out the bit of the story that I even used to DJ as one of my small part-time jobs at campus.
Yeah.
That was about 1998 to 2001.
Yeah.
But actively, I started DJing in 2003 at Stakeout. Got out of Stakeout in 2005, where I started Legacy Entertainment, which was a sole proprietor. Yeah. Entered into playing music for private individuals as well as the corporate world.
Yeah.
Drifted all through that into coming up to about 2010. That's when we got to the decision that we really now need to serve mainly the corporate world. We chose the corporate world because it assured us of more business.
Yeah.
In terms of utilizing our time better, having worked from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., unlike other industries in entertainment, usually go into the night crawling kind of schedules. Yeah. And also the corporate world assured us of repeat business.
Yeah.
They're more stable to work with.
Yeah.
They'll respect the work that you've done, and they'll give you much more referrals.
Wow.
All these referrals trickle down back into a penny in your pocket.
Yeah.
But this also comes with a toll on its other side.
Yeah.
Your mind has to be running. You have to keep thinking for them if you're going to serve the corporate world.
Yeah.
Unlike the other dancing
yes.
and entertainment industry whereby anything goes, and by the time that it comes to the morning time, they don't even remember what you did for them.
Yeah.
So that is what has gotten Jude to where he is right about now.
Wow.
I'm the head of business at Legacy Productions Limited, which is an audiovisual equipment hire as well as events management company.
Yes.
Legacy Productions came into being in the year 2014.
Okay.
And for the past about 8 years, we've been rolling with it.
Okay.
It's been a very good ride.
Yeah. We can see the results of it on the screen there, and of course, and some of the things I've been doing. Jude, that talking about it, you studied something else.
Yes.
And you ended up doing your passion.
Yes.
I want to know, how did your parents, first of all, what did you study? And how did you flip from what your parents want you to do to doing your passion? Because I am very certain there is a young man out there, a young lady out there who is wondering how to do this. They have the passion to do something, but they are being told you have to be a doctor or an engineer, and yet it is very clear that whatever they want them to study, they are not going to make money out of it, or they are not going to practice, and they don't love it. How were you able to flip the coin to get into art and actually continue with your artistry part of you as opposed to what you went to school to study?
Thank you, Eddie. I'll start with the end. What I would have put as the end statement.
Yes.
Believe in people.
Yeah.
That's it. Believe in your child. At the age of 5, when I was 5 years old, I happened to be introduced to music. To be formally introduced to music. Put aside being born into it, but being introduced into music. Whereby an auntie of mine brought a cassette home from a disco called Sejiko. The first time I had Red Wine from UB40. So, and it happened that afterwards, I knew where all the music was at home. I was the custodian of all my dad's cassettes. I even knew the order in which the songs used to play. Coming to my P3, that's about 1987, he gave me a Walkman. If you remember Walkmans back in the days, it was an old school cassette player about this size, using 4 batteries. And I don't know, I think my elder brother is called Tony.
Well, I was a master of those things.
Tony used to love music so much.
I opened those things and messed it up, and I was beaten several times.
Now Tony used to love music so much, and actually I picked very many, not just a leaf, but very many leaves from him. So Tony, I think, took the Walkman. He was in Namilengo College then. He took it to go out and be a big boy. Back in the days, you never Walkmans, I'm a big boy. But after that, I went to, as in Kampala parents for my primary school, from P1 to P7. And then I went to Namilengo College from S1 to S6. Then from there I went to Makerere University. Through high school, my friends, my hobbies who I was with can attest to you that Jude was a music person. I used to have a small radio, earphones, headphones on my ears. I used to know all the good songs all around there and things like that.
You were the go-to guy in high
school.
Yeah,
I was the go-to guy when it came to music. You know, I get to know all the new hits on the blog. I knew all of them. Came into campus. I wanted actually to be a lawyer. Macquarie University.
That's what I know.
I wanted to be a lawyer. But what happened was that I missed law by 2 points on government. So I then qualified for BIFA, which is fine art. When I went into fine art, I was in those lessons for only 2 weeks. I applied for a change of course. BIFA, fine art.
Fine art.
I ran away from something
which you all later on you came
which
back
eventually I was going to fall back into, but from another perspective, from a more interesting perspective, from a naturally inspired perspective. When I finished after fine art, I did social sciences, where I did a major in social administration and a minor in economics.
Wow.
Little did I know that the economics had done and the social admin had done were going to get me to professionalize an industry which was seen as the common man's or the industry for the failures, for those who hadn't gone to school and that kind of thing. When I entered music after campus, I had some critics from a number of individuals. Why are you doing this? How can you're a graduate, how can you be doing bidongo business, sound system business, moving on pickups and what? Only one person believed in me. That was my mother.
That's shocking.
Yes, she
and
believed
your dad
in me.
must have been saying this is a failure. I've had a wrong course.
Rest in peace, Daddy. He wasn't alive then to see the dream come true. He actually passed on when I was about like 10 years old. Yeah, so I wasn't around to see the dream. But I'm proud that I've gotten his dream alive up to this point. My mother didn't judge me for what I'd chosen to do, for the path that I'd chosen to take. She just encouraged me. She was like, just do things the right way. They'll always pay you back. Don't be greedy. Be truthful. Have those qualities, integrity. And don't forget that you've been to school. Carry forward whatever you've studied into what you intend to do. Trust me, it won't fail. A few years down the road, a number of colleagues who didn't believe in the dream which I had then saw this baby start to flourish. So then they fall back. Have you been doing this? How did you do this? Where's someone to start a mobile disco? Where's someone to do such and such and such kind of thing? So it's just been a very interesting journey all the way through. As I mentioned in the very start, we had to choose what is our niche. You're doing entertainment. You've decided to do this art, but what is your niche? Where are you pointing your gun? Look out at the market. Where are the opportunities? Where should you point your gun? Don't take the big wide road which everyone is walking through. There's this narrow road with bumps. It's the better road because at the end of it is the bigger picture. This big road has been trodden and spoiled and done all things, all that kind of thing. So came in a bit of the research and development. Sit on your side and think, I've chosen to do this. This is my vocation. How am I going to do it? How am I going to ensure that I keep it alive? In that at the end of the day, there's a legacy left behind. That is legacy productions.
Wow, well, you're hearing that refreshing back to love. This is the Creative Industry Talk. We're talking to Jude Sempebwa, who is head of business development at Legacy Productions Limited. Jude, of course, you've had a beautiful story right there, coming from a young child, you know, young as 9 and 10, looking after his father's records, and later on becoming a DJ, and from law to social sciences to, you know, to fine art at university, and jumping out of it and coming back to the creative industry. You see, creativity runs in the blood of every human being brought on earth. Even you too who is watching the show, you are actually creative. So we want you to share your love with Jude. Send us your kisses and disses coming. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be diving to the questions of our discussion today. If I will put the topic up there for you to actually see what we're talking about today. We're talking about the challenges of 2022 for the independent creative arts in event supply chain, and of course, you know, readiness as the events open up on January 24th in the, year 2022. After Uganda being off the scene for 2 years, we want to know if the Judes who are actually the supply chain, as you've talked about, the audio-visual that powers the event industry, that powers the creative industry, is actually ready to go back. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Creative Industry Talk.
Onassis on the beat, Sylvester Kabombo. Yeah. Amalala gakube chigwo, amalala gakube chigwo, enume ye chigwo. Yeah. Volume nyongere, oba owamala. Yeah. Awamala. Volume nyongere muko, oba owamala. Meda yongera mu. Volume nyongere, oba owamala. Yeah. Awamala. Volume nyongere muko, oba owamala. Meda yongera mu. Tula kalira ulize mbozi bula muto walira byenkubulira passport nga chali wange walakira ebyo byolepuka bijja kulakira kotandisa agabozi kwaba basebekira okoze kene nnyo enzijjo kuzibikira oja kunakuwala kubalaba kumatikira babadde basebekira kati nga bakulembera n'akazindaalo nga batuyimbira vava kumalala malala temuli bibala bona gavirako ku ngalo emikwano gibalabala bulamu si butereevu busala ebigoli noyo noli ebizibu bitusimbira line ng'akasooli ozala ebika by'emmere bikulisa embooli nga weekwese ebyo wazala wange obalabira mu kamooli otya okusongamu uyo kapooli gwe twayogerako wamachati 8 cent oli munyongere oba owamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala meda yongera mu volume nyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala meda yongera mu bwagula enzirusi atagula yazza musango lwachoji walabanya ngago bwengo bagamba owebbango futumutegera ku mulyango kirizagana katukomukire totumenyera omwango pulire moroka tonna jikuta olinda yesu wanalidde okugimanyira lekaleka bano batuuke nga banyirira lwaki bakuba ebizi oyagala batomera aga malala gasana kuluyira Sylvester ku ngoma rhymes gankwira I get the job done call me whatever you want to I hope to make you a person they look up to not to divide society into two input to there's nowhere you are going to mutuntu bulirira ne balubaluba tu bulabwe mutomatu kankusibirire tu ensijozanyise kugayanga meketu weketu mugande witu wetereze mwatu volume nyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala meda yongera mu volume nyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala meda yongera mu amalala gakube chigwo amalala gakube chigwo enume ye chigwo
Elijah Tucker, Sylvester Ne Abrams.
In my movies, my life got myself all day today. No bad mind, but positivity. Humbleness to myself. A smile to make myself look fresh. Think better, bigger and biggest. Sweet vibes well equalized. Only times when I'm rolling down. Kampala streets uptown, downtown. Hustle mumpola mpola. Mo magazine afatanga nkola. Nansi bakiriza ne bafala just bukakamu temulina malala
kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa
Sylvester ndibyange sigera na bitutuma kulaba wetuddeko kulaba okukuluma onotera okuyimbula empologoma okunuma emaali yange gye nakolawo ddala yakuluma gattako enkolagana yange nenabyuma ng'okoba musajja munno osobola okutomera ekyuma olowooza akamegge enjovu kenkanawa edda mwafunanga sitepu zange kati ndipoa sibabuusa ekinakulya akameevu kigira mu kususa owakazeke alaba olwobyo yesusiza mugendeko mpola omuwa pulaani zojja kwejjusa
kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa
nekolera jange nekolera byange nekolera zange tonsumbuwa ndi byange ogamba nvuubika ate nga byendya byange ebyo biganye ojerega byange mbanga santama nga talina byakwambala bavuluga byetukola kubanga byabasukkako babyagala naye obusobozi bwo tebalina okuva bwe nazuula ekyo tebansuuza byange nsekera mu kikonde baagala nsuule balonde balooza buli omu awalula tinsawo ya lumonde simanyi gokka n'amagezi mu ssonde tutadde emyaka mingi mu kuyiga ebintu bye tukola
blaza oba sista taata oba maama kampala omupya n'omukadde olulu wayise owino africa east africa uganda omurasta ne headmaster omuyimbi oba omuzimbi just to mention a few naye fenna
kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa
That's how it is. Flow, follow me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at flow on a show. Spotlight TV. You're rocking with the best. Spider-Man we see. Shout out to my mentor, yeah, Mwasiba. Tandika was sour, the time stutters. Yeah. Okay. Kaseda tutandika kukwebeda. Bavubuka tutandika kusinzira. Olwo tulabe tetulageyo ewala. Tusobola okufungiza nga bakirimanyi gava mu kulya bwe batugamba agafe gava mu ndowooza gye gasinziira tusobole okusuka bwe balaba indigenous MC about spiritual invisible comfortable ng'akola ekyo kyakola kuba kikolera kiwa akaseera ojja n'okigwamu n'okibeeramu n'okyessaamu n'olowooza ng'oli waamu kumbe baddakiika okikugjamu nze ndi bwamu nzaaliddwamu nkyalimu nvudde mu myala mbuuka myala mpolya yesikyatya mirundi gyakankaba mugamba bugambi nga tolina kukamba muvubuka tonyimirira ona mu maaso kuba gyokukwata nkwabya emmimba ebeeremu yokka bw'okuva eyo gyenva mbalabyeko nga bagwawo ko one like this down on the flow kati nkujjukiza nekutegeeza tega amatugo olabe ekisinga mu Kampala spotlight television kikaseda tukuwa the true video of them is a fake ezitali original fake correct instrumentals yeno by natural mwana wawa no self-made bwetugyendowoza yetufuula kasitosala wokyo oyagala ng'oluyambuka kasitosula ng'okkirira nga baziika lekawo maaka
kukyalo gyova kwe bali kwogererako bagambe nti oyo yaliwo yenze gwe mulamwa gwe mbaako samwasamwa namukogwa neyo mu ghetto shuwa diru oba tolina tobiŋŋamba sitole zange zakuluka gensinziira nsima omusingi gw'omupoota sobola okuzimba tuke waggulu ku lake ziddako amadaala galina ki kati ndi kuyakusatu twali mu ghetto tugaya gaati kati nkugamba essawa lya kati tuli gaati safi bulamu buli 1 2 3 ha bwentyo bwe nkukwatira mu kibatu ne bwewunya MC avudde wati yoyo aspiwa to the DA kiboke bwe nkwata MRCA bwe tuba KLA abaana be Uganda tetukyatya nimisa waffe eka kingere kwesembera byoke nkulagebo tandika okukwebera bigambo by'Oluganda byetukuba kikaluba naye ate kiba kyangu gwoyo akizalawa muwoyo makofoni naye agikwate alyoke amanyi sikiru zange gye nazijja myaka buwanana myaka lufukunya tukyaliwo tusindika ekigambo kyotategeera bannakampala balowooza twogera kumbe ebitontome byo bendaba byavadda kamera agisembeze mutuuzi wange Mr. Munye tulyoke twakayaakanenga ku kire munyenye kusembera kekaseera nanti yeffe atudde obubi oyo mulinnye kuba nyina okubeera so comfortable city boss ndi musajja so leader MC abeda muzikero saifa tutontome ekigambo kya wano Uganda tukujjukiza amaanyi golina omufirika okwekkiririzaamu ng'otandikira ku lulimi lwo gy'ova n'ekyalo gy'osinzidde oli waawa yofaawa tetwawula tukugamba ne bw'ojja na lulimi ki and I said how it is. Oh, 1 2 3 4 now check my show. SPY to the DA when you Spotlight TV you know kuyimuka na yo kuyimuka speak rabika so jibika sigaden to tende pomerwangali entende checho vaka sekende ze chenkola panyo kabona ku flow 1 2 avudde wono wokusatu no wokuna bana banamba lira mu magana ha watu kwakoze rhymes banana jango lieko ofuna go kunywa tugenda go daily kasera ko ga okufuka chendi sizuna kamu ha kamu bigatta batugamba ogwe Muganda tutandikawo okuresolinga nesije tutwala tutandika okurapinga ebintu tubigatta byonna sikidu kyokka n'ekigambo kyenkozesa nebwojja nezifisiko bakukubisa ekigambo kyange kya mambo n'otegeda bw'omuvubuka yavaawo sitayiro bwe mulabirawo ye yasukkawo yagenda wala nnyo okyali mu birooto byo sitayiro z'enkuba zino gundi mpya nnyo tubeera n'ababyuda okka abazimbi okuva mu Kampala okutuuka e Kayunga nyimusenyo kota kubeera mu mateeka balemu kubbirita ndiko okubalira kyamunanti kyawano dreadlock rasta bwenkuba olubugo sima bya kirogo bintu bya wano Uganda bwe bufirika mwatya nnyo mwerabira nnyo mwasubwa nnyo ate mwetya nnyo mwana bwagwa nokala kuweeko nnyo olyoke omanye ekigambo kya wano nnyo kya nnono gwamba gundi n'oli munno ebintu bya Uganda bibuulire ku munno beerabira nnyo basubwasubwa nnyo beerimba nnyo batuula nnyo balemeddwa okuyimuka otandika okutambula basobole okufuna tebanaalya enkya abaana baabwe tebali balekera basobole okusinziira batandika okusituka nabate bajje abazzukulu bazuukuke tulyoke twambuke ekire neyo tetugenze tumwenyeeko saagala nnaku ebyange byenkola ngoba ebiku ne mu kiro nga nebase saagala bafumbisa manda abokyaku byebimu gyova gyoddeera batugamba obuvo bwe buddo balugera bajjajjaffe tubaweera ekitiibwa butabeerabira nesale olugoye olwasooka belubuga ate byemutya ennyo ze bwenge esala lunyumira nnyo magets DXL nampa bulingi enfirika neva kubimasamasa natuni mwana mufirika kala ya bulawuni chocolate black sangala ongere ekika
yali asibye ebiswahili nga lines ziri straight, yali abasiga graffiti ku ngalo kwaliko paint. Lwe nasooka okulaba hip hop gwali mwaka gwa 78, nali siraba nga muwala nga juzza figure 8. Ebbina lye lyali ddene, eyo ye yali bait. Nasooka naŋŋamba nti no 2 times 8, yali ayagala mukubire mu 16 bars eziri tight. Naye mwana ebiseera ebyo nange nali nkyali fala, rhyme gye nasooka okukuba n'agiziimuula. Nali nkyayavula, Ibro n'amutwala, Questo ye n'alyoka amufuula omukyala. Namusanga akisinga Sylvester ne Abrams ku DV8, Babaluku navyo n'abataka balinga babaabe. Namwegomba z'okulaba lyrical G ku no end. Lumix ye yamuleetanga entinda ku weekend. Yala Slike Milka be balinga ba girlfriend be. Nze ne mulekwa back in the day had no money to spend. Namuweereza kasoda nanga akimanye nti gyendi. Ani yali amanyi tulibeera together in the end. BFE yatandika okufuna platinum checks. Nandaga ba queen ba P-Tech ne ba president. Yangamba mbulire stories aba ghetto residents. Luga flow is my culture so I must represent. Yangamba eggulu lyampa ekitole ky'okubeera intelligent. Nyinyonnyola abaana concepts babeere confident. Global yampa amaanyi g'okubeera eloquent. Tuwa tuzikubye locally ne internationally. Financially yeyanyimusa nanzija ku cement. Spiritual I'm trying to be the best man I can be. Lyrically the pen is mightier than the sword I can see. And I promise to love you forever. Signed yours sincerely. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga. Nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakumistreetinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula waneno ku kisambi nkunyumize story. Memories mu mpewo nga boomerang zikomawo. Ng'omwagalwa wange ng'awumya akawoowo. Nga Aaron Ebao twesikamu ne twejjawo. First date ne hip hop twalya luwombo lwakaawo. Bwe nakola poeme yasooka yagamba wow. Ne mulaga eggulu nga telescope ya Galileo. Luga flow ng'akyawoma nga sumbuse yakawo. Kino bakasangwawo kye balanga nkiribaawo. Bw'oba wakana gwe genda obuuze jjajjaawo. Najjako akawuwo ne mpandika fomula empya ku lubaawo. GNL Zamba lyrical architect w'ekimbeewo. Surgeon eyayawula aba hip hop mu kipeepeewo. Buli ssaawa obwongo bubeera budduka ng'akaweewo. Naye mwana GNL Zamba n'otulekawo. Mpulira kati oyimba ne mangere mwakola duo. Nowe wuwoddamu tukube sheziri annual. Baboon forwest obasomere manual. Hit city classic style eri fantastic. Zambo yagala kala ya white olinga wa traffic. Konzo mwana muzungu naye omutima gwaba nilotic. We go together just like gin and tonic. Juzi namugambye engeri gye njagala mu hip hop. Naye n'agamba mulete mu buliri tukole manage twa. Kuba ndaba engeri gy'omu missing oyinza n'okwewa obutwa. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga. Nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula wano ku kisambi gunyumize story. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga. Nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula wano ku kisambi nkunyumize story.
Lives.
Our rhymes, cause in effect. Banji bandaba na ye tebantegeera, banji bantegeera na ye tebandaba, banji bandaba na ye tebantegeera, banji bantegeera na ye tebandaba, banji bandaba na ye tebantegeera, banji bantegeera na ye tebandaba, banji bandaba na ye tebantegeera, banji bantegeera na ye tebandaba. Ontegeera otya mubuuka soko sembere ng'ontunuulira ontya twali twesisinkanyeewa naye ekyo nga tonnakiddamu mbulira onzudde otya obadde onnoonya mbulira obuuzizza otya yana akutumya oyo akusudde ku kyokya sembera lekera okwemutya weebuzaabuza tunula mu maaso toweetya abamu bamanyi nga rapa bamu bamanyi nga b-boy sibyewakana abamu bamanyi nga eddoboozi eryogerera omuntu owa wansi yonna gyendi abamu bamanyi nga yimba kyendi abalala banda babuza musomesa wuuyo abatamanyi bo bawuza fala wuuyo nakyo kinkolera kuba mbayita kuli talaba olwo abagamba nti nina amasaana abiri gali maaso abiri gali mabega nkoto lwaki balowooza bwe batyo kuba nzinengera gyenva nejengenda banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 abafere bantya bwe bandaba bo tebaddamu kucacyanca bakirako bingubiridde mu kyenkya anti ndi mu bufu obukodyo nina nkuyanja bategera waggulu nempita wansi ne banteeka ku kkono nempita ku ddyo mbaleka basembye kya bulijjo obukodyo bwe gaba mazzi ewange yeewali ensulo ewange gyensulo olumu onoonya n'ombula olumu nsula nkola olumu nsiba ntabalira ekumpi n'ewala sinti mbewala mirimu gyenkola gyanfula nantalabika ninga mazzi gansuwa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 amagezi ganeesera abateesi baneesiga ate abagezigezi bo batandika okuneesiga kuba bakungula ebiva mu nsigo z'ensiga ate ab'omululu bo baswama bakerako ensega mujja kunzisa enseko kubandaba nze musumba olumu gotayawulwa mu ndiga nkulengera nga tondaba era nga sinnaba kulabika nsirika nga gwologopya tonnalabuka nsiterebuka ate era sitakibe nga sinnakikenenya ndusu nze ndi ku manduso n'olwekyo kakkana nkujje ekifu ku maaso bagamba nteekuba omunaku tekya eyange yakya naye abalala nenjikeesa era bwe njagala neebaka otulo n'obudde nenkeesa awakana kikyoteesa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 Abrams Techa
Sinnabaako byendaba nze sinnabaako wendaga maaso ku lutimbe gwe kanula amatolabe ennyindo zisamuka amaaso gawulira mpebooka bw'otonga enziku oba mukenenya byonna mponya zirwala bigalanga olugattako puleesa balwala sukaali na munnyo nze bunzaali kano keekatta emmese keekatta ebiyenje kana akayimba katta n'ebiku eby'abateesi ndi musezi ntambula giro neebaka misana gye nzanyumya ebitanyuma ajimba bye banaalaba nvumbula binajja nvunza mu sikaati mbatambuza ensi yonna nga nfuse ekilipsi mbimbaale mu maleewa nti Kampala mu bafere jinja lya mukiira nze tololo mu seminti sinyoomwa neddira ssanyu akabbiro byoya bwompa akati misinde nzaasembayo okutuuka ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential kati nelisedi kolayo hit eliko masho ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential kati nelisedi kolayo hit eliko masho commercialization ibisange ku citation nazaalibwa kuba nze byemmanyi nkuwa education nakyo born killer nsanga mu sitenseni bwe ntugantuga barapa bonna eno tension tebandoga nzibye show Zesiwanda muliro tebanyiganako nsambye mike evumbeera sokisi nzisudde eri kondomu nzisambye eri nzadde rapu omu Kampala aleeta pampa gamba kwesto neibura tibebase nnyo omuzukulu azadde balongo mu jeno twalule gamba zalya nkuba nnyo Juliana akuze nnyo gamba endiza ya luzinda ng'emyaka tegigenda tuli Kampala mu bwengula minibazi twambula banaatera kutugaana kuzaala mbujjaamu aweze amata tunywa gambuzi oluusi bakamannume tumwongere ekisanja ekiddako tunywe ku gente ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kalina potential ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kalina potential emyaka giba gitandika nze nnyongera kulukuta nina sitoleza okutandika ssebo okutafuta amanya Nelson Saint kuba kugattako nze yasikira ab'ennamugongo nga babokyezza ndi mutume natumibwa kuba abakalimputtu mu Buganda bamanyiko kimusoza masowaani nsokanga ku lyate ne nnaaba olw'engalo bakabasajja banneesi bakona gye nakoowa sigenda sikoowa sigejja nkyusa ne kala abasiima ogenze valuvalu mu hapo vipi sema tubeera tuddamu nti hapo saawa nze kanzire Dar es Salaam twogere ebisingawo ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kalina potential ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwakawoowo bagamba Kampala nzenze kalina potential yes nze mbongera buwoowo anti-commercialization omulondo n'engero kakubidde wano kakubidde waffe kakubidde eno Saint Nelly kikola sense nnyo neera neno Nelly
Nsaza akabiri n'ennyuma sitera kukolola ngoloddeko mpakinze n'emiwula gyaffe ne bambyolyeko engeregeze nazinabyeko leero ebijanjalo okumanyo nabijjeko nakwesunga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'entya maama kati nze nkwetegekedde nafunye n'akagato naji Bambi be my lover yeah. Naji oh Baba please be my lover nasindika omubaka nakuntwalako olw'ensonyi nnyingi nakunkwanako nasomba amapiira ng'onkuba mugongo sijja kwerabira ebyaluli nakunyonyogera nonywegera ebisigadde byalimu oluyi engolo ensambagere ne maamawo nakwesunga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'entya maama kati nze nkwetegekedde nafunye n'akagato nawe nawe please be my lover naji papa please be my lover
tukutendereze Yesu uri mwana w'endiga n'abagamba bajewe jinja Lazaro naimuka n'abagamba nti atalina kibi asooka mukube jinja Bafirisuti besiga Goliyasi nebesanga nebeyubisa Kadawudi ne kacanga envulo ne kamukuba n'enkona n'enywa Arise and shine, for the glory of the Lord is upon you. Siwalambi naimukama dalasowa abakusiga kyebasabo bawa nulizitani yanjoga fuwanuluwa naye mukama toyi wabakwesiga and shine, for the glory of the Lord is upon you.
Oh, na na na, Vegas and one time, Moses. What you want? Right beats the eye, what they are, bad man. What's up, Sala? Sala, Kuya Sala. What's up, Sala? Sala, Kuya Sala. What's up, Sala? Sala, Sala. What's up, Sala? Sala, Sala. Ono salo kumale myaka ya bulumwana. Ono sala ya kabanyo ya bulumwana. Na yesala we saba ya funo mwana. Sika myaka esale ne ku mwana. Atono kana yatabu mwana. We yatabu mwana. Mwana mu bulumi obungi. Kwita musala mamwavasamu. Yesu yesala muyasama ya muwasamwiri. Kundi sabanagi Noli ya sabenoli Noli sabanagi Wesabe sala Esala kuwa yesala Wesabe sala Esala kuwa yesala Wesabe sala Esala Esala Wesabe sala Esala Esala Zunga zunga sina cha kunywa yaya Ono Yesu wo mutama kutakowa Takowa Mwena musabangeza nyimba ze nazibai Mwona nanai Kukanja mukama kweno kumpa yaya Etitiwa nchikuwa mukama webale Etitiwa nchikuwa mukama waponyai Pasta mugembe ku street kwa yali today Yasaba n'omuwulira essala eyo n'ogiwulira Yasaba n'omuwulira essala eyo n'ogiwulira Eno yesala essala ewanya ne kansa Yesu yesala essala ewanya sirimu Yesu yesala essala Yesu yesala essala egaba olusalo Yesu yesala essala
R.I.P. moms. Yeah, never forget you. Yeah, and for everybody else that we lost, everybody that we love. Yeah, I miss you. LG.
Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
See my whole life, check what I heard, what happened then. That dreadful night when you heard that accident. Doc said it wasn't no thing, you'd make it. It still broke my heart to see you stretched out on a hospital bed. Had to explain the pain that you felt as you lay there. Tears flowing down my eyes watching you smile. Many years later, can't get over my loss, cause I still can't believe that you're gone. Nah. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be a lot of pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
All alone in this cold, cold world. I'm on my own in a zone where there's nowhere to turn. What can I do? Should I lose it? Hard when I'm missing you. It's heavy on my mind, yo, this feeling so pitiful. True, it hurts bad when I love when it's gone. When it pours, you can't do much but weather the storm. Miss you a lot, never stop singing this song till the day when I see you again. So long. Pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss your body, no life must go on. Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life faded by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss your body, no life must go on.
Yeah, the song is dedicated to the memory of my late mother Barbara. R.I.P. Mom. And to all the loved ones I lost in my life, both my grandmothers, my grandfathers, Auntie Florence, rest in peace. My homie Morose, so hard to sing this song, never forget you, but I love and miss you so long.
Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain. Life faded by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss your body, no life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain. Life faded by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss your body, no life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain. Life faded by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss your body, no life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain. Life faded by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss your body, no life must go on.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa. Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa. You shed your blood for me. You slept in jail for me. You shed your blood for me. All in the struggle for liberty, torture day and night. Just because you're black, we can't forget the past. All the souls we lost, we can't deny the fate. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Maji, voice of freedom, Kanutanu Frelimo, the movement of the people. Oh, the root of Pan-Africans. People must unite. Ruma was in prayer. We can't forget the past. We can't deny the fate. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba.
Mira dir ma yamo tiamba. Mira dir ma yamo. Rock ma kelo deo ba. Mira dir ma yamo. Mira dir ma kamo leva ba. Mira dir ma yamo. Rabu. Nyana gini, me baby nyana gini, nyana gini, go nyana gini. I will down every year. I will down every year. Man wood, oh yeah. My young triumph, Mira, my gown level, Mira,
Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, like many other sub-Saharan cities, is characterized by peri-urban and dense unplanned informal settlements. And with an ever-growing population that is gradually surging past the 1.5 million mark, city amenities are at times overwhelmed. Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, a body established to administer Kampala Capital City on behalf of the government of Uganda through its Directorate of Public Health and Environment, has been at the forefront of efforts to improve on-site sanitation in Kampala City.
So Kampala is one of those cities with a low sewer network coverage. Ours is less than 10%. And that means over 90% of our people rely on non-sewer sanitation. So in the bid to get innovations and solutions, RASOP has provided quite robust learning solutions in terms of capacity building to provide non-sewer sanitation, in terms of innovations.
Under the Reinforcing African Sanitary Operators Partnership RASOP project, focus is on providing technical guidance to promote sustainable sanitation, including non-sewer systems and fecal sludge management, building capacity of sanitation operators, enabling and facilitating the adoption of appropriate regulatory framework for implementation of sustainable urbanization and project management and governance.
We've had several trainings or capacity building programs that have been held in Kampala city. We've had different trainers coming in from different cities to train our own emptiers, and this has helped them to develop their businesses. For example, creation of and interpretation of sheet flow diagrams, where we had different sanitation stakeholders getting really to learn how to draw a sheet flow diagram. They just used to see it on paper. They didn't know how it came about. They didn't know how to write a report, but everything has been done and we are having some results come out.
When RASOP also came in, people were told to put on safety gadgets. You can see people now are putting on overalls, they are putting on gumboots, and when they go to work out there, they're also putting these things on so that they can safeguard themselves from the disease related to their business.
3 years down the road, through investments like RASOP and others, we're actually seeing fecal sludge management coming to the fore. It is now something that whose awareness is now raised, and actually the different various stakeholders are willing to participate to see that it is even improved better.
Since the inception of the RASOP program, KCCA has been able to secure the participation of various private sector players, research institutes, communities, the government, and many local and international partners in its drive for a cleaner and healthier Kampala city.
My name is Kabubi Haman, aka Slim MC, UG the Poet. This is XXL The Fix, and I have 3 things to fix about Uganda. 1. Socialites living a plastic life and wanting or seeking validation. Please be who you are. When we go out there for social gatherings and events, be it blankets and wine or anything, do not show us that you pulled out your new garment or that you've never dressed up to that standard or that level. Be who you are. To the young people that are influenced by social media and spend lots of your OTT money or your time, please be who you are, live who you are, and let that be the outcome. Number 2 is on the members of the parliament. Please, and please, propaganda and charisma will not build this nation or change it in a positive way. Be members of the people, not members of the parliament. So let us see you serving this nation, not you thinking of how you can benefit yourselves. The third one is under the employment sector. If you're out there and you think you're an employee or employer within the sector, please be a servant. Serve the sector in which you work. Serve the sector. Serve that company. Serve the nation, not being employees. Do not go to your work desk and just look at the camera watching you and work Chronos time and wait to be paid per hour or per day. Make some change. Be motivated. And if you're not motivated, find something that you love to do to be productive. My name is Kabubi Haman, aka Slim MC UG the Poet, and I just fixed you.
Mera diak ma yamo tiamba. Mera de bayo. Ya ro ma kelo de ba. Mera de bayo. Mera de ma gamu le ba. Mera de bayo.
Ramu. Nyana gini, man, baby, nyana gini, go nyana gini. I will down every year. I will down every year. Man, wood, oh yeah.
from 1962, we're still struggling. Are we defined by our Bantu or Nilotic or cultural groupings? Is that what's going to form us? Or are we going to go federal?
Those experiences that we went through should be able to make us a better people, to define ourselves even more, to stand firm and say, look, if there's been violent change in regimes, never shall it be.
Our violent past, cognizant of what we have gone through up to this point. Yeah, this is how we will manage our affairs.
Simon Kairo, are you Ugandan?
Yes, I'm a Ugandan.
What makes you Ugandan?
I'm a Ugandan by birth, and I'm a Ugandan because of the characteristics that define Ugandans.
Do we know the value that defines us as Ugandans? Do Ugandans know themselves?
Yes and no. Yes, of course, Ugandans know themselves, but do we have a national definition of what our identity is?
We are trying to define ourselves by the things that happen in Kampala. Kampala is very, very small compared to what we see.
And what are the things that we put together so that when you go out there and say, I am a Ugandan, you're projecting the following attributes?
Yes.
What are those attributes?
What is this collective brand that we can hold on to? So when I go like to USA, I present my passport, and that speaks much more than just my word. And then I go to Russia, and people get to fight so much to get my daughter to marry because she's Ugandan.
There's 33.5 million that need to find a reason why they're Ugandans.
Any Ugandan who stands up there and complains about Uganda's image out there is a fool.
What are you going to package and come back with on the show next week that we're going to sell?
Anything and everything that has the title Ugandan.
What would you sell?
Person. That person is you, that person is him, that person is me. That's a Ugandan I want.
Thank you so much for being a part of XXL family, growing bigger and better every single week. 35 million people across East and Central Africa. You can actually be a part of us. Get onto your Twitter page, talk to us. Get onto your Facebook page, talk to us. Or rather, you can log on ours. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Jaffa, how are you doing?
It's an honor to be on the wisdom circle, as I call it.
Yes, and I'm so happy to have you here this afternoon to basically, talk about narcissism, where we left it last week.
We recapped from last week.
Yes, and how was your week?
It was quite fine.
Okay.
I had actually gone to a wedding.
Yeah.
But they were incredibly 1 hour late.
In Africa, we are delayed, we are never late.
There's this saying of African time.
Yes.
And that is also another thing of narcissism.
Yes.
Your ability not to think for others.
Okay.
I
never looked at it from that point of view, by the way.
Remember last week I used the word selfish because it's hard for Africans to put their mouth around the word narcissism.
Yes, because it's looked at as
it's all about
as a problem. Yes, yes.
You see, with narcissism, it's always about me, not us.
And so whatever we're doing, it's about me, me. Yes, yes, never about us.
We.
Okay. I just want to start the show right away, and this discussion is really key for us. From wherever you are watching this program all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the program. This program talks about the wisdom that the elders are supposed to impart or impress upon the young people. And Generation X and the millennials, and of course now the baby boomers, as we say.
Our parents.
Yes, we want to know, first of all, starting from there, the different description that starts from our parents to your generation, and then the generation of ours. Yes, exactly, and getting there. So let's start from there.
Let's go back to the actual. It's called tradition. Anybody before 1946 is from the era of tradition. Then after World War II, people were at peace and there was a lot of procreation. That's when you ended up with the baby boomers.
Yes.
Yes. And then the baby boomers gave birth to us, the Generation X.
Yes.
Generation X you're looking probably from 1964 to, let's say, 86.
Okay.
For me, that's the way I put the barrier.
Okay.
And then for me, I'm looking at the millennials,
Yeah.
the ones who approach this new millennial of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where would you place the millennials? Which area would you place the millennials?
Millennials from, let's say, from around 86 to date.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the Generation Z are a funny category. They're from basically around 96 to date.
They are called Generation Z.
Z.
Okay. Z.
We're British.
Z. Okay. I just want to. So where would you place me, who is born around 1982, 83, 84?
Yeah, you're definitely a millennial.
Wow. So that's how I still fit in the millennial category.
You're the people making possibilities happen that we never thought of.
Yeah.
You're the ones who, for me, the invention of the word thinking out of the box
Yes.
was made for you people.
Yeah.
You see insight into things that we, who were spoon-fed tradition by our parents, but they actually never partake of the traditions. You're not structured. You are communal. You have amazing empathy. For me, I feel so bullied about the parentage, what we call the patriarch society, which was instilled in us.
Okay.
That's why we enjoyed partying too much. And partying is basically what the narcissist.
Yes.
Hedonist is somebody who just looks out for the party. Where's the party at? Remember that saying?
Yes. Yes. Where's the party at? Let's go right now, and then everybody's just going. The weekend just continue. Yes.
A hedonist society, a narcissist character, burns candles on both sides.
Okay.
You don't really budget for anything.
Okay. Okay.
And the whole point of calling something like a religion, it's like it has become part and parcel of your life.
Yes.
And it's all about what we're going to do for the weekend.
Okay.
Yet traditionalists would have their traditional granary where they look out for the next season's crop, seedlings,
yes,
and they saving society. Surprisingly, your people have started saving society culture that we don't. And sometimes for me, I believe it's this thing, living for the day. Others say no, the situation in the country made it
permits this, so therefore we can just go on and
that type of thing. So I've basically tried to explain them. We don't want to categorize people, but psychologists have done so.
Okay.
And social anthropologists have done the same thing.
Okay.
Trying to explain the generations.
Okay. Jaffa, I was having a conversation with an older person from the generation of your father.
Yes, please.
The traditionalist.
Pre-46.
Yes, pre-46, yes. Yeah. And he said something very fundamental. So we're having a discussion. He says, and he's from the 1986 class of the 27 guns, the NRM.
Okay.
Yes. And he said to me, we're having a discussion in the gym, and he says, you guys are very difficult to understand. He says, the millennials are very difficult to understand, particularly the kids we never thought they were kids. When we came to power in 1986, we never looked at the kids who were born between 1982, 81, 82, 83, because they were not important for us. We looked at the people who were 80 backward, who would be 40 something, 50 now. That we focus on that. So we just woke up one day and we found those who are 35, 36, have a different mindset altogether, and yes, and they are trying to mentor, go with mentorship, which not what we had when we were growing up. So we missed the gaps. Then I was like, so you mean you actually forgot about me, that I exist, you the traditionalist? And so there are this, I don't know. So when he talked about that, it brought me back to the old days of thinking, and I'm looking at how my father used to tell me, the things my father used to tell me, the things we used to sit down in the fireplace and talk about, and I realized that they would make us, for example, in about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, they would make us drink tea, then they send us to go and look for cricket at about 6:30, 7, up to 7:30. We're chasing cricket running around the compound. It never made sense.
For consumption or to stop the noise?
They said you bring it and you roast it for consumption and stuff like that.
I think it was to stop the noise.
Yes, so I was told later on, my father said, one, that was meant to stop us from urinating in our beds or peeing in our beds at night. So when you take tea, they make us go and become active, so then we pee, and when we come back to go and sleep, that's how they ended up peeing in the bed of children. So
stopping it.
Yes, stopping it. So I was like, that's what this thing was about. She says, yeah. So this would come under fireplace and stuff like that. So and that seems to have stopped. I meet children who are still wetting beds at 10, 9, 12. We stopped like when we were like really young. So was that the case at your time?
Let me explain something he said very fundamental.
Yes.
If you came in with the, remember the move to the left in the 60s?
Yes.
A lot of our people...
I just saw the videos. I wasn't there. Yes.
All I'm saying is, all the people who received power in 1962 pushed the agenda of move to the left in 1968.
Okay. Okay.
In fact, there was a challenge to my father as Army Commander saying, if you are not of our party, then you cannot be Army Commander. So they were using the Politburo system of the communists.
Yes.
That man's statement was simply, we are geared or indoctrinated to think in a particular way, a herding instinct. If I am a herdsman or a shepherd, the best word is a shepherd. You expect all the sheep
to come
to move in one way.
Correct.
That one missing sheep suddenly became a multitude. The millennials have become, now one individual listening to you, and then the majority are doing their own thing. What I call thinking out of the box.
Correct.
Now for me, I follow tradition.
Okay.
I follow the patriarch society.
I'm taking notes, by the way. I'm taking notes, so I want to be...
My point is this. We who listen the most, we are more or less like my Cossack senator from Ghana.
Yes.
We look very formal, but we're party animals. Are you understanding?
Yes.
The dilemma of too much discipline.
Yes.
It means that the pastor's daughter is going to be the best party animal in the whole crowd while keeping up appearances. I'm just giving you an example of what happened to our generation. Now, today, our millennials seem to be party animals, but they make time to do things
serious stuff
together, communally. The equivalent of, in my tribe we call it lokita. Lokita is the seasonal harvest, where you have 20 shambas, each one on average, let's say 20 acres.
Okay.
The whole community moves around harvesting on each.
Okay.
And you set up in the granaries, you make sure, remember like the Teslas have an amazing way of breaking the seedlings with sticks. Now you can
and so are the Northerners anyway. I'm sorry, the Northerners. Yes.
I'm explaining it from our angle, but it is an image that we always see with the Tesla. And in fact, your ability to break that stuff decides whether you're the next bride or not. And then for us, for example, with people who inherited the Peruvian corn and what we call kasoli. Can you imagine we didn't have grinders in our area?
Okay.
And in West Nile, just like in the Congolese area, they would have to pound that in a mound.
Okay.
In a chino. The ability to do that would decide whether you're the next bride. So I'm simply trying to say that despite all that strict discipline that
Yes.
was instilled in us,
Yes.
we ended up the party animals.
Why did you end up the party animal?
It's like me meeting a fellow Arab friend in London is
Yeah.
a different person to the person you meet in Dubai who's
Yeah.
extremely strict.
Yes.
Oh. You
If you miss the wisdom there, I got the wisdom.
my point is,
yes.
With my senator from Ghana,
yes.
I look like a Catholic priest.
Okay.
But what if it's just keeping up appearances?
Okay.
That's what I mean by a narcissist or hedonist mindset.
Yes.
You look for that opportunity to release
Mm-hmm.
the so-called confines of restriction.
Yes.
Restriction could be a dictatorial government, it could be... Do you know the tyranny of our kingdoms? People don't realize.
Yeah.
From the time of tradition,
Yeah.
there was actually tyranny in villages where the chief was insurmountable.
Okay.
They were the most important person in the community.
Okay.
Then we come to a point where we gain power.
Yeah.
But the same leaders still think like the chief or want to be a kabaka.
Okay.
Then we've gained democracy, fine.
Yeah.
But democracy now is based on I scratch your back, you scratch my back.
Yes.
Remember the days of soap in the evening,
Yeah.
sukari?
Yes, yes,
Huh?
yes.
Now our children see this. Is it about a monetary gain? Or am I doing it for myself or for society?
Okay.
So our progression in terms of society has decided that.
Okay.
I know I've sounded technical, but I've
No,
tried to show the progression.
Yes, yes.
And unfortunately, those who gained power from the colonialists have the very same mindset of me saying, we're on holiday. I can end up in Club Tropicana, or our children in Ange. What I mean is that need to end up at steakhouse or wherever to have a good time. In England, you noticed how it was. By 6, they were always in pubs.
Yes.
And they're like, Jaffa! You don't
Yes.
call me like
Yes, yes.
Jaffa.
And it's still going on to this day. Yes,
Jaffa,
yes,
aren't you coming with us to the pub?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm a Muslim.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, you're boring.
Yes.
You get not sibling rivalry. When your community forces you into doing things that it means you're going with the crowd.
Okay.
You're moving with the crowd.
Okay. So basically, you're saying you don't have a control of your own self and your own mind. You're overly influenced by the situation around you and the people around you. Yes.
Especially the people you value the most.
Okay.
Now, we tended to value families. You millennials.
Yes.
I put you in that category.
Yes.
Value your friends.
Yes. That is actually very true. I value my friends because my friends have been there for me whenever I need them.
They're supplementing what the parents
Yes.
cannot give.
Yes.
And the parents don't even realize they've become absentee parents.
Yes.
Huh? But it comes from that me. Yeah,
and we see that in our situation today when the dad has a business, a family business. Dad built this business from scratch, or dad inherited it from grandpa, and the business is running today. But dad is now 50, 60 something. Dad is still waking up, to
54.
go to, 54, 55. Dad is still waking up in the morning to go and work. Dad doesn't even want me to stay nearby. So most of us have sort of like decided, you know what, I need my own thing because so that I can show daddy and everyone that it is for all of us. Not for, but daddy is saying, I can't trust you, I can't give you this. So, and I keep asking, isn't it okay for daddy to say, you know what, let's start working with you and handing over this thing and moving forward. Yes.
You've pointed out a very important thing that helped me.
So businesses are difficult, everything is difficult. And I'm talking to the first son, this is the first son of Jaffa Salongo. Jaffa Amin is the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the field marshal. So we're talking about the first-hand experience of you being in the State House, and now the life you live in my area here, who has never been there. Yes.
An opportunity came to me to work.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing to say.
Yeah. That opportunity came to work for a first son, a man who grew up in State House, you know. Yeah.
But remember a lot of those years were in exile.
Yes.
But I came back in 1990.
Yes.
I languished. Remember the culture clash I was talking about?
Yes.
But then I got to a point where I got a job in 1994.
Yes.
It's the strangest interview I've ever had. It was the first and last interview in my life.
Let me
explain.
What happened?
Let me explain.
Yes. Go ahead.
One of my aunts finds me digging. He's like, Jaffa, since when does so-and-so's son dig? No.
Jaffa is mixing up the things that says so-and-so's son. Since when does the former president's sons dig? We don't see that. That doesn't suffice in our vocabulary.
I was summoned from a place near Wanyange.
Yes.
No, it's called, not Nalfenya, Burumaji.
Yes.
That is the place of some witches. It's called Burumaji. It's a funny word in Uganda. It's a place where the whole place is roamed by night dancers.
Yes.
They're like, what is our boy doing there? They had just come back from Congo.
Yes.
And so she summoned from me. I said, I think life has come to this.
Yeah.
I said, no, come over. Where are your documents? They're here. Now go to your junior mother. She's from these people. She was from Kashari.
Okay.
So
saying this, go for your junior mother.
Yeah, who's from
Kashari, from the western part of Uganda.
Yeah, from the people in power.
Okay.
And I go there. It says, Jaffa, on Monday, make sure you're here by 8.
Yes.
No sleeping, no watching television. You love your television.
Yes.
You know, with cable channels in the UK and the US, you get addicted.
Yeah.
Today we're addicted to our phones. For us, it was cable channels.
Yes.
So I made sure I was there.
Okay.
In your smartest clothes, I put on my Charles Jordan. I put on my some wonderful names from the 90s.
Yes.
And I was there. As soon as I entered, the gentleman started saying, Lulu, tell me about yourself.
Yes.
I'm talkative just the way I am now.
Yes.
And he was listening to the clipped accent. He kept laughing. I stopped. I said, no, continue. I'm just enjoying your story.
But you've gone for a job interview.
That is the interview in progress.
Oh my. Okay.
We were talking. His name was Spencer Kabugisha. He said, report at 8 o'clock on Monday.
Yes.
I'm like,
that's
I
it?
got the job.
That's it? I have the job?
He said, I jumped up. I did almost a 40 feet horizontal.
Why did you jump up, by the way, when he announced that?
I didn't anticipate to get a job on the first interview in my life.
But you are the son of a former president.
No, he didn't know.
Oh, he didn't know.
He didn't know.
Okay.
He was just this accent, this deep voice, funny. He's comfortable in himself, and he's explaining himself. I lived my life on my sleeve. I was just explaining myself.
Okay.
Do you know what happened in those 11 years since I got that job? The first week, I'm so happy to get a job.
Yes.
I end up the best employee for 6 months. The rest.
How did you end up the best employee for the 6 months? There was no favoritism there.
I never worked in my life apart from trying to dig when I got a lot of scars on my hand.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Jaffa,
remember, we get our scars from our gym.
Yes, that was the first time you
we get our scars from our gym.
Correct.
We don't have our gloves.
Yes.
I had to get one of my pillowcases to invent gloves for myself to dig. Yeah, listen.
From State House to inventing the...
my pillowcase into gloves to dig.
Yes.
But you know how I used to dig? I'd pound the ground for 100 meters until my friend said, do you know how to dig? You let the force with all your shoulders, and you let the hole
goes down,
eat into the ground. But for you, you're doing Hiroshima.
Because you've never dug in your life.
But that's the whole point.
Yes.
He watched me for an hour.
Yes.
I looked back. Why didn't you tell me? Now, I'm getting a job where it's look on the address, make sure you're delivering to the right address.
Okay.
This is for Barclays, this is for the embassy, this is for the US embassy, and I'm delivering.
Where was this, by the way? Where was this job?
The place was a courier company called DHL, the original courier company.
Okay. The original Dutch.
It was
Dutch?
an American.
It was an American.
Deutsche Post.
Yes,
It's just Deutsch
Oh,
for the Germans.
Okay.
Deutschland. Deutschland is Germany.
Yes. Okay.
So
All
they
right.
took
You see,
over.
this is why we call it the wisdom corner. If you are young, you will never understand these things. So I have got to be in the wisdom corner, the elders' wisdom corner. Yes.
Now.
Circles.
Now.
Yeah.
When something comes naturally for you, when my father was used to send me in Jeddah, go to the airport, release our food, go and get our guests, go to the president, the royal protocol. The king has sent me such a thing. Or go to the king's palace. I couldn't go, so I'm sending you. I was actually being taught by my
Without
father.
knowing.
You were being mentored for something that would become so important to me at my first job in my life.
Wow.
I didn't go in with the right qualifications. He just liked the character.
Wow.
But I was delivering on time. No one was complaining about my service.
Because your entire life you are in Jeddah, you are running
But
around
now
picking
something
these things.
happens. They end up finding out who I am. But I continue at the same pace. Words start.
So when you
going
say
around.
they end up finding who I am,
my employee, my fellow employees, they end up finding out
that you are
the son
of the
Idi
former
Amin.
President Idi Amin, and that's the problem.
But I'm continuing at the same pace and a very strange humility, where I have a short fuse, but it's for me about telling you what you need to know. It's not a fisticuff issue. It's just, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. They would say, why do you care? Is this your company? Remember the narcissism.
I've had, and that's how the narcissistic approach finally fit in.
But remember, it's a question of just work for your salary.
This company is not even for your father.
It's not your father. Why are you breaking sweat?
Wow.
They only were shocked when the next year I became their supervisor. They're like, wait a minute, is it about his name? They're like, no. For me, it was about delivering.
Okay.
So I ended up with a work ethic. There's no difference between DHL and the military service. Yet I've never been a soldier in my life. But the discipline.
But you live within
the discipline.
The barracks with soldiers,
I'm simply saying, no, if you have a father who's a field marshal, and he spent 17 years with the King's African Rifles, and then he was the head of the military, there's a certain discipline that is instilled in a character.
Okay. But one would think that you will be a spoiled brat child because your father is...
I was a spoiled child for being my grandmother's child.
Okay. But not for being your father's child. Those two things are very different. I hope you understand that.
They're quite different. By the way, there used to be a complaint in the family. We had the famous Moses. We had the famous Mwanga. He's a favorite. But whenever they would question me in terms of identity, my father would say, Chombe is my mother's son. Then they'll start laughing. You mean he's your brother? Then he would laugh.
So they never understood.
No, he was sort of saying in terms of seniority, if you reject him as your brother, he's my brother. He was trying to put a veracity in them
Yes.
to understand that.
So I want to take you there just before we go for a break, Jaffa. Before I lose the train of thought of you saying that you were your grandmother's best
I was
son.
his son.
Son, and then
grandmothers
yes,
inherit.
Yes.
For example, during the AIDS pandemic,
yes,
forget about COVID, the real pandemic in Uganda, because COVID has not really reached Uganda.
Yeah, COVID has a lot of COVID has a lot of.
No, I'm not going to go the
it has a lot of
discussions,
commercials and stuff around it.
But in
it,
Africa, we were touched by AIDS.
Yes.
And mother and father died and left orphans.
Yes.
A lot of people out there understand me for being grandmother's child.
Okay.
Because of being an orphan.
Okay.
Especially by the AIDS scourge.
Okay. That's wisdom right there. If you picked it, you picked it.
Because it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was by the sake of a large family, and if the first wife, the chief wife, will not accept the child of the sister, because it used to happen. You know, the Isaac Sarah scenario is very African.
Yes.
Whenever I read the Isaac Sarah Hagar Sarah story,
and Ismail's story,
it's very much it's very much the African setup.
Okay.
For the wife at home to accept the sister's entry into the family, it becomes issues. So we ended up with the grandmother.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain.
Jaffa, yes. So you are saying that you were your mother's sister's son, who was also the wife to your
chief wife.
The chief's wife.
Yes, the number one.
The number one wife. But then your dad decided that I'm going to end up here as well.
We're becoming personal here, but sometimes society, especially African society, if you give birth to 5, 6 daughters, you've never made the cut in African society.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yes.
Today, my wife has 5.
My own mother went through that old stuff.
My wife has 5 boys and 1 girl. Can you imagine the status she has in my tribe?
I know what.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Now you're talking.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
Yes.
So the pressure of the chief wife was having girls.
Okay.
Until 69, when the favorite child arrived.
Wow.
She went through hell.
With
the very same grandmother who was looking after me. You see, your sister gave birth to a boy,
yes,
a man child.
So it was always a tormenting pressure for you. Yes.
Every African mother goes through it.
Yes.
Forgive me, our beloved mothers out there, but that pressure is insurmountable.
My own mother went through that problem. Yes. My own mother ended up getting pregnant. I would understand. I think 13 times just to look for a boy.
That is it.
And if my father had not stood strong, perhaps
against the opinions
of his family, it would never have been, because they made life so hard for her that the first child she got with my dad, I think it was bitten by a snake while he was fishing.
Sorry.
And then that messed up my elder sister. So for me, my elder sister is my mother now, because she went through hell on earth just to be accepted. Even when she was married to another person, where she went, the gentleman couldn't give birth. I was told the story. It's very young. My sister is almost your age, and so she couldn't give birth. And then they sent her back. In the African traditional society back then, if you sent back with a letter to your parents, I was meant to understand later on that it means you are useless as a girl. So until another person comes and marry you, that gentleman who married you cannot actually go back and
bring you back.
Yes, and get the dowry or even bring back. So because of that, my mother suffered the stuff you're talking about, and I would like to pick the wisdom from here. She ended up with many girls and very few boys. In fact, she survived with only 2 boys who are alive today. The difference between me and my brother is very huge. My brother is almost your age. Headed to retire from this, and my sister is actually older than you. I've just realized now, way older than you. So I'm putting these two together to just say that whole thing of you must give birth to a boy. If you don't give birth to a boy, you're a useless woman, you're everything. It's been going on
forever.
I mean, yes.
It's what I call the tyranny of tradition.
Okay.
The tyranny of tradition.
Why do you tell me the tyranny of tradition?
It's total, it's absolute power. People don't... remember me saying something that might hurt others, that like,
yes,
people don't realize that our cultural leaders were tyrants. Forget about the
yes, you said it at the beginning
70s.
of the show. Yes.
My father's image as a strong man, today our leaders still considered in the same category as a strong man. I don't like using the D word.
Yes.
That's enormous authority. It's the equivalent of our favorite principles, what we call Eddie Master in Uganda. In fact, that name was given to my father in a derogatory time. When we were running away in 79, they're like, Headmaster, do not forget your coat.
Because his time had come to go, yes.
The image and the strictness of him was very much what we consider with our headmasters.
Wow.
But I'm simply saying that tyranny is simply absolute power. And believe you me, all those girls succeed better than us. You've noticed.
That's true.
And they're the ones who remember the very same father who was tormenting them in the family as Garcia. I'm not saying it happened in my family. I'm simply saying society viewed every girl child as useless. Yet they're the most important and the most they've given back to society and their communities more than we will ever.
Boys.
Yet the boys ended up with that narcissist. Now, by the way, tradition feeds on to the narcissist.
So I want you to break that down quickly before we go for a break. We need to have some coffee break, but I want you to break this down quickly. How does that feed into the narcissism approach? You call it the narcissism has become the religion in 2020.
Me, the very same person who expected the sister to go to the water to bring the water home. The one who'd come from hunting and say, "Where's my food?" Whether it is your father barking or you, the boy copycatting the father, simply means it's about you. We provided the antelope yesterday, didn't we?
We went hunting yesterday, yes.
Now we've come back with this new one. Where's my food?
Yes.
For me, that is tradition feeding the narcissist's character. And once we got into power from the British, we were copycatting the British who were doing what we call an extractive industry. Whether it was slaves, ivory, all our mineral wealth, and right now actually taking all our best brains. There's this brain drain, there's this resource drain that is happening. And today, it's a constant. And remember that statement of, for me, I have my books.
I've read my books. I don't need synergy. You guys, you will suffer. But me, I read my books. I got
the
my
most
books.
boastful child is on graduation day. They actually do not enjoy it. Have you watched them?
Yes, they usually
They're
just...
always there. Me, I've arrived, don't you see?
I got my degree.
It's an amazing moment.
I got my master's
I
and my
always
PhD.
watch it and I'm like, until they call you the old man who's going to give the person a what?
So you're saying after all of this, we still come and says, Daddy,
No, not you, the parent. The parent always brings somebody who's an influence. The influencer. The influencer who's going to job placement moment.
Would you call that moment a wisdom moment or not a wisdom moment from that?
It is an eye-opener moment for the arrogance you see in your child at that point. My son will graduate now by 2022. COVID has done us in. It's done us. It's given us a dead year when we didn't really want one. But if he graduates in 2022, I'd actually tell them go for 6 or 9 months at the Uganda Management Institute.
Yeah.
Why, Dad? I've got my degree. I said, no, but job placement is based on the Management Institute certificate.
Yes.
Just like the law, people have to go to the
LDC to be able to go through. Yes.
That's where you get your job. No, but this 3 years.
Yes.
I said, pity that one who's done 5 years and then an extra 9 months. The British set these up for us to get placement. Why didn't you tell us in the first place? I didn't know.
Yes.
With this, you'll get to become a fantastic teacher.
Yeah.
Fantastic, but make sure you get your Uganda Management Institute certificate.
Okay.
And there are only 1 million jobs open, probably every 3 years.
And you have to be one part of this.
If you have this document.
Okay.
They will put, you'll notice when they're interviewing, they'll just put these aside, they'll bring that one in front.
They always bring that last bit,
The placement.
Yes.
LDC. LDC is the most important moment. Now I'm a lawyer.
But you would never have been one if there was no...
It is that man who comes he normally comes with a casimo, but he tells you that.
Yeah.
But every child forgets that moment. Some Kazei came with his Waizeka thing. Doesn't he know I've graduated? You're not hooking yourself to the next person who's going to actually push you to the next level.
Yeah.
Quite often, narcissism feeds on to the issue of you already got a job placement. Forgive me for this. Some people end up in MOOBs at S6. Then they work like our American system of a certificate 2 years.
Yeah.
Then they do the actual degree.
Yeah.
Yeah? But they've already been earmarked for a job.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a feeding frenzy where somebody will say, have you sat in water in Changwanzi?
Yeah.
It's like me telling you, have you got the Management Institute certificate?
Yeah.
You know, there's somebody who asks
you such questions, and you're looking for...
You don't see them as markers. Life is all about markers. You've seen those points that's showing you 40 miles to go to Jinja.
Yeah.
It's like, my homeland is far. I've heard that several times from people who come back home from Europe and wherever. They can't believe how far
we have gone.
Home is. Yeah. No, home
country. I'm getting the wisdom now. That's how far okay.
So the markers.
Yes.
Somebody will always tell you at what point you should move to.
Okay.
But also those people who are mwana maugundi, mwana wani, are feeding on to this tradition of narcissism.
Okay.
It's all about my children, my line, my lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is all feeding frenzy.
So that's the narcissism.
I'm not politicizing.
No. You are right, because I've actually been asking myself, because I work with people. They're always about my money,
Yeah.
Where is my money?
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not about your money, it's about satisfaction to the client that we're serving today and the society we're serving today.
Have you
fulfilled the mandate of serving the client effectively and having this? Money will always come, but we always have. So it's not about politics, about just the way we demand for things, even when we don't deserve it.
Let me give you an example of that.
Yes.
When I did 1 year and disappeared on the streets, some secretary in a bank saw a new face.
Yes.
They're like, where's that man who used to cross the Kampala road with 2 steps? I was so quick.
2 steps, this is because you're tall and you're long.
They won't see my speed.
Yes.
Do you know that we walk very fast, people from England?
Yes.
You notice how you slow down?
Because their life is fast-paced, which is different from here.
When I got to
London, yes.
I was being knocked by people passing me.
Yes.
By Jove, excuse me.
Hey, mate, come on. Yes.
We were too slow.
So I have a boy called Idiwato Chom. Can you tell us if this is what is happening to you in Swansea?
Now, the speed.
Yeah, the speed in London. So I'm waiting to see Idiwato Chom come back to Uganda and walk like that.
I came to Uganda with an Audi Quattro speed. Kankanan.
Yes.
Remember the Kankanan
Yes,
rally
yes.
driver
Yes,
speed?
yes.
That's what I came back to Uganda with.
Yes.
And I got a job.
Yes.
And I was on double turbo speed.
Yes.
And I shot up. So people were remembering me for the service.
Yeah.
And it became an accolade on your name.
Okay.
My God. Now, after 4 years, I become the senior manager.
Yeah.
People are like, does he go to the water? Agenda kumazi.
Yeah.
For
What does it mean? What is the mission of going? Oh, going to the water is superstition. You go for witchcraft.
I looked at
this is really the wisdom,
like,
circles, the elders' wisdom circles. Yes.
I was like, I'm British. What's your problem?
Yes.
Now, after 4 years, I become senior manager.
Yeah.
They're like, no. Yes. Huh? I would actually find funny fetishes on my chair. I'd pick it up. And then Northern style, I'm like, hey, I come from the elephant's clan. Huh? My grandmother is a python.
Yes.
My mother is the beautiful bird, a nyonyi.
Yes.
And she's also has the kabiro of the leopard.
Yes.
There's nothing that will happen to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold it right there. Hold it right there. We're going for break. Yes.
It was pure to Nigeria, but I was using a British accent. So you know, Muzungu, no, Muduga, Kadugana, Bananga, Fuaruzungu. No.
Hold it right there. We're going for a break.
I was on an upward mobile trajectory, and it was simply because of I had accepted the work ethic that my father had instilled in me.
Yeah.
And I was actually utilizing the same skill setting, but I was actually marking time. I was not at full capacity.
Wow.
But something happened.
Now hold it right there. That's something that happened. We're coming back for it. This is the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Jafar Raymond Amin, the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, who lived all his life in glamour and everything glamour and find himself on the street walking fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after the break. Who better place to tell us the story of what happened? We're sharing the wisdom of what happened when elders steps in to speak to the young people. Jaffa, welcome back to the program.
Thank you. I was saying something happened.
Yes, you're saying something happened, and I want to get back to that something that happened. So for you who are just joining, I want you to go and send us a message. Send us a question, a comment, whatever you have, and we'll be able to answer here. This is called Wisdom Corner, the Wisdom Circles. We've lost this in our society today. We don't have it. Elders don't sit and give us moments to listen to them. We don't understand what is going on. So we realize that narcissism has become a new religion in 2020, right? Selfishness is taking over everything. Elders have the same thing. So we're talking about this, and I'm talking to the first son of the president, and I'm going to be able to bring all of them to this program. All of them. They have been into the State House. They've enjoyed it all. They've been around the world. And they are now here living with us. All right, so let's talk about
all around Africa.
All around Africa, actually, we're going to bring.
For me, that's a perfect suggestion.
Yes. So let's go back to
something happened.
Yes, something happened. What happened? Let's talk about it.
They did not understand how I got in the first place. If your former colleagues are telling you, but how did you get here? Your days are over. I'm like, well, what do you mean our days? Yeah, but you were in the 70s, now it is our time. I'm like, my mother, you see the mother behind there? That's Mohima. She's actually Msongora from Kasese.
Yes, and you look like one of
you see that woman there?
Yes.
That's my mother. She's from Kashari.
Yes.
You know, markers. Remember those side road posts?
Yes.
Signposts?
Yes.
I was pointing at one.
Okay.
My mother's from Kashari. Kashari? said, my nose is smaller than
Yes,
yours.
yes.
So what are you talking about?
But you don't speak the language.
I'm like, I've been in England forever. I was pulling ranks on them in a nice way.
Okay.
But then I realized the British have what we call self-deprecation. It means you lower yourself intentionally just to get along with those who are unmanageable.
Can you repeat that again? What does the British call it? What?
Self-deprecation is the ability to lower yourself so that you bring yourself to the same level as those who are not quick on the uptake, or they just don't understand why you succeed and they don't.
Yes.
But I got it from Spencer Kamugisha. Spencer, you Muchiga man, you taught me a lot. He called me once in because I got angry over something.
Yes.
Said, Jaffa, sit there. Said, Jaffa, one of these days, whether it is tomorrow, today, or whenever, you're going to be in this seat of mine. He was showing me his seat.
Yeah.
I want you to learn to come to the level of those people you work with. Not everyone understands the way you do. My God, that was a wake-up call, but it was a mentoring that was happening.
Yeah.
He could have blasted
How old were
me.
you, by the way, at that point? How old were you?
I was approaching 30. I was approaching 30 because I got married as soon as I hit 30.
Okay.
It wasn't about, I'm not ready or what. For me, it's about time.
Okay.
So I married in 96. So by 94, I was like a 28-year-old. And with a short fuse.
Okay.
But the best employee.
Okay.
In the business.
At the time.
So I was beginning to get the kind of stuff this Muyaye from Kamocha is getting now. Everybody's hitting at him.
Yes.
I'm explaining the political arena.
Yes.
He's going to get more fire from the very people he used to eat with.
Yes, with and drink with and stuff. Yes.
Not his actual foe.
Yes.
And you always think it is the enemy. But there's no enemy. Yeah. It's just your friend saying, who do you think you are?
You are, yes.
I said, you people, we all have sections, we all have boxes, we just deliver.
Okay.
I deliver every day about 4 tons because I was manning the business district.
Okay.
That is all the embassies, all the banks.
Was your boss being strategic that I had to put a son of a former president because you are used to protocol, you are used to
He had just seen that for me it was not about pinching the next cookie.
Okay. Yes, by the way, talking about
honesty.
Yes.
It was all about honesty and integrity. Do you know you see that a mile away from your children, you see it from your brothers, that character shines. I think mine was shining brighter than the rest. But I seem to be getting it in an easy way. Do you know what happened? This is what happened. They started skirking their work and leaving it to Jaffa.
Because you had the ability and more energy to do that?
I enjoyed my work. Majority of people out there do not enjoy their work. They are a square peg in a round hole. Or they're
wow! I hope you picked that one.
They're a diamond, and it's just a small circular tube sitting in the middle. You just don't fit. I'm not an authoritative person, yet I am because of my upbringing.
Okay.
But they just saw a manager in me without me seeing it. For me, proaction simply means do it before it needs to be done so that you are ready for the next objective.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom right there from the wisdom, the elders.
Wisdom circle.
Yeah, wisdom circles. I'm picking that one. If you're watching the program, I hope you're picking that one, you too, as well. And we are actually having this with the elder has to have, we wish to have like sort of like a fireplace where we eat kasoli and whatever. So this is going to be the program that gives you the best of experience of the elders' wisdom circles. We will eat kasoli. We will eat kasoli is roasted maize.
No meat.
Yes.
No meat.
No meat. We're going to eat just this. But you might want to get a nyeri and eat a nyeri or something like that.
Wild rat. We don't have a sha. It is fish. I drink sai.
Yeah.
I drink choda.
Yeah.
We mess around with the pronunciation.
Yes, yes. Anyway, so let's go back to this. So did they see you?
No, they ganged up to me in a sweet way. I ended up burning my candle on both sides.
Okay.
I was on gear
Would you say that you were not wise enough at that point?
No, I was saying, let me show you. It's like me dunking on a 7-footer. I'm 6'1", but I have the capacity to dunk on anybody.
Yes.
I'm like a Spud Webb who was 5'7".
Yes.
He was a short man who could do incredible dunks.
Yes, yes.
And not many people remember Spud Webb, but I ended up with what we call where your motor neurons stop. We call it burnout.
Yes.
I had now been promoted to air operations. Everybody was leaving everything to me. And one day I was on the computer and what I was thinking was not getting to my hands.
Okay.
And it was an urgent report. And my mouth was beginning to stop. And I'm like, Patrick. Now Patrick used to work in the place I got him in. He became my #1 person who was with me on my side.
Okay.
And his father, by the way, was the one who designed the UCB house. I never call it Chum Towers, it's UCB house. But
even me, I call it UCB house. Yes.
Museum Subuga designed it.
Okay.
And we were getting, I got he was actually a 6'9" tall young man.
Okay.
And I was just like, Patrick, yes, sir. He calls me from the other side. He was actually a supervisor. I'd made him a supervisor.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we were
things were okay. Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir. Whatever I'm thinking is not getting to my hand. I think I'm getting what we call burnout. And I use the proper word.
Yeah.
This is burnout.
Yeah.
Can you get me home? Now, Superman had
finished, gone, done.
It's like Iron Man. It's like Iron Man getting
the whole son of Amin, the great man, the Jaffa, the giant.
Man who thinks this is his company.
Yes.
Has ground to a
halt. Wow.
Had ground to a halt.
Fallen to the small man and asking Patrick to take him home. Yes, yes.
Do you know how you do the gym?
Yeah.
My gym was takeout.
Yes.
Dance from 9 to 4 in the morning.
That's another story for you. I'm bringing that in the wisdom circles of how I met Jaffa, and how he used to dance, the electric man. Yes,
but for me, that was my gym.
Yes.
That was my releasing this pressure.
Okay.
That I learned from.
Yet many people misunderstood you for being so low and stooping so low at the time at Stakeout because you were dancing crazy. They didn't understand what was going on for you.
But I was the best dancer.
Yes. But we used to ask ourselves, how can a whole son of a former president go low?
The boss of the DHL.
The boss of the DHL.
It was no longer my past.
Yes, yes.
It was present. I was the boss
of DHL at the time.
Above me, there was only the country manager.
Yeah.
I was the top man there.
Yeah.
Then they realized, I'm not here to play. I'm not here to drink. But I dance my music. And Akibua's son was the DJ.
Yes. Tony Bua.
Anthony Bua.
Yes.
Akibua was.
Where is Anthony, by the way?
We're together in Mutugo.
Okay.
We're both on the same hill.
Okay.
This country is known for 2 names, Akibua and Idi Amin.
Yes.
In terms of name checking.
Yes.
But my point is this. Yes. When I came back after 2 weeks, I started that regime. Rather than gym, Friday, I dance the hell out of the place, go home and rest. I'm ready for Monday.
Okay.
And I learned that mentorship. And they told me, Jaffa, learn to teach the next person who can help you.
Okay.
I see you're very comfortable with Patrick. Identify another 4.
Okay.
So that you have 5 people who at any notice can be able to replace you at short notice. Huh? I learned that mentorship, and they've taught us that when we're hunting. They taught us that when they taught us to shoot the gun. we did. Nowadays I see fashionable people going to do target practice. Demystifying the gun is fine, but these are the things that your parents teach you, whether it's to hunt,
or to protect yourself.
And then I managed to teach, I believe, 5 people to do that.
Okay.
In 2005, I decided to resign. It wasn't a forceful resignation. It was simply my brain started saying, what have you done for your community? It's not a political statement. For me, those signs of issues of reconciliation, because I was meeting people with those same questions. Why is he having a good life and we didn't have?
Yes.
You know, you get such vibes.
Yes, his father did this to us, this happened, yes.
You either become a victim or you victimize.
Yes. Those are the two, yes. It's actually African, it's happening everywhere in the world.
Yeah. Now, sometimes you would want to be like a lot of people are doing. It's like you love your chicken, you know you're on a stage, so if you get 20,000 crowds, how easy is it for me to get a constituency? I'm trying to give you an example of my Kamacha son.
Yes.
He's beginning to realize how tough it is now.
Yeah.
But if I can get a crowd of 30,000 to come and watch my show, how easy is it
to try and convince
to
them
move a crowd?
Yeah.
It's a different mindset altogether.
Yeah. And not always going to be very successful.
Of course.
Of course, pushed by certain things.
Believe you me, when I started reconciliation, what I call community work, people are like, no, he wants to be a leader. Nah, this man is trying to get a platform for his politics. I'm like, my father was not a politician. I'm never going to be one. I might become a brigadier general somewhere, but I would never become a politician. You would not want to hear the straight talking that I'll tell you in parliament, without profanity, without abusive words. But I'll be able to tell you what needs to be done.
This.
But you do that in community work. My wife did not understand it. My children are like, we've gone down a notch. We've gone down a notch because I was upward mobile. But I said, look, sometimes fulfillment comes from unexpected corners. If you Google me, I've basically taken up my father's 2 million hits. You know, they're very strange statistics. Mandela hit 60,000, but Idi Amin hits 2 million. Just by name search. And I've practically inherited that. How I use it is what the politicians, the security people, or marketeers are like, but doesn't he realize how easy he can earn from his name? I said, I do know, but it's what I do with the name that matters. And that is the most cherishing and fulfilling thing I've been doing since 2005.
Wow. I just want to take you down as we actually wind up. The show is coming to an end today. The Elders Wisdom Circles is coming to an end. But before we bring this to an end with Jaffa, at some point people felt like you were running mad.
In what sense?
You used to walk and talk alone. And
did that happen?
Yes. At some point, you'll be walking and talking alone. And this happened at some point towards 2009, 2010,
did that happen?
2012, yes. I would think that you were always meditating while or thinking in your mind and walking and doing your stuff. But a lot of people say, Jaffa has lost it. And
let me explain that.
And I kept saying that I want to know,
Let me explain that. In England and in America, that is actually normal. It's actually normal.
I found myself doing the same thing at some point.
No, we do it.
I found myself doing it myself.
Voiceover. If I've learned my line, and I'm moving to
To
location.
record, yes.
To location.
To location, yes.
I'll go through the words.
To go and voice this radio ad or this TV ad, yes.
I'm the #1 voiceover in Africa.
Yes.
I convinced you to buy city tires, keeping you safe on the road. So if I'm doing that and you people think I'm mad, it's like you with your toggle talking.
Yes.
Isn't everybody with the
toggle is talking, yes.
Now, if I have mine here
Yes.
and I'm talking,
yes,
doesn't that look like I'm mad?
Yeah, of course. It definitely.
Everyone in town.
Yes.
Yes. You remember the original ones with
yes,
the
yes,
battery
the
behind the head?
of the old days of Celtel.
The
I mean,
sweet
yes,
one.
the Celtel,
The
yes.
sweet one.
Yeah,
I call it the sweet one.
Yes.
I hate this double.
I remember when growing up, General Salim Saleh, when I first heard of the mobile phone, the Celtel days, used to have this huge phone that looks like a brick. We'll carry the thing and we'll have that thing coming like this. I used to look at it, I'm like, look at General, it just looks like cool. I used to enjoy the thing. I was like, one day I will have this
Now,
one
there
also.
are two things.
Yes.
I was either on that.
Yeah.
For me, mine was a sweet one.
Yes, yes.
Just
The one that used to be just, you know,
around your ear.
Yeah.
Because for us, we said, don't mess the side of your temple.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Which is the left side, yes.
People don't understand that our phones have a lot of microwave waves.
Yes.
So a lot of us avoid it. Keep it on a hip. They said, but you're messing around with your next child. I'm like, where do I put it?
Yes.
I'd rather hit on my hips and
Yes.
I'm talking.
Yes.
Oh, somebody saw me talking and I was heading to the next
record
gig.
Yes.
We call it a gig.
The gig, yes.
But believe you me, in Africa, the reality of depression is existent.
Yeah.
You reflect and you discuss the implications of your past or your future.
Okay.
And if you saw me doing that, I think I'm the most normal person, because the only way you can judge somebody's state of mind normally, the hygiene goes south.
Yes.
Now, if somebody is totally smart,
yeah,
you can't question the mind.
Yes, of course.
But I've always been British. I succeeded in Uganda because of that.
Okay.
It is normal there.
Okay.
It's not normal in Uganda.
Yes. So I want to say this. You say you've always been British and it's normal there, it's not normal here. I just have a very, simple question to put to you as we wind up this interview. What did it feel like having been in that life? I will keep taking you back to that life, having been in that life of the first son and what it feels and the wisdom that you find. Please take a sip of coffee that your father kept giving you guys and stuff like that in your own words. And now coming down to this old situation that you went through, the narcissism that you say has become a religion of us going, and you started experiencing this thing like way back in 1990s and it's still going on and it's becoming worse in the 2020 as you talk about. What did it feel like, you sort of like losing everything, being in the exile and coming back and starting all over again?
But we haven't lost everything.
Yes.
Everybody has a status they look for.
Yeah.
I don't have a sense of greed or an urge to accumulate.
Okay.
That is the character of Jafar Amin. My brother can pass me by with a hammer or Mercedes Benz, and that's okay for him.
Yeah.
We live in the same town, the same city.
Yeah.
I'm a community-based person. The same thing that took me to the village was me saying, what am I giving back to society?
Yeah.
I have a low satisfaction level. Narcissists don't. They want everything, and it's about accumulation.
Yeah.
Yeah. They become like the British magpie.
Yeah.
The magpie will steal every Rolex in London, and you'll find it in the nest after 50 years.
Yeah.
when they decide to cut the tree because they were making a new highway.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you an example of
that's another wisdom, deep one, right there.
Everybody
Yes,
will
yes.
look for, the Prince of Wales lost his Rolex. They will find it in that tree with the magpie in Buckingham Palace. Yeah? It took it off the coffee table and flew up to the tree.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying I've never been about want, but of course my children and wife have needs.
Yeah.
But I told you a very important thing at the very beginning of this show last week.
Yeah.
Politics of privilege is what you expect from me.
Yeah.
I can't sing issues of Ebiafe because the day Kabaka Mutesa sold the country down the river in 1875 by calling in the missionaries, we've been selling ourselves short until today.
Okay.
Now, if you think that privilege has to be to the 9 families, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
I am totally contrary to the issue of politics of privilege.
Okay.
People always say, why aren't you demanding your houses? Why aren't you? I said, look, society wants this family to be punished.
Yeah.
It has become an acceptable norm.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lean back and let you. I always have a British saying of do your worst. But you'll find me in the most unexpected of corners talking to the people who matter. Politics of privilege is not my way.
Okay.
Demanding what is duly mine.
Yeah.
In 60 children, how far are you going to divide? We've only lost 5.
Yeah.
1 boy and 4 girls.
Yes. And the rest
but the
of
55 are fighting over trinkets. Trinkets are what?
Yes, yes. And you use the word trinkets quite a lot.
Trinket is...
Explain the trinkets to us because really,
Do you know the first trinkets? In Simbi. That was money, the original money, whether in China, whether in China. Our form of money is in Simbi.
Yeah.
Cowrie shell.
Okay.
Those are trinkets. The British would bring wire, knowing that the Maasai just love their wire. They would give you whatever you want, as long as you give them their wire. When the man was actually a Baluchistani, came to Uganda, they used to call him Ebirevu. Ahmed somebody. He brought them cotton. But it was the poor type of cotton called Americani.
Yes.
It's a very light, what we Muslims use for burial.
Okay.
All they wanted from us, due to their extractive agenda, was slaves and ivory.
Yeah.
So they exchanged trinkets for valuables.
Okay.
Now, how much more valuable will I be standing there and saying, I am the son of Amin, I demand such? Politics of privilege.
Wow.
Tribes are demanding it as a wholesale.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it's we first. So you first. But I'm up here. Yeah, but I'm first. I'm number 1. I'm giving you the whole issue of politics of privilege.
Yes. And so how does that
comfortable?
fit?
Yeah, I am comfortable in my skin.
Okay.
The day that your life is all about keeping up appearances, then you're wasting your time.
You've lost everything, yes.
No, you'll always be on that treadmill. Huh?
Okay. So, Jaffa, on the wisdom circle, on the elders' wisdom circle today, what would be our take home from this topic today that you want to leave us with as the wisdom of the week that I must speak from here and go with? And for everyone who is watching the show all across the world, thank you very much. On Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, this is Elders Wisdom Circles. All right, with of course Jaffa Remo Amin, aka Salongo.
My take-home point for today is the only narcissist notion that I accept is putting family first. I climbed mountains. I'm the most filmed person in my family. I've written a book. He's questioned my sanity, but I hope I've made sense to you. And the fact is, put family first. At 54, I hope to be able to say, after these 6 months of traumatic COVID-19 challenges, put family first. And by the way, it was a blessing in disguise that we ended up with the people you keep missing every morning, and you miss out on your last born sleeping by 9 because they wanted to stay up and wait for daddy. Those moments, you notice how you're going to cherish these 7 months of COVID-19. For me, it's a blessing in disguise, putting family first. And if you can always say me to my family, but also we to community, will make Uganda a better place. And please, it's not about insult. Insulting somebody is not a sign of intelligence. The narcissist in us would actually say, if I can throw a barb at somebody, insult a person, I've won the argument. Let's learn to debate. Let's learn to get insight out of other people's point of view. And my height is meaningless until I have to grab that mango faster than you do. Or my son dunking on a fellow soldier, and he's not even a soldier, but playing with tough men and succeeding. If I can be able to show the child that I'm putting them first, then that would be a change from the adjustments that I made from thinking about myself. Because by the way, the corporate world is a narcissist den that teaches us a lot of unsavory habits. The same people are earning so much money, they ought to be able to give back to family and make sure we put the family first. So if there's any narcissist notion or accolade we can accept, that is putting your family first. But please, no nepotism in a place of work or political status. It shouldn't be about politics of privilege. Jafar earning more than others because he was one of the 9 first families of this country. No. I am an everyday people, and I am comfortable in who I am. But I want to make my children proud and comfortable in the pursuit of happiness. Can we put that as a new policy in Uganda? It's the only thing we should take away from America, narcissist America. Pursuit of happiness.
Wow. Jaffa, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Salongo Jaffa Remo Amin, the son of the former president, the one who saw it first. And he said the first 9 families, the first family, the first
the first 9 families.
First 9 families.
It should not be about politics of privilege.
Yes.
That word is narcissistic at the highest level. We should be about, it's the same word, we in English. But when they say Eviafe, they're actually meaning young.
Yes. So young, even if you in the family who says this is Eviafe mind, it should be about ours going forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program. I thank you very much for being part of the Wisdom Circles, the Elders Circles. We'll be back next week on Saturday, same time, same place. before we start taking the wisdom circle all across the country, speaking on the fireside and looking for the 1%ers of the wisdom.
Above 65.
Yes.
They're there.
Yes,
Very
and we're looking for them, and we need
very
them.
disgruntled
Yes,
people.
yes.
But they own everything.
Yes.
And they're responsible for our past. Remember that.
Thank you very much for being part of the show. Until next week, God bless you. And it's a wrap from us here at the Wisdom Center, or what we call the Elders Wisdom Circles.
I'm a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. I'm a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. You are a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. You're a child of the Most High God, set apart for His glory. Mukama chenkusabe chisacho kumbukana na kumbuda buda. Ensulo zemikisa jokunjoza na kuntukuza. Make them glorify when them sing me glorify. Make them glorify you when they sing me glorify. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. Praise and magnify. Now I praise and magnify. Praise and magnify. Now I praise and magnify. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Let your blessings and your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. Fire follow me. Let your fire follow me. See me step on the enemy. Witness me step on the enemy. See me step on the enemy. Witness me step on the enemy. I'm a child of the Most High God. Glory. I'm a child of the Most High God. Glory. You are a child of the Most High God. Glory. You're a child of the Most High God. Set apart for His glory.
It's another one. Fernand Rico's another one. Pirate Beach with another one. The biggest music again. I know the money. agasinga ga Jennifer ani alina obuyinza omusingo gwa muzeeyi ani alina amaanyi agasinga ga Pawulo ani alina obuyinza obufuga enseno wano gundi yagenze mu kooti talina mapesa ku saati gwagenza okulompa binojo lwekitiibwa talina amanyiddwa mu kooti omusango bagusala mu ttumbi kuba mulamuzi bamuwa ku nsimbi mulamuzi wange talya mandaazi gamukama bibakwalali talya nguzi nono talya nguzi nono ani alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer ani alina obuyinza omusingo gwa muzeeyi ani alina amaanyi agasinga ga Pawulo ani alina obuyinza obufuga enseno waliwo ono akujja mu nfuufu n'akutuuza n'abalangira atambuza abalema tukuuma n'ekironda mungota tomuwadde kinusu mu buli mbeerabeera wannakuwanya ennaku talina na mululu bakubino ewammwe babalimba mu nnaku nga tomuwadde kinusu mu buli mbeerabeera wannakuwanya ennaku talina na mululu bakubino ewammwe babalimba mu nnaku mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer mukama alina amaanyi agafuga enseno mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer mukama alina amaanyi agafuga enseno tewali simanya kusinga simanya kusinga 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 mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer alina obuyinza omusingo gwa muzeeyi mukama alina amaanyi agasinga ga Jennifer alina obuyinza Yesu yekka gwasinga Yesu alina amaanyi.
You know, this world could do a lot of things to make you question your inheritance. So sometimes you should check your blood type and remember where you come from. I hope I answered your question.
Why is that, Lord? I sat down and asked myself, why am I really, really into you? Why is everything I do about you, Lord? And now I have the answer, and it is, you're part of my DNA. On Tambulira Messiah, yes, you're my DNA. I cannot do anything without you. You're part of my DNA. On Tambulira Messiah, yes, you're my DNA. Sagala kunyiza. Every morning sagala kugenda nga sinyumiza na wange. Webungera sagala kuzibya nga sinyumiza nono. Kuba yapate byonna byenina. Neze talo yabona nituwagula. Nebigambo ebyogala yasangula. Your love is a love on me. From my head to my toes. Your love is everywhere. Through my veins to my brain.
G-O-D, all in my DNA. From the air I breathe to everything I say, it's more than when I pray. I raise my arms in the church, recite a psalm I've rehearsed, to bless a song with a verse. It's more than just words, it's on my lips and it's underneath it. It's on my skin and beneath it, hidden in like a secret. It was, is, and always will remain a part of me. From every bone and fiber down to every vein and artery. Inside my brain and heart and everything in between. What separates is males and females from the kings and the queens, and runs in my blood like heritage, racing for gold. From the core of my spirit down to the depths of my soul. Since a babe like Gloria, the traces of my pops and my DNA have been glorious. It's solely Deo Gloria. My brother shed his blood just to purify mine, so I pour my heart in these rhymes, covered in these bloodlines of his DNA.
You're part of my DNA. I'll tell you all the hours I am so. You're my DNA. I cannot do it if I without you. You're part of my DNA. On top of all it up, I'm sorry, yes, so. You're my DNA. Sagala kunyiza. You're part of my DNA. On top of all it up, I'm sorry, yes, so. You're my DNA. I cannot do it if you're without you. You're part of my DNA. On top of all it up, I'm sorry, yes, so. You're my DNA. Sagala kunyiza.
Stereo, radio, in the iPod, watch the video. Stereo, radio. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in the iPod, watch the video. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in your iPod, watch the video. Zijukira muchere kulusani ya ai. Zijukira kaunga musefulia. Ebiziwe binchize nembigumira ai. Zijukira emikwano kuntabukira. Uno mukwano kange sekatawa ai. Yali mulokole nebimutama. Anti kumulimu bagasoma ai. Ebyobulokole temiza magobano. Me and my house will walk with you. Cause of your love so real and true. Topo wange mumwacho topo wai. Mwana weka tunula jolaga ai. Topo wa Yesu wakulemesai. Ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwai. Topo wange mumwacho topo wai. Mwana weka tunula jogedai. Topo wa Yesu wakulemesai. Ebye birungi byonna ajja kubikuwai. Ono sister Teopisita yali alina kulasa mu kanisa. Mwatu bali bamazeyo kwanjula ai. Ekyali kisigaddeyo nga yembaga. Tetwamanya Jeff gye yava. Ow'amamotoka gali munaana. Okukutadde n'edduka mu kibuga ai. Tuzanyisa nga dduniya. Bulaza bamuzalawa. Omukwano gwe bambi ne bakuyiwa mu binika. Yazirika yatabuka omutima ne gumenyeka. Topo wange mumwacho topo wai. Mwana weka tunula jolaga ai. Topo wa Yesu wakulemesai. Ebyo ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwai. Topo wange mumwacho topo wai. Mwana weka tunula jogendai. Topo wa Yesu wakulemesai. Ebyo ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwai. Say look you kaya simple. Save me from the disco. Love you Lord more than every girl loves a dimple. And I won't serve you on the lay low, aka Mr. Enough of the intro. You're always on time, never been slow. I focus on you, Lord, let the world know. When alone and everything feels cold, you my umbrella jacket, everything feels warm. When the going gets tough, I keep on keeping on. Truth is, trouble don't last long. When I'm weak, you're strong, and it's in your presence that I belong. Presence that I belong, yeah. topo wange mumwacho topo wana wenga tunule jolaga topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwacho topo wana wenga tunula jogende topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwacho topo wana wenga tunule jolaga topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwacho topo wana wenga tunula jogende topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa
Buli vipi livuname abana b'abantu n'ebitonde byonna bikusinzenga ekitiibwa n'ettendo amaanyi n'obuyinza bibyo osanidde 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 amatendo osanidde Yesu osanidde nayimba ngeli nyalyo Yesu buli vivi livuname abana b'abantu n'ebitonde byonna bikusinzenga ekitiibwa n'ettendo amaanyi n'obuyinza bibyo osanidde 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 Yesu osanidde oli mutukuvu 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 Yesu mutukuvu wakitiibwa wabuyinza Yesu mutukuvu mutukuvu osanidde ekitiibwa n'ettendo n'obuyinza bibyo n'amaanyi gago ekitiibwa n'ettendo byonna bibyo osanidde osanidde ekitiibwa kikyo amaanyi gago ettendo liryo n'obuyinza ekitiibwa n'ettendo n'amaanyi n'obuyinza ekitiibwa n'ettendo mbikuwa osanidde tubikuwa osanidde 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 oli mutukuvu Yesu teryakwekana Yesu osanidde obuyinza osanidde oh sunny day, echitiwa netendo amanyi noboyinza vivyo Before I spoke a word, you were thinking of me. You have been so, so good to me. Before I took a breath, you breathed your life into me. You have been so, so kind to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, but still I'm found, lives the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, still you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, when I was your foe, still your love fought for me. You have been so, so good to me. When I felt no worth, you paid it all for me. You have been so, so kind to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, I still am found, lives the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, still you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't kick down, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, but still I'm found, lives the 99. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it, still you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, you love me so much. Oh, there's no shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. Before I spoke a word, you were thinking of me.
ensi nebigirimu bibye omusingi gw'ensi guli mu mikono gye enensi nebigirimu bibye omusingi gw'ensi guli mu mikono gye obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova obawulira nga bayimba wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama ensulo z'obulamu ozisangamu ye n'essanyu ly'abangi olisangamu ye atulamuza kisa bwe tusaba natusonyiwa bwe tusobya tuli baana be yalokola mu kwagala okungi obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova obawulira nga bayimba wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova obawulira nga bayimba atulamuza kisa bwe tusaba natusonyiwa bwe tusobya tuli baana be yalokola mu kwagala okungi obwakabaka bwe tebukoma n'ababulimu tebasara banyumirwa buli okukamala kyova obawulira nga bayimba wakitiibwa 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 oyo Mukama wabuyinza 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 oyo Mukama
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Hello?
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven.
Cast down for my soul. Why don't you hold
My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit. Restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said, that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord. Français, oh, oh, oh. C'est l'Alliance française. La maison des profs, des Français,
c'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez.
Viens ma sœur. À l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français.
Oh, oh, oh.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français sont langue étrangère, la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
C'est la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Le français c'est la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Oh, 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 I love friends. Oh, 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 I speak friends. Oh, 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 I love friends. Oh, oh, I speak friends. I love friends. Oh, I love friends. I love friends. I speak friends. Oh, I speak friends. I love friends. Oh, I love friends. I love friends. I speak friends. Oh, I speak friends. Oh, oh, I love friends. Oh, I speak friends. Venez, apprends le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez, apprends le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez à Kamocha. Venez, apprends le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez dans la grande famille. Venez apprends le français. Venez mes amis. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Molière, c'est l'idiot n'a pas pris. En face à pareil à Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois fondé le tour du four du plaisir. Dis-moi le bonheur en abondant et là,
en pleine évolution.
Venez,
venez, Français.
La langue des pères.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez mes amis.
Le français.
Venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody bina moke. Bina moke. Bina moke.
Bina moke.
Everybody bina moke.
Bina moke.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à droite.
Bina à droite.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Bina derrière.
Bina derrière.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Venez à parler français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez à parler français. À Kamochao.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
À Bukoto Street.
Venez à parler français.
Venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance.
Parler français.
Si tu veux parler,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens
parler français.
Viens.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty, tortured day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost. We can't deny the fate. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Maji, voice of freedom, Kanutanu Frelimo, the movement of the people. Oh, Ghana, oh, the root of Pan-Africans. People must unite. From hours in prayer, we can't forget the past. We can't deny the faith. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Oh, my children, hear their drums calling. Yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba.
They projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I like glorious sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting. Tanzania, Kigali na Goma. Welcome to Africa, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid. The sun is always out, the Nile flows so deep. There is no place like Africa. I am born in Africa. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up.
Biranga biseera byetwalina nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba kukunonya ubuni mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga nze yakugoba walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo kakaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako
Must be production. Okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke tusana kukola baganda balugera bwotakole tolirenga sekoche chikezeyo mowino kolerere abaana bange oli mutonyoma obengo tunda mukene ndatunga engato wenyweza kola wenawe nolikola mama tata kola sobole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo abadde mwebase musukuke ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo abadde mwebase musukuke tukole ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo nebaza ab'omu byalo mukoze kyakabi okulima emmere nemugiweereza mu bibuga mwebale naffe nabo mu kibuga enene embeera etuwadde kyakuyiga tulekeraawo okukolera ennemere ya leero tuyige n'okusevinga okwerinda sikutesa naffe tambule galudde tukole abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke madoksi yayimba kayimba otakole tolirenga ne katondo mukisa guw'abakozi abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe linopo ebibambulira by'endwadde bisuse tugolokoke abadde mwebase musukuke tukole okununula eggwanga lyaffe Love, I love ya. Need, I need ya. Uganda. Love, I love ya. Need, I need ya. Uganda. Hey, they can't tell me nothing about you to make me believe. Oh, you should not be listening to rumors they're spreading on me. I've got all that I want, but I tell you it's you that I need. Want you to listen, to listen, to listen. Want to listen to me. Oh girl, you are the pearl of Africa. Oh yeah, none in the world like you in Africa. You, Uganda, you are for me, Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one window, only one window. You, Uganda, and you are my Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one window, only one window. Oh, oh, oh. Kampala, Masaka, Mbale, Arua. Oh, oh, oh. Chinja, Mbarara, Google. Oh, oh, oh. I'm feeling you, I'm loving you. Oh, oh, oh. My pearl, yes you are. Oh girl, you are the pearl of Africa. Oh yeah, none in the world like you in Africa. You, Uganda, you are for me, Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one window, only one window. You, Uganda, and you are my Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one window, only one window. Oh, oh, oh. Kampala, Masaka, Mbale, Arua. Oh, oh, oh. Chinja, Mbarara, Guru. Oh, oh, oh. I'm feeling you, I'm loving you. Oh, oh, oh. My pearl, yes you are. I am a king from Jamaica. You are my queen here in Africa. Tiwalichi inza kutwabula. You, Uganda, you are for me, Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one window, only one window. You, Uganda, and you are my Uganda. I love how you treat me, Uganda. Only one window, only one window.
Over the moon and over the sky. Gospel music to the world. Kids can feel like tick it up. Combination. Yo.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my pride. It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Look before the young whip on the stress, what that one? Big in the camp on the place for box swap on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look me barely want to take it for fun. Upper streets they blow for your place. Them can't find no race results for your gun. Yes, yes, yes. Tell us that Jesus make them on, make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Jesus, wanna make your fire fall and touch me heart. Now make the devil come on, no visit me joy. Me call your mighty hand, we bless me soul. Bless me, I forgive Jesus, you're the one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer. feel like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus are the emperor. Chisacho chubunda kama tendo kimbakuwa. Ulisa makuwa gangi na veyo chenaga.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
So tell me brother, my sister, not the vagabond, not from the top of my man. You love and bless me, you did restore me. You hear me? Gospel music in the world.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. 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 I wanna see you fire fall.
Gospel music to the world. Kimsky and Fela, take it out. For Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, me. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano.
Maria, Maria, Mariana. Ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Maria, Maria, Mariana. Ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Big woman thing. Girl, me love how you talk so. Girl, when you talk, me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Maria, Maria, Mariana. Ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Maria, Maria, Mariana. Ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Send you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you back to killer.
She tell me she coulda love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Maria, Maria, Mariana. Ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Maria, Maria, Mariana. Ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Teba mukwana. Maria, Maria, Mariana. Ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Alex Torch. Hey. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo. You know I get gonna londa. Sente tewali ne tusonda. Yono wange agumide embera zonna. Kachaya kabisi ne tunisa. Ebizibu byensi ne bitusota. Omukyalo musufu ngono. Nali mutewa. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Takatanda kubayahe na plani Chakalo ntunge nzena Neva se kuchalani Wendi wena badekali Mzakuwa you are my darling Siri kusivya njala Echibuga nja chitambula Yono wange kwena londa Sente tewali ne tusonda Yono wange agumide embera zonna. Kachaya kabisi ne tunisa. Ebizibu byensi ne bitusota. Omukyalo musufu ngono. Nali mutewa. Uyo.
chiba chife noza musango asatebo bakankwasa nakuyisa miryango tuli fembi it's me and you twewala bigambo yono wange gwenalonda sente tewali netusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi netumisa ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 yono wange gwenalonda sente tewali netusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi netumisa ebizibu byensi nebitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 Kampala, Apex, Uganda. Don't know about the music, Nessim Pan production. Jala, get tipsy off a NSC. Missy Pepsi, a lot of them I see. The movie and no apology. Many artists get an allergy. The wagulu, a lot of them me a pre-torch. For the music in a oveni. We gone so high, so a lot of them I see. We are so high. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere tulinze sente zaffe ziwere mambo mingi alatakelere
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Monday to Sunday lunaku lwange sula wonanze wensanze abachala bange bona mubampe nyenyeza mu wine pame. Me tell them that he bad mind, no time for you. No response if me think it, no wreck for you. Don't need gira, but no see good debo. I'm a time for you, mash up the place, you know. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere tulinze sente zaffe ziwere mambo mingi alatakelere.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Bagamba, nzenja kanga malaika. Akapira nkazanya me striker. Tubayo mubire like flighter. Never tulawa, they say we out of the sight. But to all and because we art and style. Zena the movie before the boy there, I know.
DJ me know you bad there, I know.
Girl them off the wine pan time. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere tulinze sente zaffe ziwere mambo mingi alatakelere.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Studio with Tony, now we not a killer. Everybody fall in when they see the killer. Everybody fall in, feel lyrical, oh me gala. Love me when me perform it. Now me pull up the bad man style, yeah, hear me. Too much money to me think you can't help me. Now me self on the water like fairy. Some say me cool but me say I'd vary. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere tulinze sente zaffe ziwere mambo mingi alatakelere.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Step on top like a pulpit.
Flow got brain inside it. So visible and can't hide it. No man to me think can hide it. There goes my soul, there goes my mind, all the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Angola. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lugora. I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down stand in hand. Chenda, nene chirisa muamboli. Chenda, nene chirisa muamaida. Chenda, nene chirisa oendo. Chenda, nene chirisa. Chenda, nene chirisa. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand, like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Chenda, nene chirisa. I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Angola, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe. Yeah. No, sijamona aliye kama wewe,
aliye kama wewe Baba, hakuna kama wewe.
Kama wewe, nani kama wewe, ya 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 ya, yo 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 yo, nani kama wewe, ya 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 ya. Ewe Yesu nguvu zangu nakupenda, nakupenda sana.
You're my king, you're my savior, nakupenda. Nakupenda sana.
Umenipa maisha, umenipa uzima, umenipa na vyote ninavyo Baba. Nakupenda sana. Hakuna mwingine, ni wewe, hakuna Baba. Bado, 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 bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la. Bado, bado, bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la. Yeah yeah yeah, yeah yeah yeah, yeah yeah yeah.
Hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe Yesu.
Yeah yeah,
hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe, hakuna kama wewe Baba.
Yeah yeah yeah, bado bado bado.
Singing was playing while we were doing our first dance. Yeah.
Da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da da dum da da dum da da dum da da. Was so tired of walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. Gwe wange nze came before, but you are the one I waited for. Gwe wange nze gwe wo, yeah. Gwe wange nze till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I will stay. Hey, till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I ain't going nowhere, babe. Never get it home, mutima gwange. Anabera mama abana bange. Narulunja singa bona. Gwe mutima gwange. Nabagerekaho mutima gwange. Anabera mama w'abana bange. Narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange. Nabagerekaho mutima gwange. Anabera mama w'abana bange. Narulunja singabona. Nabagerekaho mutima gwange. Anabera mama w'abana bange. Narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange. Nabagerekaho mutima gwange. Anabera mama w'abana bange. Narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange. Nabagerekaho mutima gwange. Anabera mama w'abana bange. Narulunja singabona. Gwe wange nze
So as we come to the end of the show, what word do you have for baristas out there? Because like we said earlier, you won't be a barista at 70. Okay, what can these baristas do to make themselves more relevant in the coffee chain and the coffee process, and also more relevant for their lives going ahead?
Okay. I usually meet baristas and I'll tell them you're going to be active for 10 years maximum. You know, if you stretch it, 20 years. But you can, graduate yourself first. You've learned barista, basic barista, add more skills, but also advance to maybe quality control. Because if you do R or Q grading, then you can get a job in a private farm or a coffee exporting or a coffee processing farm. That's one plus. Another thing, if you're a barista who has a background in agriculture, you can work backwards, switching back to your profession. It's going to be good if you applied for a job, let's say quality control, and you're a barista, you have studied R or Q, and you also know some coffee agronomy. Definitely they will take you. Also, you're going to be better than someone who has studied quality control but is not a barista, because every employee wants a bigger package of you at the same price. So the thing is, if you're a barista, you're 40 years, you've overstretched to maybe 40, 45, just learn Q or R. UCD has free, these are free courses. I'm not speaking for UCD, but they are free. R and Q grading, they are free. You stand a chance to get a job in the coffee industry, in growing or processing farm. But another thing, we have some people we are with who have a background in agriculture or biotechnology.
It is time for the coffee break. A very good morning wherever you're watching us from. How are you doing? How's been your week? Monday to Friday is always a stressing time. Like you wake up on a Monday and you're like, oh God, I have a whole week waiting for me. But on a Saturday like this and a morning like this at an hour of 11 a.m., we always got you covered. We give you a break and talk about coffee. Get to know things that you might have done during the week, and your weekend is covered. So my name is Amoni Mukisa and welcome to the Coffee Break show. This is House of Talent Television and we're streaming live on our YouTube channel. That's at House of Talent Uganda, but also catch the show on Facebook as House of Talent Television Uganda. But on Twitter, you can go over there and follow our Twitter handle. That's at HTV1 Uganda. We shall be streaming live every show from our studios right here in Bukoto. And we get to talk about coffee. We have a variety of shows, but today it's time for coffee. Welcome once again on the show. Today I have a guest. We're going to be talking about various things. We're going to be talking about a little bit of how the coffee houses are going to open up. The economy is fully opening up literally like next week. It's going to fully open up, and now we want to look at it in that aspect of how are the coffee houses ready and how are they going to cope up with extended hours of working, but also on the side of the baristas, are they ready to tackle or take on this mantle of working for more extensive hours? Because most of the baristas, you never know during this time of work, they got more things to do because they used to work less hours. But that's the conversation we shall be having today with my guest today. But before we get into all that, welcome my guest today on the show.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, man.
Thank
Who are we having here today?
Yeah, I'm called Apaga Samuel, and I'm Ugandan by nationality, a barista by profession, and
Yeah, I like the confidence, man. That's 2022, eh? That's the way to go, eh? It's Samuel.
Yes, sir.
Samuel, how have you been?
I've been good.
How are you finding the new year?
The new year hasn't been that bad, just because I resigned from my former workplace to move on with something new as I prepare for something better.
Always when people resign from their former workplaces, they always have something big coming.
Yeah.
Do you have something big that's coming?
Yeah, there's something big I'm expecting.
You know, whenever baristas resign, me I always think about like, you know, pushing out. Oh, that's not something big you're talking about, eh? Sam,
yeah.
So let's talk about coffee, because this is the coffee break.
Yes, sir.
How do you get into the coffee industry, and how did you get to know about coffee?
Actually, I got to know about coffee through a brother. I was in Form 6, then we're getting to a vacation. Then a brother talked to me, was like, Sam, you're soon having a vacation and it's a bit long. 8 months when you're home.
Yeah.
Then he was like, maybe you can come, I connect you to someone. You get to know about coffee because, you know, you take it as a profession, then there's some good money, you'll earn some good money.
So the vacation, you were talking about like the senior 4 vacation,
no,
senior 6 vacation?
Senior 6 vacation.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I got home, my parent contributed some money. Then I joined barista school. Madam Nyakaisike was the teacher. Yes, Nyakaisike and Nyapende Sarifai.
Which school was that?
Barista House.
Barista House.
Yeah.
I like the names, Barista House. Like literally it's only for baristas, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So when I joined, I studied for 1.5 months. Then from there, she got me a job at the Coffee Cafe, Chiwatule. Then I started working as a head barista.
Wow.
Yeah.
1.5 months you've studied and now you're working as a head barista in a certain place.
Yeah.
Ah, man, that was quite something, because people do work for quite a while before they become head baristas. You know, for someone to trust you with their shop, someone to trust you with their coffee and everything to lead it. It seems like you're really, really good doing your training in 1.5 months.
Yeah, actually they equipped me with coffee knowledge, you know, both theory and practical. And she sent me to this lady, and this lady trusted me and gave me the opportunity to run the barista section.
During your school in that 1.5 months, like what were the things you talked about being specific? Because I know coffee being as a wide thing, it's a wide concept to cover when you're talking about coffee. So when you tell me like you only took 1.5 months to study coffee or get to know it, it beats my mind. Like, how did you like segment all those things in only 1.5 months? What did you do?
Actually, it was more of practical. It was all about knowing how to operate an espresso machine. Then also the other manual brewing part, the different manual brewing equipments. Yeah, it was about the coffee machine and the different manual brewing equipment and how to handle clients. Yeah.
Yeah, the service part of it.
The service part of it.
Okay, let's go back to when you're young. Did you grow around like the coffee area, coffee environment for you to get to know coffee?
Actually, during my young days, I didn't know much about coffee. The coffee I knew was picking the red cherries from the coffee plant, go and sell a kg at 300 shillings.
But did you know by then that they are called red cherries?
No. Actually, I didn't know that.
What would you just mwani?
Yoka. So grandma could send us to go and pick the red cherries. We go and sell. They could sell. We could sell each kg at 300 shillings.
300.
Yeah.
Which year was that, if you can remember?
That was 2012. Yeah, 2012, 2009, 2010. Yeah.
Where was that?
That was Uganda.
Uganda. Oh, you're from Uganda, eh?
Yeah.
You never even grow coffee, eh?
My mom is Sogas, is from Uganda. Then my dad is from West Nile.
You know, Uganda, Mbale, Bududa, okay, Karamoja is a bit far, but they also grow a bit of coffee. But that area, they grow a lot of coffee.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
like your mother was growing coffee, right?
Yeah, my grandma.
Your grandma.
Yeah, my grandma.
Like how were the growing methods of they used like to grow coffee, if you can remember?
If I'm to remember or to recall, actually for us we went when it's already grown.
It's already up.
It's already up. So we're there to pick the cherries, go sell. We never went through the nursery bed and all that.
What's one thing that you bought and you can still say, yes, I sold this coffee and I bought this?
Actually, I remember when we picked the red cherries, we used to chew the very ripe coffees, yeah, and we could get this sweet taste from it. Then Grandma was like, "You people, you're spoiling my coffee. Yet we need to go and sell and get some money for sugar. You need to pick more coffees. We go sell, get some money for sugar, maybe breakfast."
Well, the reason why I ask you that question is because during Christmas, my young brother, he's aged now 10 years. So my dad told him, if you want to buy something for yourself on Christmas, go and harvest the coffee, because we had some coffee plantations in our banana plantation somewhere. They're not much, just you know how like you can grow coffee in the banana plantation and so that coffee tree had beared a lot of coffee cherries. So my dad told this guy, you go and harvest that coffee, you sell it and you buy whatever you want, I'm not going to give you any money. That guy went and harvested coffee, and what he did, I'm told he got 10 kgs and he sold it. He bought a pair of trousers and a t-shirt. But I tell you that day, he never removed those clothes. So that's why I was like, what is that one thing that you bought with the coffee you sold?
For us, we used to sell and, give the money to the grandma.
Oh!
Yeah, that's what we used to do. We didn't know much about money, so we could go sell. Then this guy could get the money and bring to the grandma. So we were helping the guy. He wasn't giving us this money. We could give the money to the grandma.
Okay. Yeah. Before you went to Barista House as the coffee school, which schools did you go to? And in these schools, did they like talk about coffee?
Before
you went to Barista House as a coffee training school, Which schools did you attend?
It was a Chitante Hill.
Oh, you're the rich guys, huh?
No. It was a Chitante Hill from Form 1 to Form 4. Then Form 5 and Form 6, I went to Emirates. Those ends of Entebbe.
The schools you've talked about, they're all in Central, and you told me your grandma was in Uganda. How do you get to Central?
Actually, we were born here.
Oh, you're born here?
Yeah, we were born here. So during our holidays, we're taken to the village, to go stay with
your grandma, to get to know your grandma very well.
And the people there.
Yeah. And in your high school, you never had like coffee clubs and everything, because in the previous show with Michael Courage, if you haven't watched that show, please go to our YouTube channel, that's House of Talent Uganda, and watch that show. It was a very, very nice show. Michael talked to us about how he got to know coffee, how he got to know our introduction into the coffee industry. And he was like, there were these coffee clubs in school, in universities, and that's how he got to know coffee. Were there coffee clubs in your school?
For us, we were very, very unfortunate. We never had any coffee club. Yeah.
Do you think it's something that maybe schools can consider?
Yeah, very, very much. Because it is helping out youth to a greater extent. You get youth are gaining much from coffee, and coffee is on a wide market. You get when you get to know coffee, you won't fail to get a job or to get any connection anywhere, because in this world of coffee, people connect friends. When you're this good kind of person, you won't fail to be connected somewhere. Me, I've been connected by several friends. I've also connected several people. You get, so there is love. There is this selfish spirit in this coffee world.
Okay. So, there is love, there is connection in the coffee sector, and there is love, there is connection on the coffee break. And I hope you've gotten to know who we are having on the show today. That is Sam. I was still having him on the show, so don't touch your day. We're coming back right after this break.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
You're still watching House of Talent Television, and welcome back from that short commercial break. We're still having Sam being able to tell us what were his experience while joining the coffee industry. Sam, what were your childhood memories when joining coffee?
Actually, I didn't know about coffee. When I got done with my Form 6, I had a very different dream. I wanted to be a preacher. I wanted to preach the gospel.
Pastor.
Yeah, pastor.
Apostle.
And farming, farming as I preached the gospel of Christ. So when my brother introduced me to Barista House, of course, at first I didn't have this love and passion for coffee. My mind was all about getting the money, you know, as a youth, you know, buying good stuff, some good phone, clothes, you know. So in the process, I actually fall in love with coffee. I loved coffee. I learned a lot, and I preached coffee to different people.
You preached coffee.
I preached coffee.
Okay.
And people got to know coffee, because me, as I was at the station, they could give me a steward to hold me, but I could teach them. Yeah, I could teach them, and when I was resigning, I could leave them to head.
Can we say that your memories of being, or your dream of being a pastor, when you got into coffee, you forgot totally about being a pastor or becoming a pastor?
No, I didn't actually forget about, I still have this dream in me, but coffee became part of me. It's like putting on a cloth in life that you'll never get rid of. So coffee became part of me. Of course, I'm still chasing my dream, but coffee is already part of me. Yeah.
How's the dream coming?
The dream will come. It is still on the way.
It's still on the way.
It is still on the way, and I believe I will fulfill it. Yeah, but
So-
now coffee is part.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
So what was like the real motive of joining coffee? Was it preaching the coffee, here on the show we call it the coffee gospel, or it was just because of getting money?
Actually, it was, at first it was because just of getting money. I wanted to get money and do some other stuff, start up a small business and leave coffee. But as I went on doing baristering, doing coffee, studying more about coffee, I got in love with coffee. So I do preach coffee. I hold people, reach barista brew plus, because these days are no longer sent to barista house. Brew plus is much better, and it is helping out, guys out there. So I send my friends there for more knowledge, and they are happy. They are working. You get the people I trained. At the station you can't fully train someone. You train this person, and forward this person to brew plus for more training.
How long have you been a barista, Sam?
I've now been a barista for 4.5 years.
Because training, 1.5 months, if I remember what you talked about in the first segment of the show, and now they were talking about training other students. How do you do all this as one person?
Actually, in my life, I've been longing so much to hold. I want to hold. I remember one day I was training a steward at a sleek place. It's a restaurant and a bar, and one of the workmen came and said, "Sam, aren't you afraid that you're training this guy? They're giving him less money than the one you're earning. Aren't you afraid that you'll be fired and this guy will be replaced?" I was like, I don't fear to be fired. Actually, I've never been fired. This is what I've been doing since I started, and I have to keep on doing it. There are people out there, they are suffering, and coffee is here. If you get to know coffee, you're good to go. Be it abroad, coffee is a very high demand. When you get to know coffee, employment opportunities are higher compared to other short courses.
Talking about coffee being here, today on the show, we said we're going to be dissecting the topic of how these coffee houses and baristas are going to cope up with full opening of the economy. And that's something you need to share with us on our social media platforms. That's at HTV1 Uganda, on Twitter, and on Facebook. That's at House of Talent Uganda. We're streaming live on Facebook, so go deep down there and put your comment and tell us how, if you're a barista, how are you going to cope up with extended hours of work? And if you're a CEO or coffee house owner, tell us, how are you prepared with these hours of work? Sam,
yes, please.
Baristas who are working in these coffee shops have been down for 2 years. Some have been laid off, some have been working for some limited time. How are these baristas going to cope up with the added time that is going to come with the full opening of the economy?
To the other hand, it is going to be hard, most especially for the baristas in these small cafes, because these people, trust me, I've been in some of these cafes. They are not willing to give out shifts, and they overwork junior baristas to an extent of, making them lose this morale, this coffee morale. Because some time back I had a friend, he was actually my neighbor. He was at Zarif, I was at the coffee cafe. And this guy could work from morning to midnight or to midnight or to 2, you get, and you have to come back in the morning and prepare the mission plus and all that. So the guy actually, after leaving the place, he was like, "I'll never work again in Uganda."
The experience made him hate working in Uganda.
That experience made him hate Ugandans, you get.
Isn't that what we call exploitation of workers?
That is what most cafes, most especially these small cafes are doing. And they are making these young gentlemen hate our industry. No, someone can't work from morning to closure, yet you're expecting him to come very early in the morning the other day. You get, and you'll find out that most of the baristas these days who join Brew Plus come to study to move abroad because of such incidences. And I don't blame them. Me myself, it has ever happened to me. I used to work like from morning to midnight at times. You get, and the boss, when you come back a bit late the next day, the boss, you know, becomes so rude, as if you have committed a very big crime. You get it. So this will affect people.
Yeah.
And most, especially these people who are in these small cafes that are struggling to catch up, yet they are not willing to provide what is needed for a cafe to catch up. You get it.
How did you deal with that whole experience of like working for long hours and the boss would be bitter when you come in a little bit late?
It was actually a very hard experience. I worked for like 6 months. Then this time round, I did not even write a resignation letter.
Just
left. Then they called, "You come back and we talk, come back and, you know, we sort it out, we get you a helper. You were good." You know me, I'm a very patient guy with bosses, but when it's too much, I leave. And I've done this to 3 different places, 3 different restaurants. I won't mention them.
Yeah. You've set up different places, different restaurants, different coffee shops.
Yeah.
If you would be in the shoes of these CEOs, these coffee house owners, how would you prepare for such an opening of the economy? Like, how would you prepare for this opening of the economy? Like, you've been working from 7 maybe to around 5 or 6, but now you're going to work from 7 up to around maybe midnight or 10 p.m.
I'll have to look for, most especially these people in production, the people in the barista section and the kitchen. I'll look forward to giving them shifts, because these guys do work and they are not like people in service who always work and get some tips. They don't get tips. So I would employ more people to come and help out to ease work, because since the government is opening, we are going to expect more customers. Back then, clients used to worry because of the curfew. You go, you sit, then someone comes in, say, "We are closing because of the curfew." But this time round, people will come and sit comfortably. And we are expecting big numbers of clients, not like those days where people used to fear the old people could not move out because, you know, old guys were dying more than the young people because of the virus. So we didn't see much of these old aged people in our restaurants. They were in that fear. Instead, we could deliver to them. They could give a call, you deliver, you give a scurry.
Delivers.
Yeah. So this time round, we are expecting big numbers of people, but to prepare for them, we need to work on the production side in order to provide and not to overwork people. Yeah.
Okay, don't leave this conversation for us, guys. We're having a conversation about the full opening of the economy and the fact that in the coffee industry, various people are opening up like to more working hours. So get to our Twitter platform, our Twitter handle, tweet us and let us know how would you deal with the full opening of the economy in whatever business you're in. Are you in a restaurant? Are you in a shop? you would be watching the show because it's nice for you, but you don't work in a coffee business. Maybe you have something like a wholesale business selling merchandise. How are you prepared to work for these long hours, and how have you prepared for your workers? Let's talk about an issue of human resource. You talked about employers employing more employees, right?
Yes.
But this guy will come out and tell you, hey, look, yes, I want to employ different people or more people, but hey, I don't have money. Like I've been working from 7 to maybe 5, but clients have been stopping to come in at around maybe 2 p.m. Where am I going to get this money that's going to pay more employees that you want me to employ? How do you advise such a person?
Okay, most of the people that have come up with most of the cafes around town, they always, when you reach these bosses, they're like, we want to be like Cafe Javas. We want to do as Javas does. Not knowing that at Javas, people work in shifts. And actually, I worked for a certain boss. He employed me as a senior barista and at the same time as a supervisor to train the team. Then he was giving me some good money. I was like, yes, you're giving me good money, but are you going to get someone else to hold me out? Because I'm a barista, yes, I have a steward, but at the same time, I'm a supervisor. This is overloading me. You get? I'll need an assistant. He was like, no. Keep on pushing. Then with time,
I shall get someone.
I shall get someone to help you out. It became a song. You get? So the advice I'll give the CEOs about what is going, the country is opening, get some junior baristas. They are not so expensive since they have just joined the industry. Give them good money, not very good, but good money. Give them some allowances. Trust me, these people will work. As long as he's not working for long hours, this guy will work.
Okay, this guy will work, but also the point of quality. You know, we've been used to producing a certain quantity of a certain quality in terms of maybe like coffee. You've been producing maybe 50. Okay, 50 for, let me just consider the smaller shops. We've been using like maybe 10 kgs of coffee a week. That's like maybe 1.5 kilos of coffee every day. And now you're going to open up, you're going to have higher demand for coffee. How would you advise this person who wants to bring in much coffee to maintain the quality of coffee that's bringing in?
Bringing in more coffee.
Like for example, maybe I've been bringing in 10 kgs of coffee every week, but now due to the fact that we're opening up, I'm going to bring in maybe like 20 kgs of coffee. So, but I want to maintain this quality of coffee and also bring in much coffee in my coffee shop. How am I going to do that?
You want to maintain the quality of the coffee.
Yes.
You know, maintaining quality starts with people you employ. If these people are well equipped with coffee knowledge, don't worry much about quality.
Really? Because I might be well with the coffee knowledge, but my friend, the coffee you're bringing to me as a barista, it's terrible. How am I going to?
Of course, as a barista, you have to tell. You should be in position to tell whether the coffee you're being provided is good or bad. You get this. The boss should not be the one to tell. You know, this is your section. You're heading this section, so you should be in position to know which coffee is good and which coffee is bad. You know, this takes us back to where people teach baristas from. People have come up with different baristas lab and schools, and there are people who are actually giving them half information and knowledge, skills about becoming a real barista. You get me myself. I was affected sometimes. When I left barista house, I didn't know about, how to calibrate a grinder. I came to know a grinder when I'm in the field. I knew how to steam the other side and all that, but I didn't know more about the grinder. So I got to know the grinder in the field. So at times you leave a school, knowing that you're good to go, reaching there, someone brings in coffee, and you just grind and serve. You can't tell that this is good coffee or bad coffee. Then why are you heading a department?
Why are you heading a department? Because I'm paying you to head a department.
The boss trusts somebody to head a department, knowing that this person is having the knowledge, enough knowledge and skill to push the department forward. But now when you serve bad coffee, then...
Do you really think that CEOs or owners of different companies, especially in the coffee industry, should adopt this method of like taking back their workers in whatever department they're in, because they're serving coffee, whether in service, whether the cleaner, because this cleaner is helping me like clean the place where I'm taking coffee from. Do you think they should adopt that method of like taking back the students, taking back these people for more training, refreshing training?
Yeah, actually, it's the advice I will give, because we've ever done it. I was at Chili's and we were doing it. So is getting experienced people. Maybe you can go to Brew Plus, talk to the CEOs to get you someone experienced. Take this person to your restaurant and train these people. That is actually what I would advise the CEOs to do.
Okay.
You get someone experienced, give him some money. It's not much money. You get? Take him to your restaurant. Let him train these people.
Okay, if you're a CEO and you're glued on this show, which is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV, let us know, how do you keep your employees up to date in everything they do? Like, the point you employ them is the same standard they're doing to the level that they are on in doing that specific time. Well, let us know how you do it. This is the Coffee Break Show, and my name is Amun Mukisa. We're going to go into a short commercial break, and up next is our brewing session that we shall be having with my colleague right here. Don't you go away.
100.
Would you say that also like the pay in Uganda in terms of salary is affecting the ladies' involvement in the coffee industry? You know, men as like, if you're not getting enough on the job, at least people in Uganda call it kuiriba. You know, they will do that. But ladies, when they ladies will be in a specific job full time, and what they get is what they get. Do you think that's also affecting like ladies getting involved in the coffee industry?
About payments in Uganda, I'm not so sure, but it could be. It could be. It could be. So maybe they should do something about it.
Who should do something about it?
UCDA.
UCDA.
They should put standards on baristas. Yeah. What I know that here in Uganda, baristas are being cheated. Honestly, are being cheated. So, Madam, she's called Madam.
Say her name.
Madam. I've even forgotten. But
she's which Madam are you trying to? In UCDA?
The lady in UCDA.
You're talking about Claire?
Claire, Madam Claire should do something. They should sit down. They should put standards on baristas. One day, I have a friend. He's working in Mbale. He told me they pay him only 300.
300.
But he's a barista.
For man.
Yeah, it's not enough even to pay for the rent. So maybe they should do something.
This message is coming, please. This message is coming direct from Saddam to Madame Claire on UCDA. To UCDA.
Yeah, to the board.
To the board.
To the board. UCDA, please do something. Do something. Yeah, our baristas are being cheated. That's why most of the baristas are running outside.
Yeah.
They here in Dubai they are paying at least good salary. I should go to Dubai.
Okay.
But if they pay us well, I think we should bring all this energy to our industry and we make it on the map.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is I think the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home and he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Brew Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent TV with me, Amun Mukisa, right here in our bigger studios. These studios are fancy, they make you calm, make you want to take coffee, and especially with the fact that we have the coffee session. That's, you know, the best part of the show for me is when we are brewing coffee, because I get to learn how to make this coffee. I don't know about you who's watching us from home, but me, this is the part that I always look out for. Sam today is going to help us like brew or make for us a French press. Yes, I know we've had many baristas, many coffee makers come here and make a French press, but there's someone who tweeted us and he was like, you know what guys, yes, I've watched all these episodes that you've done about the French press, but I really want you to do it one more time for me in one weekend. And here we are. We have the big guy right here ready to make for us the French press. Sam,
yes, please.
Are we ready to make the French press for our dear viewers?
Very much ready, sir.
Very much ready.
Yeah.
Here's the floor for you. Tell us what's it all about that people fancy French presses, what type of coffee it makes, and in what method, all that kind of information.
Okay, a French press is a manual brewing equipment, and every manual brewing equipment comes out with the result is black coffee. Depending on the way you make it, it may be strong or mild, depending on the client's order or what you want as a passion. So here, actually, we are going to make it in a way that favors people at home, because at home mostly people don't have scales and they do want to take coffee. But when you're making this in a restaurant, you're supposed to have a scale around you, and you're supposed to do some measurements. Yeah. So here, we get our lid, put it aside, you ensure that you put it in a clean place. Then we preheat our press.
It's a good thing that you talked about the way that we're going to make this French press. It's more of like a home-based way, whereby you don't need a scale, you don't need a kettle, because now we have a flask just with hot water, and we're going to make our coffee.
What I'm doing helps to kill germs and also to preheat our press. Then when you're done preheating, in case you have a scale, maybe I will talk about the scale side when I'm done with this. Then you can get your coffee powder, grinded coffee powder. You can for me I'm going to use 2 spoons.
Okay. Yeah,
2 spoons of coffee
powder. Why would you opt to use 2 spoons, not 1 spoon, not 4 spoons, not 5 spoons?
Because I want it a bit stronger, not so strong, not so mild, but a bit stronger. Okay, because the more coffee you put, the more stronger it will get. When you put less, the more mild it will get.
For the benefit of our viewers who are watching, how big is that spoon in terms of measurements?
This spoon is these are like 7 grams.
7 grams.
Yeah, 7
so if you're
grams.
doing 2 spoons, we're doing around 14 grams.
14 grams of coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Does the grind size matter in a French press?
Yeah, it matters a lot, because the grind size has to be slightly coarser compared to other manual brewing equipment.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is supposed to be slightly coarser. So after you're done with the powder, you get your water. Then you start mixing in. This is at home.
At home.
Don't try this at the restaurant.
If you try this at the restaurant, you're fired.
You're fired. You're gone.
But what happens if I just pour water randomly into a French press?
Actually, it's not advisable, because as we are mixing, we are looking at the flavors and the aroma out of the coffee.
Okay.
That's what we base on. Coffee, it's not all about taking, you know. You have to, to get the flavors the aroma, at times the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee. You have to feel these things as you're taking the coffee. You get. So
I see you've covered the thing. What's the point of covering the coffee after pouring water?
Actually, when you're immediately after putting in the powder, you pour some little water to dampen the beds of ground. Then after some very few minutes, you continue with the pouring. In case you have some measurement around, you keep on continuing. After you're done dampening, you open your lid. Then the minutes, because I first poured, then I waited for some minutes. These minutes help us helps this coffee to go under dampening process and to bloom it. You get? We do this in order to achieve the flavors, the aroma, and the smoothness. Then we can continue with the pouring.
You know, here we're having a conversation and we're giving out this information to our viewer. If you're in the office, if you're at home, and you're following the steps that Sam is showing you, is it that the time you've taken, like, because you've taken some time talking to me, is it allowed for the person who's at home, who's in the office making this French press, to also take that time, or there's a specific time that you take while making this French press?
The person at home?
Yeah.
It is allowed if it's actually a coffee taker, because it's not all about taking coffee, as I said. You need to get these flavors. You know, there are people who take coffee just because they were being told to take coffee. You get, and after taking, they say, "Man, I'll never take that shit again." They call it shit at times. Sorry to use that word.
I know.
The thing is too bitter.
Coffee drinkers don't like bitter coffee. You like bad tasting coffee. They don't like it.
So after tasting, you know, it helps us, as I said, to gain the body, the flavors and the acidity, the smoothness of the coffee when you're tasting it.
So the more time the coffee sits in a French press, the more sweet it becomes, or the more bitter it becomes?
The more time it sits in a French press, like for example, you see I've not pressed it down immediately. I'm allowing these particles to settle at the bottom, you know, and I'm preventing a client, because this, if I'm to serve it to a client or someone at home, to take coffee while having some particles inside, then the more sweet, of course, it becomes. You'll feel the sweetness in coffee, and you feel this aroma and the flavors.
Okay. For the person who requested us to do a French press on the show, I hope now you've seen what you need to do step by step for you to get a French press at home. If you're doing it in a coffee shop, just theoretically, take us through the process you have to do to get a good cup of coffee using a French press.
If you're doing it in a restaurant or a cafe, you're supposed to have the following equipments before you come up with this. You have to ensure that you have a timer. You have to ensure that you have the French press, the guznik or the kettle, the freshly ground coffee with the recommended grind size.
Which is?
Coarse.
Coarse.
Fine to coarse.
How do we measure coarse? Because me, I assume if it's not fine, it's coarse. So which type of coarse? Is it like salt coarse? Is it like sea salty coarse? Is it like sugar coarse? So which grind size of coarseness that we need?
It's like actually, it is sea salt.
So if you know sea salt, the coarseness or the size of a sea salt, that's the grind size you need to have for a French press. So if you go to a coffee shop, look out for that grind size if you're buying a bag of coffee. And so we've gotten our coffee, we've gotten our scale, timer, the French press, the gooseneck kettle, and that's all.
The gooseneck kettle. Yeah, for a French place. That's
for French place. That's all.
Good
Plus my cup.
Yeah, plus your cup.
So we're done with our French press, right?
Yeah.
I should tell you about the French press. So guys, tell us what you think about this French press that Sam has made for us. You know, always whenever I'm on the show, I always be the first to tell you how the coffee is tasting. But today, I want you guys to tell me how you've seen or what you've known or understood during the making of this French press right here that we have. But anyway, I'm here and I'm the one going to taste the coffee. So that's the benefit of being on this show. And that's why I said this is my best part of the show. So Sam, can I take on the coffee and taste it?
Yes, please.
Okay, that is mine. Guys, you don't know what you're missing here. One more sip. Wow. It's a very, very nice cup of coffee that is smooth, balanced acidity, the body is not that harsh on my tongue. So I would say I would take this coffee in the morning, I would take it in the afternoon, but I wouldn't take it in the night. Yeah, so it would start my day because it's not that strong, it's not that bitter. So it would start my day, it would run my day, but wouldn't run my night. Sam, thank you for giving us this tutorial right here. And for those who are watching us on House of Talent TV, I have some guys that are watching us via Twitter. I see Bright, what's this name? Bright Sereka is watching live on Twitter, and I see Saddam Uchivi, who wasted here, is also watching us via Twitter. And also, you could also follow us on our Twitter handle, that's at HTV1 Uganda, so that you get to watch this conversation that we're having with Sam. Sam showed us how to make a French press if you're at home. He showed you how to make that French press, but he also told us theoretically, if you're a good barista, what things you need to have when you in a coffee shop or restaurant, what you need to have to make a good French press for a client who has asked for it. Sam,
yes, please.
As we are concluding with the session of making a French press, but also concluding the show, what is one thing, that one thing, as we're ending this month of January, the first month of 2022, what's that one message you have for the viewer who's watching?
Guys out there, I don't know, me, I'm a born-again Christian. I will urge people to pray, to come back to God and, pray, because what we've been through wasn't easy. So get back to God and pray. Yeah.
Is that all? That get back to God and pray. God is everything, you know. If you don't have God in your life, you don't need, I think you don't deserve to live if you don't have God, because God is the maker. God has given us this coffee. God has given us this whole space of teaching people how to make coffee. And has let Sam come here to tell us more about coffee and his experience in the coffee industry, right, Sam?
Yeah.
Otherwise, how do people follow you, like on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook? Because they would need to know more about what